Hey there, folks.
Before the video can start, I want to let you know that the voice in the video will be changed to this one. Due to some choices, this was the best. However, today's video will be the best because our MC will be able to fight against others. Okay, let's go for focus.
Our story begins with our protagonist already in a beautiful limbo. But in this limbo, our protagonist starts to hear some voices in his mind. These voices asked if he believed in destiny. Well, if he didn't believe, it wouldn't change much. Well, it would change a little, because if our protagonist chose one thing, he would have one more thing to fight against some different beasts. However, his final direction would be different from what he was used to, but he still keeps falling. Unlike others, people wouldn't believe it easily, but he didn't believe it. But that voice ends up saying that it didn't matter what choice our protagonist made, because all the same choices he made at that moment would lead him to the same destiny. That thing holding our protagonist in that unknown limbo ends up releasing him, and today I bring you a story where our protagonist ended up with our cliff. But in exchange, he ended up gaining that system everyone dreams of. At that moment, he hears a scream. This scream was from a girl who saw a monster approaching while her companions fled, asking her to flee as well. But it didn't help. She was devoured. The monsters ran, and the humans around there ran, asking for help. The beasts with human faces in their vision were very scary, and they asked for these scary things not to come near them. But it didn't help. While running there, they realized they reached a point where they couldn't proceed any further, because now they faced our protagonist on the cliff. They needed to find a way to survive. The only way was to hide behind some rocks. But it didn't help. The monster was giant and could see them, but they hid quite well behind those rocks and hoped everything would go right. If it didn't go right, they had no choice but to jump off that cliff. But then, the first to be discovered by this creature wished from the bottom of her soul that this monster with a human face wouldn't find her. However, she ends up feeling a drop of something falling on her arms. At that moment, she starts trembling with fear and gets scared. But looking ahead, that deformed human face appears right in front of her. Seeing this unknown girl, it simply opens its mouth, and she was about to be devoured, but still begged to be spared. She didn't want to die, but it didn't help. That thing ends up dragging her up while she suffers her last moments. We can see from behind some rocks our protagonist watching this ghost devouring the last human left there. But now he wondered what was the point of having this. But the test was supposed to be beginner level. In our protagonist's view, they weren't strong people, but the beginner level tests were much more advanced. Ignoring the ghost, our protagonist puts his arm in front and starts to comment that by managing to change jobs, he could complete it automatically as long as he could survive in this place for just 5 minutes. But the normal people around here were being eliminated one by one, and he feared for some reason that it would be quite difficult. Survive, even if it's just for a few minutes there. The last humans end up being devoured. And our possible next protagonist, Jang Kai, is passing through the novice test on this planet called Ghost ST, a phantom star. This is a huge star that approached the planet Earth of our protagonist more than 50 years ago. When that train appeared out of nowhere in front of our protagonist's world, they didn't even notice something starting to happen. In the face of this, they began to live a fairly normal life. Humans lived somewhat normal lives, but the plants and animals of the worlds living on our protagonist's planet suddenly began to transform into monsters, earning them the title Gods of Beasts. These are the monsters that can wreak havoc on the entire world, ultimately destroying everything. Humans ran to save themselves. This so-called God of the Beast is something that human technology has not yet managed to resist. Bombs and weapons had no effect on these monsters. Their appearances pushed humanity directly toward a certain direction, that direction being extinction. There was no salvation for humans in this world. However, during this period of pure despair, the humans who managed to survive discovered some certain things. By using them, they gained powers that changed our protagonist's world considerably. These humans, upon noticing some strange portals appearing in front of them, began to enter them. As the humans passed through the teleportation matrix to another place, they could be teleported to a digital format phantom star. Soon after being teleported to this place, he is surprised by the place they arrived. The humans then discovered that they had managed to reach the phantom star, and there they discovered many things. One of these things was that Ghost Star seemed to be a digital world, not a real one, as giant monsters and giant natures were basically surreal in their views. But the humans who entered there began to explore. Here, humans could apply for jobs to obtain various different professions. In this world, you could become a knight, a wizard, or even a regular human, but all have a numerical value. This thing will allow the person to evolve more their skills and equipment within this game character, and they will be able to earn many attributes to level up their own status. He ended up discovering that if the Phantom Star is upgraded to a certain level, you can sort of transcend to a surreal power. And with that, you can possibly return to Earth. But many choose to have these powers to fight monsters. With the help of this power, people who had the power in the Phantom world managed to return to the real world as well. But they returned with the power. With these powers, they managed to make their real world as strong as the Phantom world. The monsters that appeared in this world could be dealt with by a simple sword movement. But to get their powers, you will need to go through situations. Quite risky to survive, and if you manage to obtain, let's say, a little bit of that Ghost Star power, you'll have everything, but you'll have to go through challenges, and one of them failed. This creature ended up kind of possessing this weak human. Meanwhile, our protagonist stayed just behind a rock there, just observing. And now he has discovered that he is the only survivor around. But now he had no way to escape anymore because everyone was dragged up and the monster behind them already appeared. But our boy who was totally injured had no way to escape, and the monster was about to attack him. He didn't want to exist. He just came here to gain power. This is the reason for entering this Ghost Star. And our prota doesn't want to enter a completely new world like this just to return dead. Because if our protag returns empty-handed to his world, he will be sad because his sister and brother were left behind. They both did their best to survive in this world, while ISO we also find out that our protagonist's sister suffered a little to make our protagonist enter this Ghost Star. Her brother also suffered a lot. He worked hard for our protagonist to at least get in there, and he wouldn't make his siblings work that hard there. No, our protagonist wanted to do the most possible to survive, and moreover, if he doesn't get the job change, he will be wasting the economy that his family saved, suffering there. So that monster prepares, and that spear he had in hand just throws towards our protagonist. Our protagonist just observes that spear approaching. But he ended up thinking of a way to survive instead of just standing there waiting for his death to come. He decides to run. But he runs in another direction. This direction is towards our Cliff Sand type. Our true Saman manages to make the character be sent to another world and gain that rack. And then, if he jumps from the mountain, maybe something could be happening to him. So he simply jumps. But even jumping, he is still hit by that spear, but he has already achieved what he wanted. Now it is facing him. He turns, but now turning here now was the only chance for our boy to survive here and get a new job there. So he falls, and that monster just kept looking at our boy falling. And there, while falling, he just looked up, looking up, he sees the face of Beauty looking at him. But he still hasn't given up, wanted basically to try to survive this fall. But it was at this moment that that whistle appeared there. The system appears to our protagonist in his vision. There, our protagonist looking up, notices something different happening. He managed to survive this monster in exchange. So how did he manage to survive? He ended up awakening a hidden career. Our boy, who there only saw the ugly face of that monster, now saw something superior to that. But now our protagonist ends up receiving those congratulations from the system. The system ended up saying that our protagonist finally completed his job change. Now he unlocked a hidden profession, which he just needs to accept now in front of him. A world begins to appear, and shortly after, some data appears alongside it. But the system arrived at a good moment, for our protagonist is saved. Then he simply faints, but minutes later he wakes up. Now he finds himself in front of a gigantic forest. But upon opening his eyes, our protagonist sees that he is still alive. However, looking to the side, he can see the stake from that monster that attacked him. Now he tries to assess the situation he is in, whether he is well or not. But then he gets up, starts looking at his wound. But looking at his wound, he is surprised because there is nothing there. Just a moment ago, he fell from the cliff, but the wounds from just now have completely disappeared. So he wonders how he was healed. Then a new prompt appears in front of our protagonist. This thing connected to the system there. So our protagonist sees a new thing happening in this short space of time. A girl appears there, ending up telling our protagonist that because he managed to change jobs successfully, his attributes and basic attributes were updated. What this means is that our protagonist kind of died but came back to life. Now everything was basically like this for his life and everything there. She floated towards our protagonist, but he ended up asking her a question. He just asked if she was some kind of AI brain that only existed in the Ghost Star. But at this moment, he is totally ignored by the system. At this moment, the system starts commenting on a new thing that our protagonist unlocked. This was the double talent. So our protagonist he would receive a reward, but at the same time a punishment. But the system would be doing a thing there. It would be duplicating that thing. There would be a 100% chance that An effect that was active there would be kind of duplicated maybe by 10% or more than that. If he receives a reward from the system, that will be duplicated. And as he just unlocked a kind of ability now, the system is now at this moment duplicating that talent of our protagonist, so he will be gaining 2 talents. And at this moment, that talent of our protagonist is duplicated. The big boy is already happy there. He realizes that he now has 2 talents. But now he wonders if by changing jobs, he would have a chance to have 2 jobs at this moment. The system answers yes. Now his new talent is simple. It will be duplicating our protagonist's damage. Now his damage will increase 200 times more than he has. Our protagonist is already quite happy with that. The total attributes of a normal person after changing jobs usually stay around 20 points, but our protagonist was surprised to see that his reached 36. But the system already answers him that this was thanks to the talent duplicator that could be duplicating twice the points that our protagonist will also be receiving. So in this case, our protagonist realizes that by updating the Ghost Star in the future, a normal person will be receiving 10 attribute points. But our protagonist will already be receiving 20 points in double, and then his current level will be much higher than other people's, and he will be much stronger than anyone else in the future. But also our protagonist has a second talent, critical hit. The critical hit of a normal person only causes twice the damage of their opponent, but of our protagonist causes 200 times more damage, and although the critical hit rate is only 1,000th increase, our boy is already thrilled. Clenching his fists, he realizes that he might also be increasing the critical hit rate currently. His future damage will be much more than scary. Our guy is even happier to perceive that people in the future will sort of respect him. Anyway, the one in front of him is that weapon used by the beast with the human face just a while ago. So our protagonist just wanted to be using it since he managed to change jobs currently. Now that he has, he will start evolving because he came to this world to earn a lot of money for his brother's surgery. And now, no matter how weak his profession is in the Phantom Star, he can still make money there. But he didn't expect that he would accidentally awaken 2 types of talents at the same time, and that allowed him to become an extremely powerful guy. But as he stops to think, maybe he can reach the value of his brother's surgery expenses as soon as possible, thus allowing his family to have a decent life. But at this moment, he looks at his system because now he needs to complete the job transfer test. This was just the first step. The next thing to do was to reach a certain destination. The current location he's in is below, but his destination is Lenrbao. But right now, he needs to complete this objective, and after that, he could be completing the beginner tests. So, he uses his fastest speed. He flies like a lightning bolt. He also needed to reach Shengguio City in 7 days. But for our hero, this will be easy. His speed was very fast, but it would be very difficult to achieve this thing. First, the test area is full of monsters that are very strong. And if he slacks off, he ends up dying, and the test he was doing would not be worth it anymore. Everything he did here would be in vain because before he was defeated, he would be sent to the Earth. But he won't allow this even if he ends up dying in the Phantom Star. He won't suffer any damage here when he returns to Earth. But even if you return to Earth, you still have that chance to return to this world. However, you need to be extremely rich, and that's something he isn't. So he needed to be careful all the time. Entering the Phantom Star requires a lot of money, and rich people can take the test once or twice or 3 times, since the poor at this moment basically need to spend their entire lives trying to pass for the first time in these tests, and still have a chance to fail. But at this moment, he gets scared because in the background, he hears a scream in the middle of that forest. Our protagonist starts running towards the noise to try to find out what that noise was. But getting a little closer, he ends up discovering that this noise was a little familiar to him. So he thinks this could be that something was happening, and he heads in the direction of that noise. There, a serpent flies with its mouth wide open, but it's too much of a macho. With a punch, he ends up smashing that thing, but well, he ends up asking those snakes not to come near. She, all shy, ends up saying she was afraid of that thing there. She remembers that he fought in the most manly form of the world. It was his longtime friend, and Anzu, he fought against those snakes. He saw that even though Yanzu fought with all his might, he wouldn't be able to defeat those snakes, because at the moment, he was surrounded by them. And he had a bit of bad luck at this moment here. These snakes are completely poisonous. Just one bite from them is enough to send him dragging up, and what he's facing at the moment are 3 of them. He ends up asking him to stay calm because he would be able to win, but turning around he sees someone coming and shouting for him to chill out a bit, because now our hero comes there to save his friend's life. He held that piece of wood in hand, and our hero, who held it quite firmly, saw him going full steam ahead against those creatures. But the snakes wouldn't let go of his friend's foot. They approached, and at this moment, one of those snakes was about to bite him. But he, all shy, was happy to know that his friend hadn't forgotten about him and hadn't left him alone. He comments that these snakes have very high attributes and are extremely venomous. Beginners like them basically have a chance of not being able to defeat these creatures, not until easy like that. Only this wasn't for our hero with that in hand, who ended up saying not to worry. Then he grabs that spear he had in hand and throws it with all his might in the direction of that snake behind. The snake that was about to bite him ends up being hit head-on. He who had this doesn't understand how he got that strength out of nowhere, but then he turns around and sees the snake falling mouth first on that spear of our hero. He even realizes that our protagonist managed to send the first snake up. But our pra asks him not to relax because it's not over yet. And then he realizes that he can use his friend Zoom as bait at this moment, and he can use him so that those snakes could be chasing his friend to catch him. But behind our hero, that spear in hand would be nailing those attacks good on those snakes. But his disappointment ends up coming there, because after defeating that first snake, the Zero ended up kind of realizing that who was the strongest, there was no longer his friend of our two. So they simply start walking towards him. His friend saw that things were going to a bad side. These snakes have very high agility, and it was almost impossible to dodge that. But for our protagonist, it wasn't either. He ends up putting his hands down, he ends up giving some claws there. But with his legs up, he simply hits the first snake squarely. He soon seeing his friend kick over those snakes, ends up being surprised. Opening his mouth, he saw how it was possible to dodge an attack from that snake there easily. But to understand this, our door comments that his attributes were doubled. After the job change, he realizes that the attributes and agility at level 1 are basically the same as level 2, and also, as expected, these level 1 snakes couldn't keep up with our protagonist's speed. So he now grabs that spear that was stuck in the mouth of that snake. Now he pulls out that spear and asks Zoom to keep drawing the attention of those snakes, because our hero behind would already be taking care of those little creatures. As he was prevented, he ended up putting a rack in his hand. Now he would be taking care of the monsters. He lands the blows, but no effect arises. However, to end the lives of the snakes, our hero simply plunges that spear into them. Those snakes then end up all falling defeated on the ground. Our hero there does some hero poses, but his friend again gets wide-eyed. He ends up realizing that even using all his power, he managed to distract the snakes a little bit, but didn't even manage to hurt one of them. His friend ended up sending them all to F. But here the system appears in front of our protagonist. He realizes that even killing these snakes, he realizes that his current profession was very low already. This was affecting his strength and agility. But for some reason, he really managed to cause a little damage enough to send those level 1 monsters dragging upwards instantly. But that was already good for him. He thinks that this iron spear in hand would be able to kill all the monsters even more. He was lucky to be able to get that spear of iron from those monsters with human faces, because soon after he collected that spear, he realized that his strength and also area damage increased a lot. The force in this world that our prey is basically the attack of the ghost star, but his friend already sticks behind our pra. And with those weird little talks, he ends up thanking our hero for being able to send those snakes up there for him being the beginner. He would have died if by chance he had not been saved by our prota. So he thanks our protagonist. He owes something to our protagonist. He could charge anyway, but does not support refusal because he ended up kind of lucky, because he managed to complete his job change and got a player profession. But he asks his friend not to go out there telling everyone that he got this. But he is surprised to see that his friend really got what he wanted so much to be a player. But well, he doesn't understand what a player really is. He just agrees that our protagonist got a good profession, only that not wanting to belittle our PR, he also comments that he got a pretty good profession. The system already appears in front of our PR. He ends up finding out that his friend got the martial art. This is a very powerful art, and our protagonist is surprised to see that his friend got a very good thing, because this profession that he ended up unlocking is ranked in the 5th place in the Kingdom of Divine Glory, something that not even anyone can get. But how many professions exist in the Ghost Star are pra? And no one in this world knows, but the first thing that all explorers who want to try to pass and enter the Ghost Star and manage to pass, he ends up getting the job change as to the type of profession that this will depend on the material and the change of work that you bought before you started logging into the Ghost Star. This depends, could come good things or bad things, but usually the rich will spend millions and millions to get first-hand materials so that later they can get the best jobs there, and already in this way they manage to get the strongest professions. When they get to the Ghost Star, they can first-hand get martial arts, like your friend there just got, or maybe might be awakening as the paladin, but there's also the assassin class that's extremely rare also, if you manage to get its pure luck or just being rich because there's a chance to get the good stuff. But now looking to the other side, the poor might be managing to buy small materials for changing jobs that are worthless. Type the cheapest materials, and the professions you get with them are extremely weak, like getting the profession of drunk, which I don't know if it's effective literally from that in real life, good for some things. Or you can also get the beggar class. The professions are randomly assigned to the user, but you need 50 million to awaken this martial arts class. Our next almost thinks he went to a shop with a smiley face. He says no, he ends up telling me it's a long story, and then he would tell everything to our protagonist, right? Actually, in the Ghost Star, you can exchange any loot you get for money, and he's planning to help his family with money he'll be getting from the loot of this Ghost Star. He can take the materials or rest or ores. Everything has to trade for money. Only, he can also be collecting items from the Ghost Stars, while collecting that our protagonist can be using it as equipment. They basically turn into cards, and after you've done all that trading, you can be sort of exchanging that for something, or you can just be selling your items for a decent amount of money. Our guy keeps that item, that is, that snake inside his inventory. But the player profession is based on fighting some stronger beasts, only that, however, getting martial arts was something no one would get easy, but his friend ended up looking at a point. Only looking at this point, someone there who was inside the bush ends up talking to them. Our protagonist's friend already sticks behind him. Only our black ends up shouting to the person who was hidden, showed up. She then appears, she introduces herself as Sue, I. She was basically going through some difficulties, is managing to pass the tests alone, so she didn't want to die for nothing. And she just asks them to let her join their team. Only, our next apologized because they wouldn't be able to survive there for long, Alindo, anymore. They were alone, and besides, if they took her along with them, they would have difficulty. However, our PR's friend already feels relieved to know that she was just a new explorer. Only she approaches our hero, and there she comments that she didn't want to be alone. Besides, she comments that her profession is healer, and then she could take care of our protagonist's wounds. Because, if on the way, there, you manage to find other snakes like these, and if by chance you get bitten by one of them, could she heal them easily? So she ends up asking you to let her follow them. Already says that she was a good person to join his team, because besides healing, she gave buffs. So our black guy starts thinking that having a healer in the group was lucky, as it was one of the high-level professions, and it was almost impossible to get one. He ends up thinking that he will need her healing right from the start. He almost kicked the bucket against those monsters with human faces, but if he hadn't had the luck to escape and recover his health completely, he would already be dead. So he ends up thinking he should accept her, then approaches her and introduces himself as Jiang Kai, and he and his friend Vogue, our young Zoom, accept her warmly into their team. She just thanks them, but our friend of our Prada already sticks close to our big guy and senses that there were other reasons for letting her join the team so quickly. Comments that this wasn't what he thought, but at the same time on Earth, at one of the portals where our Silver possibly entered, we observe more deeply a place. This data research laboratory. One of the guys was researching something, and here he ends up discovering that the watches currently created were too incredible. They managed to sort of locate all the explorers inside the Ghost Star without even losing one logo. Then a stranger appears from behind. She comments that, of course, it was a good option to put these watches in hand because it would help people a lot, as that watch was considered the wristwatch with the most functions in this land here. Then she asks the professor what was happening with the newcomers inside. And furthermore, she asks if his sister was okay inside that ride Sulan. But this one who just appeared here was one of the inspectors of the initial tests, and based on the GPS location of the beginner's wristwatch, most of them were dragged upwards, but there were only a few people left. Our Swai, who is the sister of our Rochinha here, and some other people who weren't worth talking about. She is surprised at the moment. She was surprised because her sister for some reason managed to join a team because she always found her sister too cowardly. And specifically, she never remembered seeing her sister with other players. But there's a point that no one has commented on yet, that the more people gather in a specific corner of the initial row, something starts happening. That thing was the monsters. The creatures end up kind of finding them much easier inside that giant forest. We can see the three of them standing there, but soon some of the monsters appear behind them. The monsters were only eyeing them. And as mentioned before, the probability of being found by these monsters was much easier. And the monsters are now 3, and they three end up surrounding our hero's group. Our hero and our Rosinha, along with her friend, get ready because they already knew they should be preparing to fall into the hands of these ugly creatures. But minutes before, we can see our Rosinha there beside the professor. The professor comments, "Two monsters with human faces appeared next to your sister, who is our Su-IA." Then she realizes that monsters with human faces could destroy the novices, and facing them, our AIA would have no chance of surviving. The death in the Ghost Star is only equivalent to the death of characters in the game, but it does not cause any physical damage on Earth. However, the experience is very real, and has caused great psychological damage to people. Those who died from these creatures never wanted to enter that world again. Some even went a bit crazy, seeing that things could get worse. Your little sister might have a rather bad fate. She asks her sister to prepare a bit, as she would be going to them. But then, the teacher calls our pink-haired brunette and comments that our II will not die so soon. She is surprised because at that moment, the teacher points to the monitor and comments that the monsters with human faces were in front of those hunters there. And near her sister, they were all killed. The people watching the novice players couldn't believe it, and she asks how this was possible. But returning 3 minutes later, we can see those two monsters with human faces. The creatures start running at full speed towards the hunters. They don't waste any time. Our friend from Nosapra runs, asking for this train to let go of his foot. The pink-haired brunette asked the same. She just wanted to get rid of these monsters with human faces. But while running, our protagonist saw that these creatures were very agile, and whether he liked it or not, they would catch up sooner or later. So at this moment, our pra ends, and here he shouts for Zoom, his friend, to run first along with the pink-haired brunette. He would stay behind, but his friend didn't want to. He asks him to follow, but it didn't help. Our protagonist ends up holding his spear as tightly as he can in his hand. He would try to hold off these creatures as long as possible. If they stayed behind, sooner or later they would be caught, and someone would have to stay behind. So at this point, our Menenau holds that spear, and now runs with all his might towards them. He at least wanted to take down one of those monsters with a human face. So as he jumped at the monster with a human face, he thrust that spear he held in his hand with all his strength into the creature's body. Here he comments that it was a bullseye. He even thought he had won. But the creature just gives him a dry slap on the side of his head. He uses the spear to defend himself, but it doesn't help much. The monster with a human face simply throws our protagonist against the wall. Now against the wall, our poet realizes that these monsters with human faces seem to have more life than usual, so he wouldn't be able to push that train forward with just a single attack. Now fallen on the ground, he saw it approaching him, and he couldn't do anything more. The creatures would now do whatever they want. Thought his end was here. This is something he didn't want to happen to it because he had come this far. Dying would be sad. The pink-haired brunette is worried, but more so is his friend, who is trembling. However, he wanted to test his strength to the maximum. He had mastered martial arts, the strongest thing. Lost entirely in his thoughts, we can see a chat running on the ground in an area where ordinary people live, but they are low-income people. Soon, we observe an extremely happy person thanking a stranger for giving her son the materials that would be extremely difficult to get. However, she comments that he ended up kind of setting an extremely high expectation on our Zoom, because it seems he discovered that our Zoom had something extra inside him. But approaching this stranger, she comments that even if he comes face to face with those monsters on that phantom star, he would definitely be fleeing. But this was what he thought, because this one comments that ordinary people are quite weak, but the cowards who stay in the battlefield are quite cunning, and they can basically escape any danger. But he noticed that this guy is extremely strong, but he becomes extremely strong when he is scared, so he just needs to be in a situation where a friend of his would be in danger, and at this moment, he will never let his friend suffer. So at this point, he starts shouting, and now he asks those ugly things to let go of his friend. Then he jumps on them with a punch, and he manages to throw those two monsters with human faces backward, and they end up falling back. They are then surprised by the strength of this human who just appeared. Then, facing our MC, he comments that last time he protected him when he was the most lost. So now in return, he will now be protecting our protagonist. At this moment, he then turns and comments that they are basically almost brothers, and letting him die here would be a tragedy. Moreover, he has some brothers on Earth, and he needs to return alive. Our MC can't believe his potential, and at this moment he starts preparing again. Now with the punch ready, he ends up simply punching in the direction of those two monsters that were in front of him. The punch he prepared lands on the belly of that monster. He manages to slam the face and body of this creature hard into the ground. The ground starts to crack, emanating a strong shockwave in the direction of our protagonist. He defends himself, and he thinks at this point that his friend was different. Moreover, He asks if he would be capable of defeating those monsters with human faces in one attack. The answer is no, but there he stands over that completely battered creature. At this point, he asks if this was the control of martial arts, but now he starts to feel something happening to him. It was healing. He then turns to the side and sees our Ai using her healing on our protagonist. But here, our MC is surprised because he discovered that her profession before was combat, but now she can heal at the same time. But here, she asks our protagonist to relax. After all, she was a healer, and she would not leave our protagonist behind either. She aims to help the wounded, and no matter how scary this world is, she cannot leave. At that time, her own father faced these monsters and fought a hard battle against the waves of monsters. In the end, he ended up. Back then, she also aimed to help the wounded. And no matter how scary this world was, and she couldn't leave at that time, her own father stood up against these monsters and fought a hard battle against the waves of monsters. In the end, he ended up being dragged up fighting against this train. The reason he died was because there wasn't even a single healer in the group. She cried while saying that her companions didn't deserve to suffer there in vain, since the group could have had a healer like her. That would serve as support for them there. She uses a little extra strength in her healing, along with her tears, and heals our protagonist completely. At that moment, our protagonist, who was at 10% HP, sees his HP rising to 100% and his wounds are fully healed. But now that he is healed, he really shouldn't be afraid of death anymore. Now he should fight against these creatures as fast as possible, but he should also join the fight there now, because monsters with human faces were not something easy to deal with. But before he could go all out, he ends up remembering some things. This was from our Rosinha, who pointed towards that poisonous serpent that our protagonist defeated before. She mentioned that if collected, she could somehow put that type of venom that the poisonous snake had on our protagonist's weapon, making his weapon stronger. So, since our Ai said he would be doing her the favor of collecting it, but now in the present, our protagonist shows that serpent to her and tells her to use her powers to combine the venom with his spear so he could attack. She uses her powers to make the combination happen, and after a while, trying to put it on the tip of the spear, it ends up being applied. Now he will have a chance to possibly defeat this monster. Meanwhile, our MC watched his friend running towards the monsters with all his might, but our Rosina commented that she could barely withstand a punch from this monster. So the friend of our protagonist should be hurrying too, but even though his attacks might not be enough to take down these human-faced monsters, our AI would be the healer of the group, right? She could be giving those good buffs while her group attacked. Our healer from afar was taking care of our tank and our MC, so they would possibly never suffer too much damage there. But the venom extraction that our protagonist asked Rosinha to put on the spear of our protagonist ended up being completed soon, so he had to start fighting. Then he starts running towards the monster. Now this beast that defeated the weaklings will be defeated. At this point, approaching our Zoom, he just asks his friend to throw this monster in his direction so he can try his luck. He says it's no problem. Then using his strongest fist, he simply says that in this battle, the three of them could combine their abilities to defeat this creature. So he punches the creature in the face, managing to stun it, allowing our MC to strike from there. And in this way, even if it is known as killer monsters of novices, they would be defeated by these mere simple humans. Any here in our plan then ends up jumping. Now he was facing these monsters with human faces. The little creature was looking at our black spear with its mouth wide open. Since before they were the prey, not the hunter, the prey and our pra then start putting that spear all the way inside it. It couldn't handle the size of that thing, but it needed to endure. So with all its might, it ends up shoving it all in there. It kind of causes an explosion afterward. The system then appears right after, commenting that our pra killed a monster with a human face. His level went up to level 2, and the accumulated experience value was 5. Now our Prita and his group are already celebrating. Our Rosina is more than happy because she saw they managed to defeat this creature. Now, they could be happy. What they need now is maybe to try to get out of this place where they are. If they will succeed, I still don't know. But for that, they would have to finally finish dealing with the last one left there, right? One they already defeated, but another not. This one was standing. This one, seeing the groups preparing to attack them again, begins to prepare to run. They run, and then start using their magic to attack them from behind. Our Rosinya already uses her healing magic to give that basic support to our MC, and our hero, along with his friend, manages to go after them. They collide there, but from another place, we can observe our Rosinha, who still didn't understand what was happening. and she wanted to see the transmission on the watch there, but was managing to see everything that was happening to see if they really managed to deal with two monsters known as beginner killers. Moreover, how two newly arrived in this area could manage to do that. So this professor starts commenting that actually, according to the watch data, they are using their strategy to their advantage. They wouldn't be able to do that otherwise, so they end up using the warrior strategy to make him stronger. His team now wasn't just an ordinary team, but there was still one in the background who might be the killer. Our MC would possibly be the guy who might have that class, because he was able to have a very fast speed. But nevertheless, it works on our PR's watch, and they are disappointed because they saw that our protagonist didn't occupy any job at all. She didn't understand how this could be happening. The ability to kill a beast with a human face was almost impossible. Moreover, having a mission like that, these newcomers were on another level. Then she comments what kind of characters these guys created. So on that battlefield, we can observe the system screen appearing for our MC there. Our protagonist completed a quest that was kind of dealing with those monsters with human faces. For having dealt with those two, they could finally rest, and that's what they do. They end up lying on the ground. They celebrate because now they managed to send what in their visions was almost impossible to defeat. And at this moment, our II gets up all happy, saying that now that they are strong, they can reach the last part, which is the most difficult area. But our protagonist stands up and asks them to relax because it was not yet necessary to advance to the top. They still needed to prepare first, so they stop to understand our protagonist. Then our MC starts to comment that if by chance they manage to pass this, and moreover get a top 1 or even top 3 ranking, they will be rewarded by the military with some armor, like some extremely high-level equipment armor. And these pieces of equipment that they could possibly get from the military would be very useful to them. They could use that to their advantage to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Now he has the ability to kill monsters. But now he can kill these monsters, and these monsters could be exchanged for points. This was already good because if they had many points, our MC and his group could already be entering a certain list. Now he turns to his group, and then he thinks it's time for them to start earning more points. With more points, they could get more things. The rewards were what mattered most. They quickly understand each other, so a few hours later, we see them there preparing some things. One of these things was some traps, or just to attract the attention of some monsters hidden in the bush. One of these monsters was that poisonous snake. Our MC's friend, all tense, asked him to get ready because he would need it. He didn't want to be caught by these poisonous snakes. While he was thinking about what would happen to him, he realizes that he would be the first to die, because right behind him, 3 snakes suddenly appear. And these 3 snakes were more than ready to attack him. He was all tense, asking for our protagonist to appear. Our story will continue in the next chapter. Soon, we see our MC on top of a tree, commenting to his friend that his friend should be brave since he has martial arts, the most potent thing you can have in this world. Besides, II could already be healing him from the wounds he would surely get with these snakes he would catch there. But then, we see him walking around, and 3 snakes start running towards our protagonist's friend. He doesn't notice, but we see our MC appear in the background. He ends up putting his hand in front, making those 3 snakes that were about to catch his friend completely defeated. In the end, after being defeated, a system screen appears in front of him, commenting that now he killed 3 land snakes level 1. The current experience was 10-1. He needed to kill many things. But talking about this, next to him, several snakes already appear. They start to circle our protagonist, preparing to attack him, but he also gets ready. However, the snakes were much faster. They start running with their mouths open towards our boy. So seeing this, he starts preparing himself, and in one leap he disappears. But minutes later, he passes through these snakes with just a few cuts, and our protagonist manages to send these little creatures to another world. Seeing that our protagonist was struggling to kill some snakes, he realized he needed to keep evolving, as he couldn't let his friends get hurt in the end of these fights that always happen, and the creatures he fights are always so weak. So, after a day passes, we see our protagonist looking up where he can see the system screen telling him to evolve more, but what he had already done was enough since he completed a task requested by the system. After finishing it, he ended up gaining double the XP he should have earned. And because of this, our MC managed to reach level 2. Soon, the people in the background, your friends are surprised and happy for our protagonist. But changing the subject, they soon comment on what our MC put into his new status since he managed to gain a lot of points. He simply says that he divided them among his normal attributes. It doesn't change much, but the new things are helping them in the fight from then on. And soon, we see the reaction of the two. They are shocked to discover what our MC has gained, as our Z only managed to gain 10 points, and couldn't divide them as much among his things. But what shocks him the most is that our protagonist gained 20 points, something he didn't get. Our AI is disappointed because she also didn't get much. But to keep her friends from giving up on the fight, our protagonist comments that everything that happened here wasn't just a mere coincidence, as our Mangacap has a type of L system that allows his XP or something like that to be multiplied. If he gains one, he gains 2 or 3. Soon after commenting on his new system, our MC asks his friends not to tell anyone else about this, as it was his special secret, and he didn't want anyone other than his friends to know about it. Our AI approaches him, claps her hands. But while clapping, she doesn't understand what our protagonist's ability is. But even without understanding, she thinks it's incredible. Our Z is in the background kicking the stones that were in the way, saying that his system wasn't as great as our protagonist's power. And then, since now he managed to get some compliments and earn some extra XP, the system screen appears, and from that system our Branquina appears, informing our Meti that he received some rewards, and among these rewards, he also got some skills. But because he had that skill duplicator, the XP could also be duplicated along with the skills he would be gaining. His friends are left with their mouths wide open upon hearing this from our system. Soon we see our protagonist not believing it either, as he would also be gaining 2 new professions, and he even wanted to know if this was really true. The system simply agrees with our protagonist, and after agreeing, it gives our boy a phantom card. After receiving this phantom card, he also receives another skill, which was the concentration of phantom eyes. As soon as our boy received this from the system, he was already surprised. But even though he still didn't know how to use these 2 long-range skills, he was still happy. And this ability would allow our boy to escape some great dangers that could catch him. As soon as he realized this, he called his team and asked them to follow him, since he was much stronger now, and fighting strong monsters would no longer be a problem. But after following a certain path, 2 days passed. And after these 2 days, we could see them observing what was happening on the other side. They were just watching little Ai here. But at that moment, even though a scientist already commented that his sister survived for more than 2 days, which was already more than a miracle, she turns to this new scientist who appeared and is happy with his news. They even think of giving them some kind of new title, a title that would give them a lot of visibility. But at this moment, while she was thinking about it, the space of some unknown people appears from there. He already appears with the news saying that some people were invading their server, and this kind of invasion was not something rare, and also not something normal to happen. Knowing that it was an extremely rare thing, this unknown guy who appears in the background asks everyone to get ready because soon their situation would be much worse than bad. So our little purple one approaches this new guy who appeared, and we are introduced to him. He was Ian, but he doesn't have much time to talk since our little purple one steps in front of him and cuts off what he was saying, asking if this certain invasion was really happening. The old man simply approaches and comments that this was true. He even wished that what he just said here was false news so that they wouldn't have to lose so many rookies. Since these passengers are people who come from other countries who are quite strong in the first place, they invade other servers just to kill rookies in order to be able to be hindering people's development so that a certain country would be somewhat affected, making the people who were being defeated return to the lobby and lose everything they had managed to do. Meanwhile, the scene in C shifts to another place. In this place, we can observe some novice hunters watching some higher-ups, asking them to go back. But since they were novices and curious to explore the place further, they ended up completely ignoring them. But at that moment of ignoring them, we see some weird-looking people appearing there from behind a portal. They then appeared, put their hands inside the portal, and crossed it. Subsequently, several people, part of the passengers who invade other servers and kill the novices, enter this place and start running towards some people who were there. The novices, having the misfortune of encountering them, all ended up dying at the hands of this stranger. But these creatures not only kill the novices, but also torture them, because their objective is not only to defeat the guys, but also to torture them so that they never enter that place again, making the country a weaker country. But soon after saying this, we can see the carcass of the guy totally shocked there. But elsewhere, we see our little Rock beaten up on a table. She is sad because she saw that this month and this year, there will be many novices being defeated by these kinds of invaders. They should have put some strong people next to the novices, but we see the old man commenting that this wasn't necessary since the novices would need some kind of psychologist as their minds would not be the same after returning to that same place where they could die from monsters or from those invaders themselves. And then, knowing that they are invading on a large scale until now, which is not so normal, they will have to prepare. They will have to fight against those invaders. And their objective is also not to let any of those invaders return home with a peaceful life. Our story continues from there shortly after, for it is on a dark night that we can observe our group's pra while walking there. They hear a noise. At this moment, our boy turns as quickly as possible in the direction from which the noise came. His friend also turns towards our pra and asks what happened. But he pulls out his spear and holds it firmly, as maybe some creature would appear to try their luck, saying to them that in the direction they came from, there was something strange approaching. We see the two there already trying to refute it, saying they came from that direction and there was no way there could be a person or monster there. And it is very likely our protagonist is crazy. Our AI says this. Then our boy wanted to prove his real story. So he takes his spear, which he had held in hand, and then he swings it in another direction and wanted to test this direction since a type of aura was coming from that direction. Then, after throwing it at high speed, we see it passing through the forest at high speed, even making a streak of movement, but it then ends up hitting something. Our prota realizes it hit something, so he walks in the direction of that thing he possibly shot at to check things, while the two behind him remain without understanding what was happening. After walking a bit, he reaches the point where that spear hit something. Upon arriving, the system already comments that our protagonist killed a level 2 boar, earning 1 more point. Now, only 1 point is missing to complete the 200 that were needed. I never noticed the boy hitting a level 2 boar. Now they were leaving with a profit, since finding a level 2 boar wasn't for just anyone, right? You need those extra skills, but for our protagonist, it wasn't luck at all, since it was part of his abilities. Soon after killing that boar, he ends up receiving some rewards from the system. He just had to accept, which he does. He accepts it. After accepting that, in front of our protagonist, some cards appear, granting him some new abilities. This thing he received will allow his Phantom Hand card's ability to have much more powerful damage, but combined with another ability that will allow our protagonist to detect monsters from a great distance, he can see a monster as if it were close. He will be able to kill monsters with high precision without missing any monster that appears to him. In other words, our protagonist will be able to kill low-level enemies from a long distance without those monsters being able to detect. Newly, this thing he received will allow his Phantom Hand card's Vive skill to have much more powerful damage, but combining it with another skill will allow our protagonist to find monsters at a long distance. There, he manages to see a monster as if it were close. He will be able to kill monsters with high precision. He will not miss any monster now that will appear to him. In other words, our protagonist will be able to kill low-level enemies from a long distance without those monsters detecting our MC. But he still has some points to distribute in his stats to improve some things in his stats. And as soon as he completed that thing there, they end up following the path. But while they were following the path, shadows of some mysterious people passed by near a lake. But these mysterious shadows commented that they were lucky because now they will have a second prey. These preys were our protagonist, but they continue to follow the path. Only at the moment, water that was there starts to form some bubbles. And it didn't last that long, as from those bubbles began to emerge some kind of people. Well, these people are very problematic since they were those who were hunting the beginners. They were lucky because their prey today will not have more luck because here perhaps will be their end. And now he asks his group to take care of these new newbies here. So our protagonist, noticing the threat, asks everyone to be prepared, as he also asks them not to be afraid, as they wouldn't do much harm to them. No. They would only make them be devoured by some monsters, and well, they would do some painful cruelty to them. But this wasn't bad, and then at this moment, they get close enough to manage to surround our protagonist and his group. Right after surrounding our protagonist and his group, we can see another one appearing from under that water where the same appeared. Well, as he is the boss, he ends up asking everyone there to take care of these newbies, as his goal was to make sure no newbie could pass this test. He needed to make everyone fail the test, so we see there the reaction of our AI, which doesn't take long to recognize these guys, as these guys are those people who like to hunt newbies. Upon commenting about this, we see the reaction of our protagonist and his friend, who didn't understand that this could possibly be for possible, and also wanting to fight against them wouldn't be a good idea, as she uses her watch that allows detecting their levels, and the levels of these creatures here below are all level 3, which means they have no chance of fighting hand-to-hand with them. Moreover, it's not just these that are level 3, because as soon as she looks to the side, she finds that guy who just appeared, and the same one who, at the moment, was level 5. Fighting against this was asking to die. Also, fighting against him wasn't a good idea. Our protagonist here, even using all his power, reaches level 4. Fighting against someone level 5 was too much. He didn't understand why these people suddenly appeared here to face them, and at this moment when he was thinking about what he would do, we see the reaction of the boss shouting for his handsome companions to take care of the newbies, and we see them smiling. They come to know that the hunt will be starting. As soon as he talks about it, we can see them starting to run toward the newbies. At this moment, our protagonist runs in another direction and shouts for his companions to run elsewhere. They need to split up, since the two there were strong on their own. He would try to deal with some critters right there. So, seeing in the background, we see the boss saying that he found many cowards today, since they preferred to run rather than fight. Then he asks for the two there who were level 4 and level 3 to chase after the guy who ran alone, who was our protagonist. He would take care of those two who ran in another direction alone. At this moment in the forest, we can observe several people running while chasing a single person. This was our protagonist. They managed to catch up to him and wouldn't allow him to escape. So he runs to catch him. But the moment he thinks of catching our protagonist, he ends up noticing something happening because, out of nowhere, he ended up doing that vanishing act and disappeared. Their eyes couldn't follow his high speed. He then ran around them. They were surrounded trying to find our protagonist at that moment, standing and smiling. They were happy because they saw a new target. They wanted to play hide and seek. Then he asks his companion to not enter the game of their new opponent, that they here would have the honor of defeating our protagonist. He even asks his opponent to join the game too, since he would be defending from his first attack. He would give the first honor to our protagonist. As soon as he talked about this, we see him launching that spear in the middle of them. They who tried to defend from the attack were startled and saw that they wouldn't be able to defend, so he steps back a little. And the other one who tries to defend from the attack, our protagonist, gets red and at the same time asks who this guy was. But he doesn't have time to solve this question since our protagonist barely misses and cleans up his friend. But he there in the background keeps watching what was happening, trying to find his friend. He even thinks that this game was a bit too serious, but when he looks to the side, he ends up finding his friend. But a little spoiler. He widens his eyes, and then he finds his friend completely knocked out. Our protagonist, with a single thrust, managed to kill his friend. Right after doing this, he shouts for him to wake up right away. But this was not a game to play with friends. At that moment, our protagonist appears out of nowhere behind a tree. The kid is all disappointed. He thought his opponents, would be strong enough to defend against our protagonist's attacks. But he is sad to know that with a single thrust, he killed just one guy. But after seeing that this mysterious boy who just appeared managed to kill his friend with a single hit, he ends up activating his watch to see what level he was, since before he managed to see that our protagonist was level 3. But there, looking at our protagonist, the watch ends up glitching because it can't detect our protagonist's system, saying that there is no specific level, and his damage was not shown there either, because, the guy from there had already started in this monster fighting business or fighting against novices. He had attributes of 45 points. But on the contrary, our protagonist has 60 points. This wasn't right, and the numbers didn't add up for him. It seemed almost impossible, that's what he thought. But at this moment, our protagonist, in a flash of high speed, manages to hit this guy, but he managed to hold on a bit. But in return, he was thrown against the wall, falling to his knees. We see our protagonist in front of him in a strange position. He falls. He falls hard on the ground, while our protagonist watches him there, and his other companion is totally knocked out on the ground too. But as he had foreseen, he also discovered that a level 4 guy could manage to kill a level 3 guy, but 2 in a one-on-one. He couldn't. What he did was just divide them to be able to hunt them one by one, which was enough to kill one of them. And then, it means that his group might be able to defeat the people there. But what our protagonist also discovered in this place was that he could be absorbing the defeated people there to get their points and attributes for himself. As foreseen, our system fairy appears, giving our protagonist 100 experience points for killing those 2 hunters who tried their luck in capturing him. Only at this moment did he end up discovering a new experience. He saw that by killing a player, he would gain much more XP than killing a monster. A smile appears on his face because he saw that he could also be gaining some things from the defeated player, perhaps a skill or even some good equipment. It was at this moment that our boy discovered a new way to level up faster. Then he asks the system for help to suck those guys he defeated. The system, as refined as it is, ends up supporting our protagonist. Then he manages to completely absorb these guys lying on the ground, also reaching level 3. He even celebrates this, but now there in front, he bends down in front of a bystander to pick up some important things. Now his total attribute points are 76, and those passengers who are fighting against them are level 5. Probably for our protagonist to reach level 5, he only needs 60 points, but he will get that soon. He collects some important things worth taking, now prepared to head in a certain direction. He asks Zhu, his friend, not to get too hurt. He will be going there to save him, but here the scene is cut to another place where we see our protagonist's friend, who at the moment was completely exhausted. Our Ai was there also exhausted while healing our Zhu, who was totally worn out. But there was another place here. We have their happy faces. They are happy because they will be able to make the doctor, a guy who knows martial arts, give up his future traps. This was a big victory for them. So, they need to do the best and greatest torture on these two. But speaking of that, and at the same time searching for them. We have our guy there, healing our Zhu, who at the same time was just a wreck, couldn't take it anymore. But at the same time, she was also thinking about our PR, because she thought that our menin wouldn't get hurt too much since it was 2 guys against our protagonist. She didn't know if our big guy would come back alive, but the friend of our PR asked her to relax. Our big guy wasn't someone who could be easily defeated. He would arrive here sooner or later. While they were laughing at the boys below, we see someone in the background approaching quickly. But to end their happiness, the invaders had the brilliant idea to finish off the newcomers since the main parts of what needed to be done with them were already done. So, what was left to end this suffering was to send them to the afterlife. They then prepared to send the 2 Jeffs to kill the 2 there with just a few blows. As they were slowly approaching our PR's group, we feel an extremely high pressure, and at the same time, someone saying that he would appear whether they liked it or not. At this moment, we see our big guy preparing. He takes his spear and throws it at high speed in the direction of those extras who were surrounding our MC's friend and our AI, who was completely defenseless. They are hit hard and thrown to the side. Looking to the side, we see the 2 falling there because our MC hit one direct. As predicted by our Zhu, he is happy because now the best and the strongest has arrived, our protagonist. Then, that level 5 guy widens his eyes and at the same time asks himself what was happening and where this unknown person was who was wreaking havoc on his team. In his humility, he even asked for him to appear right away. The request was almost fulfilled, but he wasn't going to show himself so soon. He looks around trying to find this invader who was killing his comrades. Even using his best skills to find obstacles or people nearby, he can't find anything. He is even surprised because maybe a new profession was discovered. One of those professions was escaping from a specific area. It meant that if you entered there, you were basically detected the next minute. So he ends up moving a bit back, knowing he wouldn't have a chance fighting this new opponent. He only thought about running. Our Zhu and our Ai are there, not understanding why he was running in another direction. She looks and sees the captain totally disoriented, running to one side without knowing what he was doing. At that moment, our big guy appears from the shadows, holding his spear firmly in his hand. He yells for that guy who tortured his companions to come back, since he would not allow the one who tortured his best friend and best girlfriend to get away easily. He wouldn't give a second chance to losers like this. So he asks him to go straight to a very hot place, and with these words, he throws that spear in the direction of that extra. The extra didn't even have time to react. Defender. Since at the next moment he is hit squarely, he ends up falling from the tree along with his buddies who were totally defeated there. Now they are all lying on the ground. Our big boy comes out from behind a tree and starts walking towards our AE and asks what was happening and if everyone was okay. But as soon as she started walking towards him, happy that he returned, she gives the sad news that our Zhu is basically quite injured there, and we see only the guy's carcass still alive. Unfortunately, she won't be able to heal our Prota's friend, making it impossible. Our Zhu simply raises his head and is happy for our Prota's return, but unfortunately, he will no longer be able to follow his old friend. Then, after saying these beautiful words, he falls to the ground, and after falling to the ground, he ends up turning to one side and continues to speak his last words. He is happy to be there next to our poet. What a good time having this little adventure alongside our boy. But now he can no longer follow our MC. His eyes couldn't stay open and he was already fading away. But our Ai starts to cry, and at the same time scream for him to wake up at once. So it's an end. There's no reason to come back, but he can't stand it with a strange look. He just grabs a background. Extra. Grabs that. and throws it in the middle of our prota's friend's belly so he can get up already because he couldn't stay on the ground for a long time. Since he left 6 passengers not dead, only a little crippled, they won't be able to walk anymore. But what they were going to do was simply drain all their power to fully recover his life, making his life increase to 100%. And since those who fell to the ground were some kind of players, this was possible. Suzu stands there understanding and didn't know about this novelty, because for him this was a new attack. But our boy, who already knew what he was going to say something like that, simply smiles. Knowing they were torturing their friends, they could be replicating the same idea, torturing them a bit, and then taking all their XP. Our prota's friend and our Ai wonders if our boy took it seriously, but he opens his eyes in front of him, and our prota is happy to know.
A little bit, and then take all his XP. Our MC's friend, our AI, wonders if our boy didn't take it seriously. But there he opens his eyes. In front of him, our MC is happy to know that he woke up. It was actually good, but unfortunately, he will need to take a little bit of his life. The 3, with not a macabre smile, get closer to him. He begged for them to spare him. He didn't want to be near those people since those three newbies, were scaring him. But from there, the scene cuts to another place. In this other place, we can observe those who invaded the territory of our protagonist. They woke up scared and afraid. They didn't want to enter their server anymore, as there, they were tortured and also lost all the XP they had gained by killing the newbies. But at the moment, we can see one of the guys who had a high-level power commenting that maybe that old man from before had a secret weapon that could be fighting against the invaders. And this was surprising to them since it was the first time something like this had happened to them. But at the same time, in the territory where our little purple girl is, we see a scientist commenting that the news might not be good since they were basically all sent to a certain place. As he comments on this, our little purple girl, distressed, thinking that she needed to send someone strong to go in there and take care of those invaders. Then we see the scientist asking her not to be so alarmed, as maybe this wouldn't be so necessary since what they would really need to do was hire some mercenaries, as they would come out of that place very tortured, and maybe things would get pretty bad for them. But then we see the scientist with a new surprise since he realized that those invaders who were invading their territories were killed. But they weren't just killed. The people who were fighting against these invaders were leveling up. Then, the old man, along with our little purple girl, opens his mouth in surprise and disbelief. We see the reaction of the old man who thinks that the invaders wouldn't be helping the newbies. Their goal was to kill the newbies. They even thought that maybe the invaders were helping them to kill monsters. But the scientist doesn't believe in this idea, since the levels they are getting are many levels. So there is only one possibility. This only possibility, he thinks, is that the newbies inside were fighting against these invaders and were managing to win since they are getting enough levels to surprise everyone because they are killing the invaders and getting their levels. Then, already knowing this good news, the commander, who was having his beautiful tea, throws it on the ground, stands up, and yells to call a specialist to show the specific data of those people there who are managing to kill these invaders. As he talks about this, that scientist in the background approves. He then takes his tablet and starts to fiddle with some things. The old man widens his eyes when he discovers the people who were sending those invaders crashing down. This was our protagonist along with our AI, also along with your friend, but he rolls his eyes even more. The reason was simple. They are all level 3. And don't understand how they are getting passengers there who are much higher level than them. What our Rochina ends up putting into practice was that the martial arts guy was completely taking care of the passengers. And so, possibly it would be an easy way to be able to win. But the old man ended up interrupting her, saying that maybe it wasn't him, because the guy who is more attentive wasn't him, but our prota. Because our prota was an unknown guy who was also gaining quite a few levels. So then he asks to check our MC's system, but when he looks there, he doesn't find anything since. To be able to find something with his new power, he will need to look at our MC personally, also because he uses a very old watch. And this watch had stopped sending updates for a few good years, which means that by using the internet, they won't be able to get precious information from our protagonist. What they will have to do is, unfortunately, wait for him to leave the portal to be able to discover what he has installed in his own body. But the old man then ends up approaching the portal. She is surprised what he will be doing. We see a smile appearing on his face. He finds this new thing about our poet interesting. This was new to him, so he will need to gather a lot of information about our mesa, because things are tough for them. And while the villain was happy about the new thing he was discovering about our mecha from another place, we can already see our Zo happy there, right? Seeing that now he can be using the carcass of defeated extras to fully recover his health for himself. This was more than new. Besides, our AI is also happy too. She managed to recover a lot of HP from her life, so we see our Zo happy there. Right? For now, he also ended up unlocking some new skills. One of these will allow our Zoo to knock down several opponents. They had attacked all at once. At this moment, we also see that it wasn't just our Zoo who managed to get some new skills. No, our AIA also got some new skills. One of these was the Heart Doctor's ability, which will allow her healing ability to be greatly improved in the background. We see our mech praising her. Now he knows that she will be much more powerful in a fight out of nowhere. Our Zool then approaches our Kai. Right after approaching him, he is happy. They're showing off, thinking now that he could be stronger than our MC. So fighting against new passengers will be much easier. But he, to end all his happiness, comments that the new passengers are much stronger, and there is one there that was level 37. Oh, his current level was level 4. What will he be doing near a guy of level 37? Our story then continues after the previous chapter. He there explains a few things. Eli, after killing those invaders, he and his friends gained student points. She gained 96 points that could be easily distributed in her attributes, but our Kai managed to reach level 3 after killing those invaders who were trying to catch our protagonist in the forest. But after killing the level 5 guy and the level 4 one, he managed to surpass their levels. So then we see his friend surprised and a little happy for his progress. But the one with pink hair approaches Kai and starts asking him where they would be heading next, since staying here is no longer a good idea. With that said, our MC mentions that before he killed that level 5 guy, he mentioned that there were still 2 invading teams in this place, the closest one to them. So they needed to be a bit more careful since their goal was to capture the first team. But at the moment he talks about this, Jando Quada half an hour later, in this very forest, we see another group of those extras. The same ones smile and laugh at the previous group who were defeated by rookies. They didn't believe it since for them, killing rookies was the easiest thing. The extra who hunted rookies just because he is level 5 asks those there to retire. But out of nowhere, we see the leader, who is also level 5, saying that they should be careful because they were also warned by their superior leader that there were some rookies more advanced than them, which could mean that they could die too if they fought against these rookies. But the invaders start mocking these guys, saying that they are level 5 superior to previous levels, which means that any rookie who wants to try their luck in stopping them could come at them, and they would take them all on. But at the same time, Al the little pig back, we take our protagonist, who was watching everything that was happening from then on. Our MC then turns in the direction of our MC. Worried, she asks him if he would have the courage to be fighting against a new sea-level invader. Well, that wasn't a good idea at this moment. So, after hearing all this from the pink-haired girl, we see our protagonist asking her to stay calm because our protagonist's abilities are already good enough for him to be able to make everyone come out alive. So, he could be fighting against those new sea levels there. Then he observes that if he happened to let them escape, they could be chasing after the newbies, and that wouldn't be good. Since it wasn't a good idea, he starts running towards these invaders. At that moment, his group asks him to keep hiding, but it doesn't work anymore because the leader of those invaders notices our protagonist running towards him. He asks his group to be careful because someone was getting close to him. They then observe and comment, laughing at our protagonist. They were laughing at the statistics of our MC since the kid was level 4. They were even surprised that the newbie was there trying to invade them or trying to fight in an area like this where there are strong monsters. At this moment, as they talk about it, we see the leader with a smile on his face. He asks his group to take care of those little guys too. They then start running at full speed. He asks them to maintain the formation he asked for, as with that, they could be fighting against several strong people. So, they run towards our protagonist in their formation. Our MC runs, but now he runs in another direction because right behind, we see that whole group of people running after our MC to try to catch him. But this was already boring because using this strategy, he wouldn't be able to defeat these creatures. Before, with his group, he had come up with a plan. He would serve as bait, while Sue stayed behind. At the right moment, he would come out and use his new ability to knock down some invaders to defeat them more easily. After that, he would take the opportunity to finish off the rest of the invaders. But now, they were at a disadvantage since the whole group was separated, and Zul couldn't use his ability there. He already knew that he couldn't use his strategy against these extras, but he had another plan. However, they wouldn't let him. They started running at high speed towards our MC, determined to catch him no matter what. At that moment, he suddenly stopped. After stopping, he used a new ability, because he heard that the invaders wanted to finish everyone off. So he turned towards the invaders, and they began to realize that our MC was attacking with all his might. Standing there, they were stunned to see that this child was running at high speed towards them. For them, this meant nothing since what they had just seen, and what our silver did was an easy victory for them. They didn't like to win against someone running well they could catch. After catching them, they would do that basic torture. And since our silver spoiled all their plans, he then ran at full speed towards him. Now closer to our MC, he used his knife to finish him off. Getting close enough, he slashed our protagonist, even cutting our MC. With a smile on his face, he commented that victory was already assured. Our MC felt the small sting on his arm, but he didn't stop. At that moment, he started running in another direction. The strongest one stayed behind, just watching him run towards the group that was a little weaker than him. By running towards them, the invaders understood that he was willing to die today. They then tried to catch our MC with everything they had, with their small knives in hand. However, getting a little closer to him, we see our MC easily dodging each one of them. Dodging, he also managed to slash the creatures with his knife. The invaders were defeated. In the background, we see the leader of this group just watching his group being defeated one by one, not understanding how it was possible for a guy to fight with several level 5 people. At that moment, he also pulled out his knife to try something. As he drew his weapon, we could see the reflection of our protagonist in his eyes. But at that moment, he, who was level 4, was defeating the level 5 guys. They didn't understand. The other quickly pulled out his watch to confirm this. At that moment, he ended up calling for his captain. But even using his watch, he couldn't discover the speed or power of our MC, however, after researching a little, ends up discovering something about our boy. This thing was his attribute, but it was the agility attribute that was very high. But when looking at our protagonist, we observed a look of anger, pure anger, wanting to defeat the figurant. However, the one who used the watch ends up shouting for the captain to be careful because he was around level 30. Shouting surprised, he couldn't believe how a guy like this had level 30. It was impossible. Shouting again to his companion, the one with rocker hair, he yells at him to look at this damn watch because he only had level 5 and 20 attribute points, and if his agility was much higher than his, he had already lost this fight. There was no way to fight against him. It was certain defeat. So, understanding the reality the kid lived in, he then shouts for his companions to protect him because the kid was just shaking there. Well, the Wi-Fi doesn't go through, but there he comments that the watch doesn't fail. The kid doesn't even imagine the strength our protagonist possesses at that moment. However, for thinking too much, he discovered that our MC was just playing with them. This means that all this time he was superior to these guys. So again, he shouts to his groups. Now he shouts for them to run away because they had been deceived. They had to get out of there as quickly as possible. The guys, not understanding, simply react to the news of their leader who needed to run, but now that a bunch of idiots finally discovered his strength, and now that he also managed to deceive their group formation, he has no way to keep running. Shouting as loudly as possible, he yells for his companion to come out of the fight quickly so that he could help the leader. Then, looking up at the moonlight, he observes a ray of light appearing there. So he ends up saying that now it was his turn. The turn to play. The kid jumped as if jumping on a trampoline, and the guy jumps on them. They don't even have the option to run because now everything was gathered in one place. So our MC's friend, with just one jump, manages to knock down several people. So at this moment, our protagonist could already be proceeding with his next plan. In his hand, he held some daggers, enough to finish off some extras or invaders who were trying their luck and killing the newcomers. Now that his plan worked, our MC, with those knives in hand, just asks to leave things there with him. So with that hand, he slashes each one of them. They didn't have a chance to defend themselves, thus they end up falling defeated to the ground. Some were still floating, but everything fall. But there, after everyone falls to the ground, our protagonist turns around and now realizes that the rookie hunters are all defeated, just as always, with open mouths, not believing in Kai's strength. Kai managed to kill 9 level 5 people. He can't believe that maybe this is possible. But at that moment, the system appears showing that Janai, our MC, managed to reach level 5 due to him getting 200 points by killing these rookie hunters. So in the end, he reaches level 5, gaining several points to distribute in his attributes, gaining in the end some points. The pink-haired one approaches him, giving those compliments at the same time. There also, Kai and Zhu are disappointed for losing again in the dispute of our McButt. He won't lose forever. It's just that at this moment, our men doesn't ask his group to take care of capturing the XP from the remains there that ended up being left behind because there were still some invaders who were low on health and they should kill them to get their levels. But before that, he ends up stopping now, because before he asked his group to take care of hunting those snakes at the moment, our MEC did almost nothing. But now it will be the opposite, because now he will be hunting the monsters so that his group will be in first place. His group's then par, knowing that he will now be moving to finally reach that finish line. We see the happiness on the face of our protagonist's group, because their goal now is to hunt monsters. No more players. As soon as he comments on this, we observe them here on a dark night. The moon was shining the same, they're then walking through this forest, commenting that they needed to hunt the monsters as fast as possible, because they were getting closer and closer to the finish line. But however, as they are getting closer and closer to the finish line, they will have one more problem, because when they get close to the finish line, they realize that the monsters will be much stronger. They should be careful while hunting the monsters, because it would be very good for them to hunt these strong monsters. But as soon as he says that there were strong monsters in the region, they hear a gigantic growl coming from the depths of the forest. Then he gets scared. The group behind gets scared too. And they stop, but at that moment then a giant mouth appears. But it was completely defeated there on the ground. But it wasn't just one, but 2 of those monsters with human faces that were defeated here on the ground behind some trees. Our protagonist and his group were hiding. While there, our AI realizes that this human-faced monster was killed by some kind of beast, because there, looking at the monster's body, he had basically found several wounds there on his body, but just with this, they wouldn't find maybe the monster that killed this monster. And at that moment, then our MC uses his ghost eye. Using that, his eyes start to change in that form, that he can observe the past of the beast's death. Now he sees the golden light from afar. It looks like a golden creature was basically killing these human-faced beasts. AI hearing this from our proa. You ask, what creature is that? That's shown in a slightly golden color behind. Suddenly, a slightly shining golden light appears, and this shining golden light, guess what? Goes towards our protagonist and his group caught off guard. This shining light then starts to run at full speed towards them, but for killing 2 monsters that had a human face, which for them were very strong. They wonder what kind of monster was that managed to kill these 2 human-faced monsters. But when asking about this, that mysterious light from before runs towards our MC's group, passing through our AIA, and we realize that this monster was a bit, I don't know, perverted, because the little creature ends up tearing the parts well. Specifics of our AII, on the other hand, that creature ends up tearing a bit of our Zoe's clothes at the same time. However, that does not stop him. He is happy to have torn a bit of clothes, but now this slightly golden light occurs in another direction, But this direction was of our protagonist, who was already prepared there to be grabbing it with his hand. The creature goes full steam towards our MC, then widening his eyes with quite a bit of surprise because this light is approaching at a high speed. We observe in the background Zul shouting for Kiki to be a bit careful because this creature was running at high speed, causing quite a bit of damage, so he should be careful, because if the bite gets him, he might die. After commenting on this new occurrence, then that light ends up stopping in front of our MC. Well, not stopping. Our boy didn't hold it, leaving his group surprised with the strength of our protagonist. Our protagonist, with a single hand, grabbed that slightly golden light, but observed it a bit closer. That light, in the end, turned into something else. It turned into a rodent. Our MC is grabbing that rodent in his hand, surprised with the little creature. The little creature is surprised that something so fast was stopped by our MC at such a fast speed. Rosina, quite surprised with what our MC did, covers her mouth at the same time, surprised that he managed to grab that. But looking a bit closer, our MC understands that the fast thing was just a little chubby rat. But our chubby rat didn't like our MC's words. Quite irritated, it starts to move in our boy's hand. Our protagonist, understanding that the little creature didn't want to be let go, we observe then him letting it go and asking it to try its luck again. Thus, released from our protagonist's hand, it activates its lightning mode again, making a beam of light appear in its eyes. Its eyes change in a different way. After this, it ends up changing into that light form, running at high speed backwards, but it was to catch Palo. It then runs at full speed towards Kai. In the background, Zul shouts for Kai to be careful because getting caught by that was not good, because that little chubby rat wasn't a monster you should be messing around with. However, again, our protagonist with a single hand grabs that chubby rat again in his hand. But now he says that this rat was too slow again. Then, realizing that it was too slow, he ends up letting go of that little rat, and again it repeats the same thing, and again and again and again he grabs that little rat infinitely. The chubby rat, quite surprised with Kai's speed, Kai was quite fast, surprising his group too, finding it incredible. However, several minutes later, we observe the result of that. The chubby rat ended up in the end surrendering, right? It ended up kind of understanding that our protagonist was no longer its opponent, an opponent that perhaps it would be able to beat at high speed. Now that the rat has surrendered, our MC realizes that the rat was self-captured, it would no longer be running. His friend in the background appears shouting at him how it was possible for him to capture a high-speed rat several times there without even to err only once. Here he looks beside him. He realizes that Ratinho was strong for having killed a monster with a human face. Then he thinks to himself if he would be capable of taming a creature like this, but now understanding that he could be taming the little animal he ends up putting that in his clothes. Then ahead, he shouts for his group to level up faster because they were almost reaching level 4, and it would already be good hour there. She finds Ratinho very cute, and she already wanted to be picking him up to give him those morning caresses for him. His friend again doesn't understand how our protagonist there managed to overcome a rat of another speed. He even thinks that his butts did not compare to the level of strength of our Kai, of our protagonist, but at this, the scene already cuts to another place on a bright moonlit dark night. We observe a hooded guy laughing a lot at the things that were happening. However, he ended up reaching a point that he wanted so much, because after so many days, he finally managed to find the end of the zone of the test zone, which means that now he could be resting. So looking forward, he ends up finding a gigantic structure protected by various things. And at this moment, then he only thinks of one thing: enter this thing, unknown hooded guy. Thus then ends up moving forward. However, when he gets a little further ahead, there a gate ends up opening at the same time. When it opens, we observe 3 knights appearing from that door. Gentlemen then congratulate this newcomer, but he ends up giving me some excuses. One of these was that someone there already managed to reach the first place. So what it means that it was no use being the first to get here, Chuton. This was one of the guards, and here at the moment I try to give him some good arguments that being the first place was not even a sign of victory. However, that hooded guy ends up taking his hand off his shoulder and comments that the guy who was in first place was him. The guy there who managed to reach the top one, and to demonstrate that it was really real, he pulls out some cards of some level 2 boars. So here we observe in the background the guards surprised with the news that they just saw. They couldn't believe that a newcomer guy would be able to hunt some level 2 monsters. Well, all proud, he comments that he came from an extremely rich family, so it meant that yes, of course he would be in first place. There was no way he could lose to anyone at this moment. Then one of the guards recognizes him. He is from the Xuan family of the most powerful guild, so there they recognize the family and the power he has. So our Titao, the main guard, congratulates him again for having managed to reach the top one, and surely no one will be passing him, since he is even the most powerful person here now. Again, he exalts himself there, shouting to everyone that he was the guy who would get the new record, and surely no one will be able to pass him. Because also getting the first place is a way of saying that he arrived, that the strongest guy. So from now on, while they take a little more time for him, all the ghost stars will belong to him, even our Wang Wei, that unknown hooded guy. But that this here is not so important because our scene is cut to another place, well, to a more special group. Our MC that here again was walking through this dark and eerie forest here. But again, our protagonist gives those warnings that now they should keep a closer eye on Any is dead, because a strong little monster could appear. But behind, we observe there himself, asking if the strongest hunters group there would be afraid. I don't know of this chubby little mouse, but be afraid they wouldn't. Because our AI, already wanted, our chubby rating is already starting to give those massages their morning caresses, but this caress and the chubby rating's morning massages will have to stop later because right behind them we observe a roar again. Some monsters caught the attention of their group, so after hearing that gigantic roar, they turned at high speed towards the noise. However, a slightly gray paw passed by, and our MC widened his eyes. The reason for his widened eyes was simple. These beasts that appeared here were the shadowless wolves. Ah, without a doubt, these little creatures were pests. And then, in the middle of those shadow wolves, another one appeared. But what appeared was its little paw. The paw already emanated a small ray of power, and from there it fully emerged, the King of Wolves. And so, having realized that this Wolf King appeared here, it meant they had reached the boss's lair, and now their previous doubt that was lingering in the air was answered. There were no monsters here because of this. However, at the moment they were thinking of fighting these beasts, but they didn't have much time to think as the beasts surrounded them, and they then asked to prepare for the second round. As soon as he commented on this, and seeing the situation they were surrounded in, Z quickly locked himself up, for he had heard that this Wolf King had never been defeated in a mano-a-mano fight, so they had no chance of fighting these beasts. But our protagonist, already frustrated with his plans always almost failing, gripped his spear a little tighter. They couldn't fight here as our protagonist could easily escape. However, Zhu and our eye would not be able to escape easily from the two wolves, and at the moment he couldn't flee. He would have to fight to the death. So he shouted for his group to flee, for he would manage to kill some wolves to earn some points to pass the test. But to kill the Wolf Kings, he needed their help. He then asked for their help. After asking, he ended up jumping towards the wolves. The wolves tried to bite him, but failed. Behind, we observed two who ended up trying to help our protagonist in any way they could. Zhu then used his ability, that ability he had gained earlier, to knock down some of the monsters. At that moment behind him, an explosion occurred. As the explosion happened, our protagonist then began running in another direction towards the Wolf King. But behind, we saw Zhu using his ability to use himself as a springboard. After using his body as a springboard, he jumped up. Minutes later, he ended up falling, hitting the ground hard and also hitting some of the wolves close enough to kill them. But after using this ability, we observed the pink-haired girl asking for a little bit of snake venom on her weapon to fight more seriously. While taking it seriously, our protagonist asked the two to watch him, for he was about to make a feast of the wolves. So he used the concentration of the Phantom Eye and the Flying Hands cards. Using these two combinations, tea with that poison, the pink-haired girl launched a combo, and this combo went full steam towards the wolves. The Wolf King then observed that type of power approaching, but the little beast did nothing. That kind of power he used with all his strength was repelled with a simple movement of Wolf Chan. Zhu, our eye, and our MC were quite surprised by this turn of events, seeing that their plan had failed and they couldn't fight anymore. But this left the little wolf very, very angry. The beast growled in the direction of our plan, and the weaker wolves also growled at the same time. Running towards them, they surround our protagonist in their group so as not to be caught. They try to defend themselves, right? But this was not good. The Wolf King was sending the weaker wolves to hunt our MC's group, and at the moment, they were at another disadvantage. Our eye was being hurt, while our Zhu was using his hand to attack there while worrying about Kai, who here was trying to use everything in any way to defend himself from these wolves. The wolves had no chance, because this defense of the Wolf King was very strong, and now the wolves are much more surrounding them, and they had no more advantage. And at this moment, there our MC was shaking a lot. And at this point, he ends up waking up our chubby rat, who here gets irritated with what was happening. Show is hidden in the clothes of our protagonist. He observes 3 little wolves running towards him, hidden behind that clothes still. He looks in that direction of the 3 wolves, and they see the wolf approaching as fast as possible from our protagonist, only that here he uses his lightning ability again. His lightning ability was enough to knock down some, but this was not enough. Our chubby rat uses his maximum power, making it much stronger after using his maximum power, and jumps from the lap of our protagonist and goes in another direction. Well, these directions were random, but ends up in the end hitting a specific animal. This was the Wolf King. His mouth open, he ends up giving that basic bite on the animal. Neither that bite was enough to knock down this Wolf King, but our MC realizes that after breaking that shield that our wolf had in hand, there the Rador managed to easily gnaw the animal, also managing to defeat the wolf. But it's not over yet. He saw that the wolf now was at a high disadvantage. So what he needed to do was run as fast as possible in his direction already, that the wolf had a gigantic wound already in itself. Wolf uses the rest of his wolves to defend our protagonist, but this defense will no longer be our big guy here. Uses that of his fish after using Aquila. He throws in the direction of the wolf, hitting the animal squarely can hit. That squarely from the lap of that wolf ends up jumping our chubby rat. But here it's not over the fight. He approaches again as fast as possible from the Wolf King, holding now in his hand 3 fish to end the fight faster than it can think. But for this fight to end much faster than he can think, he ends up using the Ghost Eye. In the Ghost Eye, he will be able to look closer at the wound of the attack that our rat made in him. Yes, approaching, he realizes something happening in the wolf had a type of crystal. That crystal out of nowhere starts to appear. Several rays enough that those rays there was to manage to kill the wolf. The wolf falls hard on the ground, leaving there. The pink-haired one surprised what just happened, and the Wolf King ends up being defeated there easily by our MC. But he here does not understand what just stands there with mouth open and eyes wide open at the moment followed. There the system already appears, congratulating our protagonist for having killed a Shadow Wolf King. But Sky thought he would be having a somewhat long fight. But after using a certain specific attack, he ended up dealing 200 critical damage to the wolf, making the wolf completely defeated, that's right. Only, however, he didn't hit a critical hit for a long time. So it means it was normal to have a critical hit here at this moment. Only the wolves there feared now our protagonist. Since their leader was killed, scared and afraid, they then try to flee a little back. Only then, Zhu asks Kai to look in the direction of the wolves. Wolves here at the moment were trying to escape from here. Then he asks his friends if now they could be fighting again. They, who haven't gotten tired even a little bit, were ready to run towards the wolves, because now that they no longer have the Wolf King here, they could be killing the beginner wolves, the weaker wolves, much faster. And also they should take into account what they went through at the hands of these wolves. They should take revenge, so in the end they shouldn't stay behind for their goal. Here now was to hunt the little beasts without leaving a single soul alive. Our story already continues in my whirlwind of golden energy. The battle roar was palpable bodies falling from the sky in the background. There on the ground, our Kim launches with the spear in hand towards the heart of the battle. Our Zur gives a war cry there to give an extra force in combat. And then he ends up delivering a powerful blow, enveloped in flames, creating afterwards a golden aura that extends from his spear to defeat the monsters. But elsewhere, we observe our protagonist just watching the fight in the background to get a good idea of what should be done. But under a night sky, the body of a giant wolf marks the end of the battle. Around other wolves are all fallen defeated, while a trio of young warriors gather in a corner. Only our king, with a confident smile, celebrates victory. Victory came over the boss of this area here, who ended up being defeated. Then he addresses the group, remembering that there are many injured wolves still lying on the ground. There is basically much encouragement left, so that they could accumulate more points, while the pink-haired one observes with curiosity, then asks what would be the next step they would be following. Because with the accumulated points, our Kim affirms that the next step they will have to take is the finish line. But hours later, the trio ends up arriving in a bustling city. Zur Vulo, your friend of our protagonist, stays there, basically stuck. And with mouth open at the size of the city, then he ends up recognizing this city as Zen, the largest base in the country of Zen, in the Phantom Star. While admiring the city, one of the group members alerts that their rat has somehow decided to flee. Kim, our protagonist, doesn't care about the rat's escape. He affirms that what he did was just a little freedom for the animal. Fate could be basically difficult, but another hour could unite them. Again, they then enter into the city in a technological hall. We observe a warrior in armor who here receives our protagonist, announcing the end of the test for the newcomers. A few minutes later, one of the warriors asks about the ranks of the approved, while a blonde and somewhat arrogant man appears in the background, observing those present who were there. He notices someone unexpected whom he refers to as, "That's right," who works for his family with a wicked smile on his face. The extra decides to show his own rank to demonstrate to everyone at the moment. When he shows that to everyone, yes, ends up being surprised at the presence of Wang in the place here so early here that he shouldn't be here at this moment. But he ends up showing his panel there. His name is a bright name. Isolated there at the top is his. He celebrates the achievement of first place. But Hang soon interrupts him, mocking him for being the last on the list in question, that he was there. He teases our protagonist's group, and they even kind of question how they dared to be interested in the rank, while one of the groups of people in the background watches. Withheld, one of them comments that they are Innu because they don't even have a single point. Kim's gaze fills with fury as he remembers a little bit of the past. He ends up remembering the sacrifice that his sister made, so that our protagonist could reach here in the Ghost Star working at Huang's house. Rod consumes himself when he realizes who the man in front of him was. Besides everything, he had basically also harassed his sister several times. H, in turn, mocked him, using his sister's illness as ammunition to humiliate our protagonist. Taken by anger, he finally stands up. After he stood up, our protagonist orders Huang to shut up. Soon, the guy apologizes and informs that Hunk will soon be revealed, since the first 3 positions would also be occupied by him and his companions. The statement is met with incredulous silence. Huang and his friends end up splitting their sides, mocking the trio's audacity. One of them ironically questions if they were sure at the top of the rank. This was something that was done with just one word, while the other sarcastically suggests that someone there has gone mad. He quickly needed a companion to take care of the beast's head, but Hang, instead of keeping quiet on it, ends up attacking the group again, from our protagonist calling the trio all the attention to our protagonist too. Azul Nhan Nhe. He asks where he came from, but the pink hair ends up surprising him with his situation, while one of the armor men observed with a clock in hand, also commenting with a nice smile on his face that he ended up preparing something special for that day, and with a somewhat high gesture he announces that he will show the power of his group. He then, on the panel there, their position began to change quickly, and the name of Z Nianan adds to the top, causing a astonishment in everyone who was there. They question what was happening while they watch the three names rising in the rank of what that they were, almost at the end. One of them incredulous comments that despite rising so fast, they are only 3 against 30,000 people, would not be able to beat them. The guy at the moment was not even believing. Hang finally goes into shock, exclaiming that this was possible. Then he starts to question how those kids there, those losers, really managed to kill the Shadow King. They refuses to believe it, but their questions are interrupted by one of the armor men who then comments that it was better to take a look at the list, since the list of the rankers already answered his question from before. On the panel, the 3 names finally reached the top, occupying the first opposition. The group watched already while a guy in armor claims there that the guy there achieved the incredible feat they really conquered. The first 3 placed in the placement of the rankers, until one of the guys who needed to spend almost $1 billion in money in life there to buy the top one did not get more in it. But even though I don't know, or accidentally, I'm your opponent here, and I'll still have a card in my sleeve. He asks them not to relax, because he had a thing there that no one could do. He killed invaders. So in front of everyone, he plays several rings. Like these rings are from the guys there at level 5 soon. That guy from armor already comments there that it was impossible because he holds a watch from the L country. Those extras there, that right, tried to get our black guy there, but the arrogant guy again comments there. They're asking that it was impossible, right, to kill someone who was an invader. The guys were all level 5 killing someone from here. There needed a whole group is. So the same arrogant says that he was lying. They were a bunch of liars, and if they didn't see basically any passenger in the trial. So he turns to the staff and screams, if he really saw these passengers inside the RA, then the same comments that he didn't see anything. So the arrogant guy points the finger in the direction of our protagonist, followed the arrogant screams, so that Mr. Tinhead there, and tried to get him to descale him already, that the boy was lying. Besides that, he was saying that there were invaders within their territory. This was impossible. The most that could happen with the boy now was to lose is going to be disclosed. And well, the Tinhead there, which I believe in the fullness of this arrogant guy. Right after commenting on this, he ends up turning in the direction of our MC, but a background voice appears commenting that there was no need to worry. It was actually, yes, some passengers appeared, but fortunately, they didn't have time to be counterattacking. They all were also surprised to hear the news that someone there managed to kill them, and also one of their strongest superiors asked him to come here to give some congratulations and praise Janai, our Jiang Kai, and his other companions for their significance for having killed several invaders there, so that arrogant guy gets a little pale because who was in front of him was a vice commander. So it shouldn't be a lie, what he just said. So our protagonist really killed some guys from their neighboring city. So then that vice commander approaches Yanai, our protagonist approaching, then he ends up kind of deciding to give our protagonist some extra kinds of things. Like now, he will be giving our MC some high-quality military equipment. That arrogant wonders what was happening. It wasn't possible. But ignoring the arrogant, the one with glasses, the commander comments that the original rewards for 2nd or 3rd place were changed from rank B to rank A. The first place, which is our protagonist, also ends up receiving the greater rewards. Since he is at level 16, he kind of changes the reward of Jiang Kai from A to S. The boy, upon hearing that he would receive S-level equipment. The shine there begins to appear on his face at this moment. Then his group approaches our protagonist and at the same time begins to praise the boy. He just thanks and found those background groups that, until a little while ago, were humiliating. The boy could not believe what was happening. The guy does not believe that our protagonist already got an S-level equipment at the moment. Then Jiang Kai ends up explaining some things already in the Ghost Star classroom. We observe one thing, that currently the Ghost Star equipment is divided into quality, but they are fine. The best, but they are fine to worsen at any time. But the best class is S, if you get a class B until it's a good thing. But if you get an S class, it was a better thing than anything. And usually also A or B level grade equipment are pretty bad. But out of nowhere, you can find a little rank. You are lucky. But the rarest ones of A level is S level, and that's what he just explained. It's something every explorer desires. The H, the arrogant guy, still doesn't believe that our KAI there took his first place. He was at the top one, and thanks to our protagonist's power, he now fell to position 4. And he is not liking this at all. For him, this was humiliating. But our protagonist starts commenting there that even having a commander approving the idea that he really managed to defeat some invaders, he still didn't believe it. But at the moment, our protagonist heard there that he was humiliating our protagonist's family. However, he asks him to stop, but H suddenly pulls the knife from his system and asks that our Jiang Kai prepare because his family was worth nothing. He was just a failing and poor, and again he starts already to judge our KAI by his sister, who was quite sick. His brother was basically a failure too, and he was just a bastard who could not be defeating N. And at this moment, our protagonist asked him not to speak ill of his brothers, but as he broke his promise, he then gets a little more serious. But that there, the failure Wank prepares to contract with our Jiang Kai, and he prepares while commenting that our protagonist's sister will be in good hands after finishing this kind of thing that he will be doing with him. But at this moment, our protagonist crosses him. He cuts the guy. The guy, without understanding anything, just looks at his chest. There was a cut. The people from his group are in disbelief, along with our Na, and along with our Zo, the extras, after seeing this comment that he was one of the sons of the family. W, which is one of the 12 best guilds in the country, but in the background, we also observe the commander, who there does not pay much interest in this extra, because he saw that he was just any failure. On his knees, this unhappy still wonders if our protagonist really knows what he just did, and due to what he did, he will have no escape. But there our protagonist turns and comments that fool. There ended up attacking the family of our protagonist, and at the moment wonders if he cares about who he is attacking. But Kai, after a little while, he just keeps watching the other fool, but thinking to himself that the opponent had 6 points of experience in a row. He ends up questioning if that there would be the strength of the family Bang sword. Another man with a somewhat astonished expression exclaims that he really had managed. He recognizes the powerful technique that the boy uses. He states that it is the secret technique of the Bing family, the energy-devouring sword. He explains that although it does not seem so powerful at first glance, it drains the energy of his opponent to 0. Being extremely difficult to deal with, a man with dark reddish-brown hair just stays there, just watching. He seemed calm but recognizes the danger of the situation, thinking to himself, even if that move was dangerous, he ends up being interrupted because the man with dark hair asks if he knew the opponent of his friend. He confirms and reveals that his name is Lufan, and that he was basically one of the members of the Bing sword family, but for some unknown reason out there, Lufan ended up being expelled and became a wanderer. He ends up concluding that for having used some techniques out there, he ended up in the end not being able to return to his family. Determined, the boy with dark hair launches into combat. He shouts that he will help his friend facing the enemy with the Bade Fur, delivering some quick blows to him, but the opponent, with a sadistic expression, enjoys the situation, attacking. In turn, he on the ground, wounded after the fight. He reflects a little on the situation. He thinks that in these final times only his own strength really mattered to protect those who were precious with a determined look. He states that he could even be the most important guy in the world. If he took the attitude of wanting to hurt the family of our KAI, he would be basically ending it all, but before he could do anything, the voice ends up retreating by this place where that they were. The reason was simple. He ended up kind of realizing that Huan Kai was the one who started that fight from before. So, since he basically finished the fight, there's no reason to continue this. So here the scene is cut to another place. Right away, the commander took them to a certain place. The commander, after a long time, apologizes for the delay and shows our protagonist there the level 6 military equipment. Then there, we observe someone in the background asking for Kai to open then the chest. Next, Kai observes a bit. He opens there, of pink hair, the same. She opens, and while there ends up kind of getting some type of jade jewel, Jazoo, on the other side, there ended up receiving some type of leather armor. The commander, after seeing that he got this leather armor, he ends up explaining that this armor ends up increasing the defense of his opponent by 16 points more and can also reduce damage by 16%. It is high-quality equipment, quite high defensive capability, but lastly, our Jang Kai was missing, the one with pink hair, and our Zook supported our protagonist to open the chest. Since it was so, he ends up opening. The moment he opens it, he ends up widening his eyes. Then immediately our protagonist saw a system screen commenting that the equipment is not identifiable and needs to be identified first. First, below in the chest, we observe several tiny daggers. Those daggers appeared there by luck. Zhu, seeing this, is already happy to see that his friend ended up unlocking something without even being able to discover the name. So then the commander asks our KAI to get an identification card to be able to identify that our MC unlocked, so the commander gives our protagonist a crystal. Using this crystal, our protagonist discovers the name of that. This was a rank S weapon, IT. The strength of his opponent by 9 points. Besides that, the commander is already surprised to see that the thing our MC got is a critical hit weapon, even though this weapon here for our protagonist is not good because he is a newcomer. He ends up being surprised to see that the critical damage of this was not so low, and it seems that the S level is not as good as the A level. Zhu is sad for our Supra for seeing that maybe our protagonist ended up kind of getting a type of trap, so being useless. The one with pink hair asks the commander to replace those weapons for our protagonist. The commander then, with a charismatic face, comments there that he could be doing that favor for our poet. But no, he did not want to. He basically needs to test some things, and also he does not want to change. No, this is the thing he wants most at this moment. The whole group remains without understanding, did not understand how our MC wanted something useless like this, and continuing, he comments that this equipment was not a trap for him. This was clearly a specific weapon already made for our protagonist. Because remembering a little of the last time, our protagonist managed to do twice the critical damage on a wolf, managing to defeat it easily because he managed to do 200 critical points on that wolf, but unfortunately, his critical hit rates are extremely low. If he managed to find a strong enemy, he would probably be dying before he could be landing a hit, critical. But now everything changes when our protagonist holds this dagger. This dagger gives 10% more chance for Jiang Kai to land a critical hit more easily and quickly, and a monster. Last time, he managed to land a very low critical hit on his opponents. But with this, the chances increased a lot. Holding that high more possible, our MC is happy, and he can even say that this was the exclusive artifact for this player V with our poet. So, already knowing that our poet doesn't like to change equipment, he comments that now was the ideal moment for him to go back home, since there he can be going back to the land. Only he gives a warning that, when going back home, he should be careful, since at the moment there were some types of people looking for our protagonist. The kid gets confused while watching the commander leaking there in the background. But here then, he ignores this a bit. The scene here already cuts to another place on Earth. We see our MC riding a bicycle. He didn't expect he could pass the rookie trial so smoothly as he did, and also he wondered how his sister and his brother would react when they found out he returned. But upon arriving, he ends up wondering why there were several luxury cars in this place. Here, he also wonders if the rich moved here. But ignoring this, our protagonist goes back to his house. But upon opening the door, he ends up saying that he returned. But he ends up being surprised, because in the reflection of his eyes, he observes a person sitting there on his couch, while around we observe several extras holding some things, nothing threatening in hand, with some looks a bit crazy. Our protagonist gets scared. Huang gives I don't know what, but he is happy to know that our protagonist returned after a long time. He is also happy to know that our protagonist was so amazing in the rookie trial. At the moment then, he ends up discovering that this was the brother of that guy there that he beat and humiliated a little right before in that other world. But he tried to run, but it was no use, because an extra from the background appears and ends up grabbing him. He there ends up falling to his knees, so at this moment, he ends up appearing in front of him, commenting there that the guy who kind of defeated his brother, not humiliating, not killing the little guy, and after killing the little guy, he returned to life there, only now he needed some psychological treatments, and he should know that his family is that kind of family that ends up intimidating a little other families. And our protagonist ended up doing something he shouldn't have done, and due to what he did, he ended up leaving his brother offline for an entire month from that game, so he couldn't be entering for an entire month that game. So then, he will be leaving our protagonist permanently offline. So he ends up picking up his club in hand, ends up hitting towards Jiang Kai. That almost hit our KI. He turns to see what was happening, but the next moment that would hit him squarely, a door in the background ends up being broken. Two extras that were grabbing our protagonist end up letting go, and he is thrown towards the other extra who tried to attack our KAI. The three there end up falling to the ground. The extra, who is Huang's brother, quickly gets up and asks who it was. At this moment then, others there. Appears the little grandpa comments that he asked for someone there to take care of the support, and also asked to warn him so that he would be careful on the way back home, and he did not take seriously the word that he said there before. In the result, it ended up in this. But for us here to really discover what will happen from then on, we here will unfortunately, our story from here will continue already in the next chapter of the previous one. Before there, the door is broken. After the door is broken, we observe two figures entering with a piece of paper in hand. She asks that this not be moved because this thing he was handling was military business. However, he and his other companion do not believe it, or because the supreme commander of the city middle was here in this place, they did not believe it until also the commander does not believe in this. But he was here only for Jiang Kai, our MC. And today he offended someone he should not have offended. The arrogant guy starts sweating from his face and wonders why the chief commander was here to see Jiang Kai, the most failed guy he had ever seen in his life. And here he observed Jiang Kai getting up, and at the same time wondered what kind of identity this boy has, what kind of person he is. But the only one who was not surprised by the presence of the Supreme Commander here was our Jiang Kai, who also looks here with a slightly serious look and wonders why a Supreme Commander was here to see Jiang Kai. Without further ado, the police there soon appear, arresting those arrogant ones who tried to ambush our hero while they... But that commander was behind there. He was taken away. But we observe there then, our hero thanking the commander for saving him on this day. But still he did not believe why he came here. Only our hero here is interrupted. The commander asks that he not worry because the commander came here only to look for him for a certain unique purpose, since in the rookie test, Jiang Kai and his friend Zhou, and along with our Nuan, our pink-haired girl, also managed to pass the test with excellent points. However, what he still did not know was that they were invited to join his army group and they kind of end up accepting. So their goal was only to invite our protagonist also for this business with the cigarette in his mouth. He blows out the smoke. He ends up sighing a little after a while. He comments that he had a new profession in Yanai. Soon after he ends up feeling the pressure. But then the sister of our pink-haired girl comes then with the new talks, saying that our protagonist managed to do something impossible since their people upon reaching level 20 can be upgrading class or getting new jobs. But with each job, change the attributes of the explorer's skills could be changing to something much stronger or to something much weaker. But also currently, many professionals are basically awakening useless skills, and they are not so useful for them for this group of military, but this group of military here who are first line of combat are always looking for people who have new powers that give them the chance to have enough strength to fight against strong monsters or invaders. But well, the explanation is like playing chess. You 1 hour have a strong tower, another hour you have a weak tower. But here today, Kai now has a profession, pretty very strong. Then they offer to Jiang Kai there a thing. But before he asks himself if Jiang Kai was interested in entering the military career, and yeah, right old, the military for sure will not force our protagonist just a little bit, because she there ended up researching a little about the family of our hero, and guess she discovers there that his brothers have a type of disease, and well, only the military there maybe have the cure, right? The cure to be able to cure the little guys, and if he happens to be refusing, will also be refusing the proposal of the cure of his brothers. He then stands still while there. We observe from the background military retreating, because if by chance our Jinan Kai wants to be enlisting in the army, it was just follow there the next day that there will be accepting him easily. So they end up retreating, only that our protagonist calls his attention to him for a minute. He ends up apologizing, but our MC ends up refusing the proposal of being able to join their group. Soon as he refuses, we see there the reaction of the sister of our pink-haired along with the old lady beside. Then he ends up explaining, the things that entering the army was the best thing he could be doing. But however, this was for new professions that are already kind of certain to have a development, well, like his friend, and the pink hair that have already discovered their classes. She was a healer. While the other was a guy of martial arts here, our MC. He has a type of different talent. He has a new profession, and to demonstrate his strong point of view, he ends up citing a certain drunk that appeared there with the new profession. They basically welcomed the drunk and gave everything he needed. And guess what? The drunkard with all certainty achieved fame there inside, only that the superior guards discovered that the class of drunk would not be helping them much in a war fight, so simply, they abandoned the drunk. So if you get drunk, you will not have an end as good as that guy there. And his goal is just to help his family. He wants to have just a kind of dream, conquer everything he wishes, and he will be doing everything right, of course, to get that. So he, there with his power alone, will be getting everything he wishes. Only that our purple interrupts. Our MC asks him to join her since the end of time was coming, and his power was more than essential there to fight against their opponents. And at the moment, they need more than ever our hero. But he apologizes. He was not as good as they thought, since he was just someone who wanted to be protecting his family. He then was going to say goodbye. Only that here our purple did not want to only that our commander interrupts, saying that it was not necessary anymore, seeing that he was persistent in his speech. He ends up understanding our poet, only that here the commander asks that Jiang Kai be careful. Since his brothers do not have much time of life, he lives a totally different life. Changes. The habit would be difficult, and also survive in an apocalypse like this here alone will be difficult too. So he makes a propo in a month. He will be protecting the family of our protagonist, Arador Huang, but he will need to do a thing there. In a month, will he manage to get the money for his brother's surgery? Then if by chance he gets there, the money for his brother's surgery, he will be refusing the proposal of our MC to join his military team. But if by chance, of course the Jiang Kai does not get the money. They will be getting the money by our MC and will be getting the surgery to help his brother. However, he will have to join his military team. Then thus he, hearing this, ends up stopping. The wind comes there. Our Kai ends up smiling, and then he ends up commenting that he accepts. He would promise that he would be getting the money in less than a month. So already from here, the scene is cut to another place. The dark night, we see our protagonist leaving behind some farewell letters, since now he has a challenge ahead, got the money faster than that military family there, but also due to some threats from the Huang family. The three brothers can no longer be living in this place here. He should be moving to a slightly higher level area with greater security that could guarantee better security for his family. So he will need to be entering the ghost taste there to get the money. People were commenting in the ghost taste that after passing the beginner's test, things got a little more interesting. Maybe now they would get everything they want. Our fleet here got some equipment quite good already to start then. So the first thing he should do there in this ghost taste was just one thing to join in just one team, because fighting alone against the monsters would be difficult since the monsters are quite strong. He then has the idea of entering there to be able to join in just one single guild. A Fala guild serves basically as a guarantee of his team to be able to protect himself. And it was the best idea of doing here now to join some team then. So he ends up entering. Jiang Kai enters, but upon entering he asks to open there a type of vacancy for him to be able to enter some guild. But the girl there who was attending everyone apologizes because Jiang Kai could not be joining any team at this moment. He confused, does not understand, but then she ended up showing a casts. Then this girl responds to our hero, saying that Jiang Kai ended up offending the Huang family, and now he was on the blacklist of all the guilds. So he understands the reason they refused him. He now will have to fight the monsters in the Ghost Star alone. There, he will have to be lucky and find weak monsters. If not, it was F for him. So then, understanding that he has no chance of entering any guild, he ends up being teleported to another place. Walking around in this new place, he understands that after offending the Huang family, no guild will want to accept him in their guild. So now how does it start a kind of game? Here he wanted to start a game, so confused a girl appears from behind. Calling him, she thinks he was lost. Was looking for some types of information, and guess what? She has information. More than enough, she has information of many things, like a cheap place where he could relax for a cheap price for only 100 Ghost Star coins. This was Huan Yan. She was just a girl of level 29. Well, looking at her skill characteristic that she has, Zhang Kai stares at her for a few seconds. She was emitting a kind of glow. But our protagonist ends up apologizing. He is not interested in that. She does not understand how Zhang Kai would be refusing since it was cheap. So then she starts to lower the money. She asks Jiang Kai to pay only 80. No, 80 is too expensive, so it is only 30. Then, understanding that he would not be accepting the proposal, she will be giving for free to our protagonist. She will give a free pass to him to anywhere. Well, even for free. He still thought it was expensive but could not refuse. So he turns around at high speed. Brightness appeared on his face. He said it was too late. She could not be going back now. It was free. There, the guide she was offering him. She is disappointed to see that our protagonist managed to get around her. Well, as this was just something that dealt with just some test skills she will be offering to leave. She takes a business from a portal. Symbols end up appearing there. She speaks some kind of weird language after saying that she ends up kind of finishing the thing. She started there just now. She comments there that our protagonist was in crisis, and at the moment he had nowhere to be following. So she offers our MC to be following a certain path. Well, this path was just the Valley of the Kings. This was the place where he could be going to farm some good money. Yes, he was really in crisis, and it would be dangerous, right, to stay there exposed since the Huang family could be trying to catch him easily. But in the zone, there is a kind of safe zone where the Huang family could not try to mess with our mech, but a probability of you managing to be leveling up is in a certain place where, from level 1 to 10, possibly could be entering there, only that someone could be sending someone from the Huang family to kill him there. But for that, there is the path of Victoria Peak, and well, right? This was a good place for him to be exploring. But you need to be at level 15 and above. If he went there now, he would surely die. So the only place he can be going is the Valley of the Kings, where maybe he has a chance of being able to deal with some monsters there. He will not have basically the Huang family bothering him, since the Huang family does not let him join any team. He will be killing the monsters alone. He then thanks that mysterious girl from before who gave good tips to our hero. Thanking, he runs. But while he was following happy on his way, we see that girl who was now wide-eyed. She did not believe he was heading to the Valley of the Kings alone, and alone was a death sentence. Well, she prepares some things well. These things were her bags because she did not want to take all the responsibility of what would be happening with our hero there in the Valley of the Kings, and so the scene Joe's cut to another place here in the Valley of the Kings. We observe him walking around there. Only Zhang Kai here wonders if this was the Valley of the Kings. Where are the monsters only? When talking about this, he hears a roar of a monster behind. Right after then hearing this roar, he observes there a very muscular gorilla attacking a group of hunters who were having the hardest time of their life. They there asked to stand up because they needed to deal with this gorilla. He was only a level 11 gorilla, but still was dangerous. They could die if by chance they were caught, right? By a blow of that gorilla. So to kill the gorilla, they will have to try a little. Then they activate their best powers and abilities. However, the gorilla also. He activates his hidden power while there they are in hand-to-hand combat against this gorilla in the background. We observe behind a rock our MC, who here just watched the fight. He thought the fight was intense, but wondered if he would really be able to deal with these monsters because he was strong. But at the moment he thinks about this, he feels a strong smell there coming from behind him at this moment. That he feels this strong smell, he turns around, but when he turns, he faces three much stronger gorillas than before. There in front of him, he here is surprised to see that these beasts suddenly appeared on his tail and not knowing how to deal with this. He asks for the system to help. There the system appears showing the levels of the monsters. These are level 3 gorillas. The level of that was threat level, and he should be careful, since among those there was one of level 14. And meanwhile, next to there, we observe a system screen appearing for the hunters. They killed a level 11 gorilla, so they received the reward. They celebrate about this at this moment. Then, while they were celebrating, a tank appears commenting that he was a level TR guy, but managed to kill a level 11 gorilla. While he was boasting about this, his captain, we observe him getting happy about this. He said he was the captain, so his strength should be all that there. Even as they were amazed about this, an explosion happens there, behind catching the attention of the group of these extras. Right after the appearance of that explosion, we observe 3 giant monkey gorillas running after a single person, who there was easily dodging the blows of the monkey gorilla. While running away, he ends up discovering that he accidentally entered the territory of these monkey gorillas. While there, he runs from these 3 gorillas. We observe the group of our extra asking for help, because seeing the fight there, maybe he would die, but it was no use. It was already too late, since even the captain ends up commenting that these guys were idiots to think of helping that guy there. That guy is already dead since he attracted 3 gorillas on himself. Not even he has a chance of being able to deal with that, only there. When talking about this, he ends up being interrupted by an explosion that ends up happening there behind him. Well, this explosion came from the direction where he was there. Our mech, right? He crushed one of the gorillas, throwing the creature upwards. Jiang Kai, using his claws, he manages to do that. He stands still in a superhero landing at this moment. He thanks those weapons of his, because by using that he ends up dealing a critical damage with that. He managed to kill that gorilla. But we observe next the captain with his mouth open, right? He couldn't believe that he sweated until the last of his soul there to defeat a single level 11 gorilla. But there was a guy here, right, man? He managed to kill a level 12 gorilla easily in less than a second. They fell, but soon behind appeared 2 of the gorillas trying to catch him, but he ran. But now he wonders who would be the next. The next one tries his luck, but at this moment he throws that dagger of his that he had in hand towards them, hitting him after hitting. We observe there his gorilla companion, surprised to see that his strongest companion ended up being defeated. He smiled, thought it was incredible. Since that 10% critical damage attack, there was already enough. However, he used a type of buff there to increase the critical damage rate. We observe below there the captain's open mouth. He couldn't believe that again. He killed another giant gorilla, but this one was a level 13. But there was still one left, the last gorilla. He then prepares to launch a new attack that now he shouts there for him to be careful, since he was level 14 and was much stronger than everyone who was around here, and he wouldn't believe that if by chance he would be able to kill that one easily again, and then. But to finish off this level 14 gorilla, he has some plans. The first plan was to use more the daggers, right, to have that higher critical damage than he did there just now on those other gorillas. And then with these daggers in hand, he bets that he will be killing these gorilla monkey first. Soon then the gorilla rushes towards him, but who gets closer to the gorilla faster were only the daggers. They then hit the creature entirely. There, the beast ends up growling. He wonders if that worked. But well, it did, since the critical damage ended up being activated there and there. He ended up killing a giant level 14 gorilla in the background. We observe the group of those extras there who couldn't believe it. They think this is not real. Maybe it's a dream, because to kill one of these creatures it was necessary to have a dozen people in a single team just to at least scratch the little creature. So he wondered who was this person. Only that here, he ends up going towards the gorilla. He is happy to know that the gorillas here are weak. But now that he has 3 monster corpse cards in hand, he here now doesn't need to worry anymore. Worry? but he needs now to kill other monsters, so he jumps in another direction, leaving behind there the other extras. But from here, the scene Joe's cut to a completely unknown plan. But in this place, we observe a group of figures that here was surrounding a single person that was that girl from before, who here ended up kind of being caught by these extras. They were looking for Yanai, and she there ended up kind of managing to see our hero the last time. So they came here personally to look for her, if by chance she from there knows of any place where Nos was. Possibly would be not there, grabbed and suffocated. She wonders why they are after Yanai. Then they explain that Yanai ended up messing with the Huang family, and they came here only to take revenge on a certain someone. She knowing that he was strong, maybe it would be bad for her if she didn't tell the truth. She ends up saying that our hero Janai ended up going to the valleys of the gods. She is then thrown on the floor. The same ends up saying there to her that if by chance she lied in his face he would come back, but now he will be putting the whole island on top of her. Soon then in the background we also observe two of the group of the extra, with their mouths open. They didn't believe why such a powerful group like this of the Huang family was looking for just a single one. That was this such Janae. He wondered what kind of strength and power this guy had, but what she simply did there to help. Our hero was just one thing. She gave a hint where there he could be finding quite good treasures. But this was in a very dangerous place, and she gave a great hint to him. But upon entering there, you will not have much luck. She basically guided him to death, while she there was apologizing to be able to save herself from another place in the mountains. We observe him quite happy. Janai was happy, because now he managed to kill 16 giant gorillas there. He also reached level 6, thanks to these fallen gorillas on the ground. There, the animals, we see him sad. For one thing, that he will have to need to kill more giant gorillas, because these cards are difficult to get. But selling this, he will earn quite good money. But while he continues there to kill these animals, he will be able to earn good money, and there he will be able to pay medical expenses for his brothers. But while he was lost in his thoughts, he hears a voice asking him to join his team. So hearing his voice, he turns in the direction of the voice. Here we observe a group of mysterious extra that appeared around there. They had 3 teams there that were hunting these giant gorillas. They were basically from Eli. So joining his team would be a good thing, since they would easily defeat the gorillas. So again, he asks Junai if he wanted to join his team, but he here was just alone. But he interrupts what he was going to say, commenting that it was all right, because he only needed just one person in his team. So the scene is cut to a mountain. On the mountain, we observe several figures of people appearing there on the top. There we observe then our protagonist, his group observing the group of gorillas below there, all level 15 in front of those giant gorillas over there. They start to devise their plans. They have 3 teams, so they couldn't risk too much. So he asks our hero to act as bait. He counting on being able to draw the gorillas' attention to another place. They will be able to get the best treasures there at the back. They will be dividing for each one of his team, even for Jiang Kai. While they're listening to this, they hear something new, that there were elite chests there. This drew a lot of attention. He needed to get these chests to be his own, because just getting each monster wouldn't be enough to make good money. So he looks at his group thinking he could be fighting alone. But it would be bad, since fighting a giant gorilla alone was very difficult. But well now, looking a little closer, he notices the main plan also of that side character. He wanted Jinag Kai to serve as bait to get the chests, and in the end, get everything our MC had for themselves. So seeing that he was in some kind of lost boat, he needed to act as quickly as possible. Only the group leader yells to his companions to the danger, where there were the gorillas down there. They do this. Our MC goes ahead already right away. Drawing the attention of the gorillas, he asks his brother to do a great job. Our protagonist asks to look at him here. He was the main focus, throwing in his direction. A cutting ray, hitting one of the giant gorillas, taking a huge damage, but he got angry with the attack. He then runs towards him to try to guess to catch our big boy. But Janai quickly runs in another direction to save himself, and going quite deep, We observe the group leader calling our fool idiot for having followed that path alone. Well, it didn't help anymore. Now that there was his group, they could be getting the best treasures there for themselves. They will be doing everything there to kill those giant gorillas. As for our protagonist was focused by several level 15 gorillas, he wouldn't survive. But here, right, old man, for us to really find out if our protagonist will literally manage to escape from those tons of gorillas that ran after our protagonist, and will also be able to capture those side characters who were trying to take everything he had for themselves. But our story from here already continues with Jiang Kai. Our hero turns quickly with some daggers in hand. He throws in the direction of the monsters or gorillas that were approaching near him. He was not the suck of the medium, and that then hits the gorilla in full, giving several critical damages to it. There it then almost caught our hero, but in the next moment it ends up stopping, because there a huge critical damage ends up emerging over that level. 15 gorilla, and the level 15 gorilla then ended up being defeated there by him. Now he thinks this is wonderful, since here he didn't know that another gorilla monkey would be enduring other critical damages like this, but as it couldn't withstand this one, it died, but now it was a more special moment, since now he could be going to the special treasures, and now it was his turn to also be using that to his advantage while he followed there towards the chests we observe in the background, the extras fighting with the remains of the gorillas that were still left, while others are still with that motivation that by defeating these gorillas, they could be distributing among themselves the treasure chests, while they were imagining this, we observe in the background, right there, our protagonist who then starts running towards the cave, and he, who was not dumb at all, he would take advantage of the situation from a while ago to be using that to his advantage. While he fought, our protagonist followed towards the cave advancing. He ends up arriving at a more than specific place, because in that depth of that cave, he ends up observing a chest shining there right at the bottom. So Jiang Kai approaches the chests. Jiang Kai, who there lays eyes on the chests, already understands that the chests already come with a fortune of money. He could take that and sell for a lot of money. So already knowing that he himself there can handle those level 15 gorilla monkeys, or even higher than that, he is already more relieved about that. So he can look for more treasure chests like these, and so then all happy. Our big boy puts his hand on the chest, but at this moment, Jiang Kai ends up feeling a drop of something dripping on his shoulders. At the moment he sees that Jiang Kai ends up feeling a huge pressure behind him, but looking up a little, he ends up seeing the face of a not at all pretty little creature above him, that then ends up smashing the ground where he himself was around there, but quickly he jumps back. But now back, Jiang Kai realizes that this new gorilla that appeared here was level 20, but he wonders what was happening here. There shouldn't be a creature like this here because the system was not working. But when he talked about it, the system appears there showing that this was an elite level 20 gorilla monkey, and it was quite dangerous, marked with a red. Threat level below there showing that this creature there was not to be played with like he was playing with those gorillas before. But the gorilla was not dumb, because it ended up falling in a direction where our protagonist Jiang Kai could be escaping. He finds the little creature smart, but to run from here, he uses his daggers that dealt some critical damage, even to the monsters that it hit. And well, right, Jiang Kai ends up counting victory before the victory. Those daggers end up hitting him right. But then he realizes that the daggers were thrown a bit back, leaving our boy quite surprised. But what surprises him the most was the dagger not having penetrated his eye, and this thing was wrong. But for the system, no, because the system shows that his current attacks cannot be feeling an effect on the monster that was in front of him. Laugh, the dagger does not work. Nothing works. The point he has there that he would use in strength also does not work. What will he be doing? But he knows nothing, because there, the superior gorilla ends up raising one of his hands up, then that hand was with everything up Jiang Kai. But after our MC is hit by that and thrown against the wall at this moment, Jiang Kai felt danger. He there took a deep breath and tried to concentrate a little to try to get up. And now he realizes that here, Everything was hurting. The difference in attributes between him and this gorilla was huge, and now he does not know. Maybe he knows that one thing that will happen. One of these things is to die. However poor as he was in life, then he thinks about many things that could be happening. If he dies here, he will have to wait for a month there. This would be a form of punishment. If you die inside the ghost's taste, and this was not good. The boy was poor, and he needed to also pay the costs of his family. That was there going up to the heights. And also, if in this case he also lost the agreement he has there against those military, this gorilla monkey with the mouth with the fingers out smiling. There puts our Junefall in front of him at this moment, there with his eyes a little closed. He saw that there was no more escape, so his brother and his sister will have to be forced to rely on those military. Only this maybe was good, but at the moment he feels sleepy. He was very tired, so he just wanted to be resting a little. But while he closed his eyes, someone shouted, "Wake up" or "wake up" several times. He needed to wake up, and he could not sleep at this moment. At this moment, he was carried by a person. While there, he was just dust on this guy's arm there, since also his big brother here would be protecting him. He could not sleep one thing. Only he asks his little brother to stay there awake, and he ends up refusing completely to leave him here in this battle to die by these weak monsters. There, then it is shown to us a past of our protagonist a few years ago where the main disaster happened there in our protagonist's world. Now waking up, he thinks how could he be sleeping here? He was just weak but dying now. He cannot only that the monster was about to devour him, he was thrown towards the monster's mouth since he ended up kind of being saved by his brother who risked his life to save him and his sister in a battlefield of the beast gods. So how can he stay there pretending he was feeling like sleeping while saying these words in his hand? A new dagger emerged. He put that in hand only now a little stronger. He will be sending this monster to another universe or to another world. The daggers get stronger and stronger. Only our protagonist ends up in the end being devoured by the monster. The monster ends up swallowing him whole inside the throat. We only observe this superior level gorilla laughing at the situation, but minutes later, the same one who was laughing at the situation ends up feeling something strange. Lights coming out of his eyes. There then, an explosion. Well, nothing so impactful happens. He ends up kind of losing his head there without knowing what was happening. The beast falls to the ground, the system screen, then minutes later appear showing that our hero Jiang Kai managed to kill a level 20 monster, there fallen on the ground. We observe him standing commenting that this was a success since he also managed to defeat this monster by its stupidity. Since on the outside it is indestructible, but on the inside it is not on the inside, he can easily use his daggers that deal critical damage. This was enough to kill this beast here. Jiang Kai just did the same thing he did there with that Wolf King, before which was necessary for our Fat Hatting to have launched that fierce bite, and then that critical damage was done to the Wolf King. Only now he is happy, right? Because the best thing just happened there, next to Jiang Kai. We observe a glow emerging in the unique direction of the chest. Now he realizes that the chest is only his, and he will not be allowing anyone else to take this chest, and that belongs only to him. But half an hour later we observe the group of extras from there who were trying to kill the weaker gorillas. They finish off the last living gorillas after sending that F. We observe one in the background shouting that they managed to kill the other. But at this whole hour here, possibly that boy who was sent first there to advance to kill the stronger gorillas must already be dead. They advance celebrating that he must be dead anyway, since the chests that were there would basically be just for them. They would not share with anyone else, and with that they would earn a lot of money. But minutes later he ends up widening his eyes, because here in the cave where it was, possibly the chest had nothing, not even the glow. Their everything was stolen by our Jiang Kai. He shouts what was happening all because the greatest treasure, elite treasure, was not here. And who took that treasure? And before he could do anything, one ends up interrupting him. He shouts there to his boss that before the fight started there, our protagonist entered a direction of the cave, and possibly he thought that our MC was crazy, so he didn't say anything to his boss, and also he thought that our Jiang Kai would die easily. Only the rest of the groups are left speechless by the beast's busta, but now he calls for his captain and wonders everything, because they stayed there an hour fighting against the monsters there, to in the end win nothing. And also the chief, their captain, was also owing a good amount of money to his subordinates, but he interrupts his extras because here, he shouts that they ended up being deceived by that certain boy who entered first into the cave, while he stood there disbelieving in life and shouting for any name that exists in life. We observe from another place a slightly calmer landscape. But now there, in that slightly calmer landscape, we observe the most important person of all our Yanai, who here extends his hand towards our system that here appeared right in front of him. He comments that maybe it would be easy to get rid of those people who will surely take revenge on our hero. But Jiang Kai leaves it for later because now Ikrai is testing opening this elite-level chest here to see what is inside that chest. So then he opens, and as soon as Jiang Kai finishes opening Ruao, his eyes start to shine a lot at this moment. He ends up managing to find many items inside the chest, and he can clearly take all of that for himself. And also, this here was the great way to be getting a lot of money, since some equipment our Jiang Kai would not be using. So he could be selling this for a good price. Since also here, the values of the minerals and the equipment of the G-Star 15 are much higher than colossal monsters or any normal monsters he finds in the real world. Now he will be making a fortune. But at this moment, he looks to the side. He ends up finding other equipment, and like the equipment was unknown, but at the same time interesting. So then Jiang Kai ends up grabbing that, and he puts that on himself. At this moment, after putting these new equipment on himself, he notices something different happening to him. But at this moment, he wonders if this equipment was some kind of offensive or attacking thing. Only that he has no time to answer. The shine ends up appearing on him. He now feels a little lighter, a little stronger. Maybe this is the effect of the equipment that can increase his agility and his strength. Only now he wanted to try to attack something. At this moment, he finds some obstacles in front of him, so then he takes those little daggers of his, and with that in hand, our Junkai throws, with all the power he had in hand, towards those trees that were there. But those things he threw suddenly started to catch fire. So he realizes that when throwing that, flames appear on the tip of the daggers that are thrown towards the monster of anything, only that here. He doesn't care much about that. But at this moment, he remembers that in GST stars, there are several flame equipment. Only one of them can basically deal various damages, like alternating damages in some points of the monsters only, that it will have to hit the common fire has a very low damage, and hardly can be listed in combat, or can be used only that it can also be used in Konya to corner his food. However, if you use this against the monsters thank, because they only feel tickled when hit by these daggers that only give 10 damage per second. But what he had in hand now was this weapon he just mentioned that when thrown towards the monster only deals 10 damage. And since he knows that this doesn't matter at all, he thinks he's using it to his advantage to roast some barbecue. But at this moment, as he thinks about it, he hears a very loud roar coming from deep in the forest. At this moment, he thinks it might be a second monster, and it didn't take long for our protagonist to see in front of him several level 18 elite gorillas appearing there to face him. He quickly realizes that several of these giant gorillas have appeared, so he steps back. He now thinks about using those daggers to his advantage here. As he threw those daggers towards the gorillas, he thought that before he had a lot of difficulty dealing with these monsters. But with this new glove in hand, he could possibly try to kill the gorillas a bit faster since he discovered their weak point, which was the mouth. He tries to throw it into the mouth, but the gorilla, which had its mouth open, quickly closes it. The daggers end up being thrown back a bit and don't hit the monster. Again, the system appears saying that his current skill is not enough for devastating effects to be effective on these gorilla monsters. Then he sees that it wasn't good. Last time he managed to defeat a monster through the mouth, but now these monsters were smart and managed to protect their mouths well. At this moment, they run, but they run after our hero. Our hero also runs, trying to find a way to defeat these gorillas, since defeating them through the mouth he now realizes is no longer possible. Knowing this, he sees that there is no escape. However, one of those Jiang Kai daggers was still stuck in the monster, but that dagger was dealing 10 damage. Suddenly, it started dealing 10 damage to all the monsters around. At this moment, Jiang Kai turns and sees how these fires were quickly emerging. Turning around, he sees several 10 damage points being effective on the monsters. However, suddenly the damage increases, and the fire also increases. At that moment, the gorilla widens its eyes because that dagger our MC threw in its direction ended up causing 2,000 damage to one of the gorillas. The others are startled by this absurd damage it just took. After taking this absurd damage, we see this level 18 elite gorilla, which was quite dangerous, falling completely unconscious. But even so, that wasn't enough to kill the gorilla. However, that dagger started dealing 2,000 damage to that gorilla once, twice, and 3 times. The others watched this, and our Jiang Kai wondered what was happening as several powerful fires were running rampant. However, the other gorillas, which still had those daggers stuck inside them, started feeling 10 damage effects on them, but the gorillas found this too little. However, this was their mistake. Then, in that place, several gigantic fires emerged, causing 2,000 negative points on the monsters. Gorillas and he then ends up stopping. Tianai is surprised to see that the gorilla monkeys were quickly all killed dead without sequences. They fall there on the ground totally blacked out. Waking up, maybe not waking up. So right and not so late. They're not at this moment. The system appears showing that our MC killed 4 mutant gorillas. They're of level 18. At this moment, he has a small memory of those daggers. Those daggers every second caused -10, only out of nowhere, rose to -2,000 of HP that dagger ended up taking from his opponents. So after a good while, our Jiang Kai discovers there that this glove he just got from that chest ends up adding every second a few damage points to his enemy. But since the enemy does not notice that it ends up increasing to 2,000, or can rise to more than 2,000. But at this moment he wonders if these ordinary flames of his there that emit flames may be perhaps managing to pass those 200 critical damage points that our protagonist D in any monster. If he achieves this, he will be able to spread more easily since those daggers emit some flames quite powerful. And this was already good, so our Jiang Kai ends up testing this on other gorillas that were around the gorillas because they have a rather powerful defense. They don't end up caring about this dagger that was giving little damage. Only that this dagger ends up ignoring the defense of his opponent, and that ends up easily taking away 2,000 negative points of the person's life, now discovering this artifact that he now has in hand. He ends up discovering that this artifact is the best he has now. So now he no longer needs to worry about managing to increase his defense, since all this here will be able to take care of the monsters that have strong defenses later, a little that night. The giant black monkeys in the Valley of the Kings ended up knowing the night of terror fires end up kind of spreading through the forest, and that ends up spreading also among his gorilla companions, and these gorillas witnessed something they would never see in their life, since they never saw anyone who could be killing or roasting them. It is just a dagger attack, only the beasts didn't know what to do anymore. They just thought of fleeing, right? That there was no chance to fight against that certain human. They then, that dark night with fires spreading among their companions, ran there to, I don't know, a safer place. And they had never seen a person who sees something like a blood bar, the Master Devil Grill. He had the goal of not letting anyone be leaving that there. Then, so with that big dagger, he ends up hunting the beasts that were running. Since our MC, as a goal, has there to hunt the monsters to get cards and a lot of treasures. So there in that place where he was ends up spending 2 days in the Valley of the Kings. There the monsters end up kind of being evaporated. We only see in the background some circles being formed after the destruction of Jiangkai. After a good time of farming there, he thinks he did a good job because there our MC managed to crush half a dozen gorilla monkeys in just a single night, managing to make his attributes increase a lot. His strength, that before no one cared about that, was of low level. Now is level 28, the boy's level ended up rising to level 7. However, what made our Janai manage to hunt the monsters quickly in these forests in a single night only? There was his dagger and also that blade that he ended up unlocking in front of him. Then several system cards appear there, showing several things here on. His hero will be able to sell for a good amount of money there in the nearby village, but just that will not be enough, since also there he needed more money. So for that, he will be selling 10 elite treasure chests level along with some groups of gorilla monkey corpse cups, and this will make a gigantic fortune for our big boy here, while our big boy followed Camille playing alone. He was sad for that, right? For playing alone, but he kept wondering what was happening with Zhu and his friend Nuan Nuan. They maybe be in a good hand since they were in the hands of the military. Maybe what our MC thinks was that they were in a better situation than his. But in the Valley of Kings, in another place very close to our protagonist, we see Zhu yelling there with certain people. Well, that certain person possibly was Jiangkai, because he got angry, because he spent days and days here trying to find a higher-level gorilla monkey to try to crush it in his hand, but nothing of finding that our Nuan Nuan is very happy there, right? Because she saw that she and her friend did not need to fight these beasts, while there, our Nuan Nuan and our Zhu were there, saying such sad words. Someone appears in the background, a knight who asks them to stop talking, that since he was in the tutorial lobby, where there were only newbies were there, the monsters were very weak, only that here, it was more than different. The monsters were much more dangerous, since it was also Jiang Kai who put them in the top one. Possibly, all this was thanks to him. And here we are introduced to this knightly beau. So after receiving this good motivation from the superior knight, they end up getting happy. They needed to look for more gorilla monkeys only, but still he misses Janai a lot there with them. And so time passes. 3 days later, we observe that group of extras who were hunting our MC. They still did not give up after receiving the order from Huang to capture Janai to eliminate him. They get sad about that, but one in the background keeps wondering he has spent several days, but alone was killing several gorilla monkeys alone. So it was likely that he was already quite weak, catching the attention of the figure groups that were there. Only then he starts to look in his direction, but he starts to say that a few days ago he found a certain guy there only that was killing alone one of the solo gorilla monkeys. Then this catches the knight's attention, and here only says that it was just one person killing 3 T-level gorillas. Maybe this was similar to him, weak as him. Well, this already catches his attention to want to fight him, but possibly leaving the fight that they would arrange there. Aside, he ends up showing a wanted card and asks if by chance he saw this person in the Valley of Kings, but out of curiosity, this was the person they were talking about just now. So catching the attention of the leader of the figure group, who ended up being tricked by our MC throwing his apple on the ground, he ends up getting up heading in another direction. He says he really managed to meet Jiang Kai, but if they don't believe it, they could be going there to see with their own eyes. Soon after talking about it, we see a macabre smile right appeared on this extra's face. So it means that Janai was much closer than ever to them. There they end up taking a sword that was expected there from one of the gorillas, and now, then they end up following the path. They would give an explanation to the Huang family for the reason for being stuck in this place for so long, since now they can finally be killing this guy. Story of this Momod. Here goes there. Then starting after those extras, excited there, running after our K, then right? He got a little shy since upon discovering that our protagonist was being a person, quite recognized by everyone, and they were not so much in favor of Jiang Kai, only that right there at the same portal of the Valley of the End of the Gods was basically crowded with people. But most of these people who were there were out of pure disappointment, because they have been for more than 60 days already, since in the same 60 days they failed to find any gorilla monkeys in this forest. The others end up blaming it, that in the forest out of nowhere caught fire. Possibly. Maybe this is the reason the gorillas have fled, and now as a result they will have to be staying there waiting for a new beginning for new gorillas to be placed there. But at this moment, our Jiang Kai was walking around there very happy. Right, since he got a lot of chests at the moment. He has 19 chests, and he managed to kill several gorilla monkeys there in that forest. Now he could be going back to the city so that in the city he can be selling all the chests for good money at this moment. Jiang Kai managed to already reach level 10, while our Jun Kai very happy was following the path. More than right there. Someone shouts for J Kai to stop at the moment, and well, he couldn't move, since if he moved, he would end up with him right there. He stops scared. Then he turns around. When he turns around, he finds again a group of people with bloodshot eyes to catch our protagonist after days and days of searching and a lot of suffering there in that forest. Finally, he found him. Now he will have no more escape soon. Then after everyone's attention is called, everyone is surprised to see that there were people from the Huang family. At this moment, he wondered where this child came from and how this kid managed to irritate the Huang family. So at this moment, he is surprised that the Huang family had sent someone to capture him well, since it wasn't such a surprise because he knocked out some Huang family people himself, only that at this moment, pulling the sword out, he understands that he was smart. Then there is nothing else to do, since his judgment here will be decided. He will be doing with our Jiang Kai, the same as he did in the judgment of the rookies with the Huang family. And now he was getting ready, because at this moment, here would be his end. They all armed with the best skills could be killing him easily. Soon then after getting ready, they go towards him. But Jiang Kai, with a simple movement, ends up easily dodging an attack from one of the swords that was getting close to him crouching. He tried to start to understand the story, since in the rookie's test, the Huang family started attacking our her. He simply defended himself, but whatever. Here, he doesn't care anymore, because he messed with the Huang family, so he should know his end. What he knows now, that our MC will die, so with the goal in hand, they end up going towards him. Jiang Kai understands that they really wouldn't give up, so to be honest, he will be ending with them here now, and moreover, they again chose the wrong target to be messing with soon. Then he grabs his machetes and throws them towards the extras, and he asks for these extras to defend themselves from these knives. Well, the request was made. They defend themselves, but some end up hitting anyway. So at this moment, they end up realizing that these knives only gave 10 damage, smiling. They were going towards him, commenting that these skills were ridiculous. It was no use, that didn't stop them, but the damage ends up increasing more and more. They, instead of removing the machete, simply ignore. Leave that damage happening. They then continue to attack our pro. While he was fighting others in the background, were wondering why he was using a little knife that could be used in charcoal. To light the barbecue, they start to mock his face, but our protagonist quickly looks fixedly in a direction and tries to tell him that his damage was little. But if by chance he could increase that damage little by little, what would they do then to demonstrate this? First, he ends up choosing a target. The target then ends up realizing that something was happening from 10 damage that it was taking from itself, out of nowhere rises to 2,000. A damage then ends up arising in him. A giant fire happens. Or even the person ends up screaming in pain. The people of his group are scared by this, quickly stopping with the attack. They then call for their leader and ask what was happening. He who there was receiving the total damage ends up asking for help, and also tried to ask himself why a little knife to light charcoal from barbecue gave so much damage like this. But the fight was not over yet. The other people in the background end up kind of noticing the same thing happening to him. That flame out of nowhere began to grow little by little, that then turns into a gigantic flame, totally roasting the people who there ended up receiving that knife in their shoulders. Soon, then we observe in the background, asking for help, asking to remove that. Since 2,000 damage ends up being inflicted on them at this moment, they could do nothing more. A gigantic fire ends up taking over the whole place. The people who were trying to capture our hero end up kind of being caught by those fires there. Well, soon then the system seems to thank Jiang Kai for having kind of executed 5 players at once, gaining a lot of experience there. The other spectator who was watching all this saw the fire growing and tried to understand where that fire suddenly came from. But since some crazy people tried to capture Jiang Kai, he thanks there for him kind of having tried to attack him since he ended up winning in the end some rewards. There also, our protagonist will also be taking as a reward their equipment soon. Then the guy in the background opens his mouth. They do not believe what they saw since our protagonist alone ended with the Falcon team there. Then they end up discovering that they were level 20 and above. And for the first time, they managed to see a guy with firepower kill a level 20 and above team alone. And also, who on earth would be this person? But this person, Jiang Kai, pulls out his last dagger that was stuck in the ground soon. Then he tried to use his watch, but why my watch was not working, he tried to find his information, but his information was private, or maybe he is a rich person. And if by chance he was a kind of fire mage who used a kind of secret or undiscovered address that no one knows in the world, that is using just for himself, then at this moment, they consider him a god of fire. But okay, this is a pretty powerful theory, but okay. They might not believe this theory that just created so easily. But what he is currently is the strongest fire guy they have ever known in their life. But our protagonist Jiang Kai at the moment was more caring for the points he earned, since by killing alone that group of people there who tried to attack, our hero for no reason ended up giving him unintentionally there something like 2 extra points for himself. But while walking through this forest, the system ends up appearing. But taking advantage of the system, he, by the way, asks the system why those extras could not find their own attributes, could not see the type of level he had or something similar that they could be using to defend themselves from him. Then thus the system explains that the duplication talent of his additional player was a lot. The additional attributes were a bit more different from the initial attributes they have, which was like, it or not, you cannot compare yourself also there with those common people. Common people could be using any kind of method that currently you won't be able to see the type of level and power our hero has at the moment, but even so, he ends up somewhat suspecting a few things. So, he looks back, observing several groups of people quite astonished at our hero, but perhaps it would be better if his powers were not detected, since this would attract some assassins on his trail. So here he ends up going to a town a little closer to the ghost taste. There, he ends up going to a kind of office where he could sell some things. Entering, he asks the saleswoman to buy his wares. But at this moment, the woman attending to our protagonist feels disheartened, since she spent an entire day doing nothing. On a regular day, she can sell plenty of items, but today she is quite tired. But this changes since our protagonist has some things he wants to sell. Jiang Kai then invokes his system while she rubs her eyes. She opens her eyes a bit to see what was in front of her. She thought that our Jiang Kai had nothing to sell, and assumed he only had some trinkets. But she ends up widening her eyes because in front of her she sees several very powerful gorilla cards. The same ones that had been missing for a long time. This was part of the lot where there were monster corpses. But there was also the lot from another place, which was the chests. The rare chests that no one had been finding. At this moment, 19 elite chests appear in front of her that he intended to sell to her. He could have opened these chests to get better items, but after much research, he discovered that it was more worthwhile to sell the chests because selling them might fetch a higher price. He then asks her what price she would put on them. Without reacting, she tries to understand what kind of guy was standing in front of her. Perhaps he was a chest-making machine. She is happy to see several elite chests for the first time in front of her. Thus, all thrilled, she shouts that there was no need to worry as she had already bought plenty of those chests that our protagonist was selling. The girl then discovers that our hero at this moment was a customer. But more than a super VIP customer, a guy beyond superior to that, so she should give him more than special treatment. Then she pulls out her calculator. After a long time calculating, she discovers a good price she could buy from our Jiang Kai. After calculating, she finds that those gorilla carcasses could be sold for 10,000 coins of this world, but there were also the elite chests that our protagonist would also sell to her, which she ends up pricing at 180,000 coins of the money from this world and also from the real world. Wow, Jiang Kai gets thrilled. He had never seen so much money in his life, 180,000 ghost coins. He would be happy selling this to her. She quickly buys it from Jiang Kai. Thus, after buying, we see the exchange being made, and it is also explained that one Ghost Phantom coin is worth only about 10 real-world coins. So it means that this amount of money he has here could be exchanged in the real world for over 1 million in his real-world money. This means that this money will already be enough to pay for his family's medical expenses. Now he no longer needs to worry about the military. All happy, he walked through the capital, knowing that the promise he made to the commander would no longer be fulfilled, but the promise to the commander would be fulfilled. He will protect his family while he enjoys hunting monsters and leveling up to become stronger so that in the future, he can better protect his siblings. While Jiang Kai was walking there, someone calls out to him, but this flame for this guy who ended up receiving an evaluation for himself. Then Jiang Kai turns. At this moment, he sees that girl from before who gave some interesting tips to our protagonist. Well, she ends up giving some reasons for Jiang Kai not to enter the Valley of the Gods anymore. The reason was that there were strong people in there, but she ends up asking our protagonist for a few things. Well, he kind of understands. Since our protagonist ended up receiving good tips from her, she would simply ask for one simple thing from our Jiang Kai. She known more than Ryan was very anxious to be entering now in the group of our hero. So asking, even please, she ends up asking him to let her join his team. But quickly, he changes the subject, saying a goodbye. She gets sad and asks for a little more time. She wanted a lot of help from our protagonist. Well, she starts explaining some things. Well, not explaining things, but saying personal things that she was literally known by everyone as the most useless person. Even the military didn't want her. She then ends up explaining that she wanted to join the group, but she asks to forget. It wasn't that important. She ends up offering our protagonist some other interesting tips for free again for him. So Jiang Kai turns around and quickly approaches our Ryan. At this moment, he then wonders if she would be willing to abandon everything there to join his team. Well, abandon everything indeed, since there she could be earning some good money. But at this moment there, Tristan ends up saying that she was keen. She wanted to make money. But she keeps wondering, after all, what kind of team would want someone like her, a failure, who can only say the fortune a person can have in life. But in the world here, there are some types of military that basically keep watching there, if you will be able to have a good power or not. But unfortunately there, to have a good power, you need to have a lot of cultivation. But there, they did a test together with the team, but discovered that their team was quite weak. And because of this, no one wanted to invest in them, which means that they didn't have a good strength in the future, so each one went to each corner. So as they didn't have investment, she went back to doing manual work. She had to work hard to get a good livelihood to take care of her family there. She worked day and night carrying weights to get good money at the end of the month. And because of this, our protagonist discovered that they basically had almost the same life. One of her brothers had a basically broken life after that and had no future. But she was definitely tired. But tired can be getting tired. She smiles happily. She ends up explaining that she was the only one of her older brothers, so she has to be the pillar to perhaps get a better future for her. Then at this moment, Y ends up having a memory of her brother. That brother who suffered a lot to give a good future to our hero, Jiang Kai, at this moment. Ends up having some good memories of his brother here, his brother H a long time ago. He ends up then running after a job, since also the brother of our protagonist also ended up adopting a sister, so he ended up dedicating more and more to a hard job to perhaps give a better future for him at this moment. There she ends up discovering a reality that maybe she will not have a good future, so she will have to go back to a hard life, and most likely she will not be able to log into this world anymore, so she will have to be working hard to get a better life. Maybe her brothers can get into this world and maybe get a better life than her. So she leaves, but he asks her to wait a little bit. She introduces herself as Jiang Kai. This is her name, but now she will have to log out a little bit, but not permanently. She will be back, and when returning, he will need her help for a few things, and hopes to find her there in this place to have some chats at this moment there, after discovering that our protagonist wanted to form some kind of team with her. We see a second later, her very happy, her shine dirty again. Very happy there, even trembling with happiness. Maybe this. Or maybe it is a dream since no one wanted her there by his side at the moment. So he leaves also commenting that if he lied there to her, he would never get money in his life again, since at this moment, he discovers that she was a good source of information to get a lot of money in the future. She there wipes her last tears, but now it's a tear of happiness. But well, her happiness could not be described simply with thank you. She then runs up to our Jiang Kai and simply gives a real hug to our protagonist, and also thanks him there for his help. But at this moment, he ends up throwing a tantrum there, asking her to let go since this was something he didn't like to do for now. While doing that, the people in the background were simply watching the whole scene happening. There, meanwhile, on Earth, Jiang Kai ends up finding himself at home. Then he ends up meeting with his brothers. At the moment, Jiang Kai wanted to give extremely good news to them. Jiang Kai comments that his brothers will no longer need to work because now he managed to hold firm in the new job. The kid now has a lot of money. He can't believe our protagonist got all this but is happy for it. But his sister suspiciously wonders if our hero did some kind of cheating to get this money. But suspicious as he was, comments that he got it all just in the world of Ghost Saint. But there he could finally have his brother's surgery, and that after maybe he could start all over again. His older brother is happy for his help. All he has done here must have been too much work, but Jiang Kai simply thanks him for what he did, because everything he was doing here was just to thank his brother, because he also did almost everything to make our Jiang Kai get into the ghost taste. But now worries should be left for later now. Jiang Kai managed to have a more stable life. Now he will no longer need to work. Now they could be living and celebrating as much as they want. At this moment, they take their drink to drink. They end up making a beautiful toast. While Jiang Kai there was happy in his last moments with his family drinking a drink, he ends up noticing something happening. His phone rings with an unknown number. Jiang Kai then takes it and answers it. This was the Supreme Commander, and now he was happy knowing that Jiang Kai managed to beat him in a bet. But he wonders if Jiang Kai was free. He does not end up asking the reason, but simply will send a car here to pick up Jiang Kai to take him to a certain place, so he ends up accepting the car. Comes and picks him up, but here on the edge of a border near a very dangerous place, we observe the disaster that happened there. It had been a long time since he came to this place, but now that he arrived here, he ended up looking in another direction. In that direction was the Supreme Commander arriving there. He starts trying to understand why the commander called him here, but he has no answer. What he has as an answer was a tremor, a roar of a monster coming from the back of the city that was on fire. So Jiang Kai looks in the direction of the noise that came there. He found a monster, but the monster was a bit bigger than he was imagining. But behind that giant beast, there appeared 3 people trying their luck in capturing the beast, but not trying the beast jumps in the direction of the monster, the 3 preparing a strategy. They running then going towards the monster, so after a long time monster comes from the fundo of the city that was on fire. So then Janai looks in the direction of the noise that came from there. He found a monster, but the monster was a little bigger than he was imagining. But behind that giant beast, there appeared 3 people, trying their luck at capturing the beast, but not trying the beast, jumps towards the monster, the 3 preparing ends up kind of coming up with a strategy. They running, then going in the direction of the monster. Then after a good time, he ends up seeing a type of extraordinary leader there, fighting against a beast of God level. But currently, the explorers of G-Stars basically have a hydraulic scale that basically divides the level of people. There, basically, from level 20 up, are being divided into like 6 stages, but among them, the explorers from level 1 to level 80 basically become the strongest after advancing in their own work. But their powers can only be listed in the Ghost Star. But however, from 80 to 120, there is a huge difference in power, allowing that to fight against extraordinary monsters like this one here below the monster. Then there standing simply MCA, The hunters try to attack it, but the monster does not stay still. It tries to retaliate against those heroes who were about to attack it, because also currently, the power you can use in the Ghost Star could be withdrawn from there and also be used on Earth, allowing people there to have the same level as you have in the Ghost Star. But currently these powers are only used at specific moments, the moment where humans are almost suffering to die. But there that changes the story. There that makes history also, humans with these powers managed to defeat quite powerful beasts. And this was much more significant and more effective to fight against these god-level beasts here, that these beasts that have just appeared in front of you are easily pierced. Giant holes are made in this monster by these mere hunters who appeared. Then these hunters are recognized by the maximum, most powerful potency of the world of our hero. But Janai also has the goal, something similar to that, to have the goal of getting close to this class or something like that. But at this moment, Yanai has the doubt why the commander wanted to invite him here just to have a kind of personal conversation. And of course, our story continues right after the previous chapter. At this part here, we continue with those hunters crushing and also defeating this calamity-level monster from God quickly. Zhang Kai is very happy. He is delighted to see that these guys crushed this monster quickly in a fight. But the commander quickly interrupts him since the monster they just defeated was one of the weakest monsters around here, and unfortunately in these skirmishes, they have already lost some very powerful people to monsters stronger than this one. So at this moment, he asks Jiang Kai if he really wants to go back to the life he had before, that life of comfort. But he asks Jiang Kai not to be happy about it, since he won't have that life for long. The monsters will eventually reach the safe zone, and they won't be slow to do so. Thus, he will also be fulfilling the proposal and the bet he lost to our Jiang Kai. But he wonders if Jiang Kai is basically backing out and doesn't want to fight the monsters. If Jiang Kai agrees to join the army, he might find a way for the Huang family to stop bothering him. And he is surprised to see that such a powerful family was keeping an eye on just one person. But the commander has a forecast that Jiang Kai might become strong in the future, strong enough that Jiang Kai's family might need his help to deal with some things. Also, he already knows that Jiang Kai only wants to stay behind protecting his family from anything, but joining the army means abandoning all that and protecting many people. Hunters in this world are here only to fight the monsters to perhaps have peace in the future. And who knows, in the future, the strongest commander might end up with a tragic end, dying in a fight against monsters. After that, there won't be anyone left to help him. He said he was fine with it since he was a commander. And if he died protecting humanity, it was more than enough. But he won't interfere in Yanai's life. He will have to make his own choice, follow a good path, or the other path of comfort. But upon hearing this, he realizes that he might need to help the city protect itself. So they leave, and other days pass. Already at Ghost Star, observing Zhang Kai entering there, he did not know that the commander would be so surprised and so optimistic about him, seeing that he might become the strongest person in the world in the future. But now Jiang Kai sets this aside, because he now has a new goal. He now wants to hunt new monsters, since the superior-level gorilla monkeys were no longer his main challenge. Now he wants to hunt a new obstacle. These things he wants to hunt now here are known as lower ghost monsters. But as a power base, this creature only has a powerful scream that ends up somewhat destroying everything around it within a 10-meter radius. This monster was a monster that could be killed instantly within a 10-meter radius, but cannot be injured within a 10-meter range as it could be caught by this creature's ability. So he realizes that fighting this thing will be more difficult than fighting those superior-level gorilla monkeys before. So knowing that the obstacle was out there, he ends up following the path. However, while following, he ends up finding our Yuan, who was just waiting for our Jiang Kai. He was surprised to see that she waited all this time for him to appear again. She wakes up in pure fright, but soon recognizes him. She then says that she was really waiting for him for a good few days. He understands that she really waited for that time. So here he asks for news, it is said. She comments that she ended up finding a quite important person who might be helping them clear some raids much faster. However, our protagonist Alv about this new news, wonders who this new person would be. So it is already presented to us, this was Ryan. With courtesy, he was the drunk Jiang Kai, who soon realizes that he was not a good person, already running away from there, leaving the two behind. And as predicted by her, she already knew that Jiang Kai did not want him in his team. But even so, she asks to take Yan along with our Jiang Kai since he was very obedient and would probably be following him for a good time and would be helping him a lot. He was listening to her defending him. He gets a bit shy, but still, she asks him to give a new chance since Yan could be basically any kind of person to help. He could light the fire or carry the heaviest weights of our Yanai, so he could not refuse such a good proposal. But he stopped at one thing she said that caught his attention, since he was not even so interested in joining the team of North. Jiang Kai keeps his eyes narrowed, but then raises his hand and quickly approaches and grabs Huan's hand. He was known more as Captain Jiang Kai, and now we are presenting him as a guy who did not have much talent, but now he is a talented guy, and will be joining their team. So as captain, he should be taking him there to the certain boss, the Botch, who was the most powerful one they should defeat. However, our Jiang Kai became basically too realistic about things, even starting to confuse things like family. She, in the background, ends up explaining some things that make him understand a little more about Jiang Kai. So we see in the Valley of the Elite Monster Kings, in the Ghost Kingdom of Bach, an abandoned house, but from the door of that abandoned house, we observe a somewhat thin and malnourished hand. Minutes later, the monster appears there roaring up. He was a level 20 monster. While the beast walked through that darkness, we see the silhouette of two people in the background. So before he could do anything, he already warns that they should be careful since this monster here was much more powerful than those elite-level gorillas. Here, they would only have a single chance to kill the monster, since they would have only one attack available in 10 minutes. Beyond that, it is likely they would die quickly. However, this was a unique opportunity to end it. However, while Jiang Kai, understanding strategy, starts saying some things making her in the background quite confused with what our Jiang Kai was thinking, our hero asks whoever was talking in the background to shut up. But she, who was just quiet in her corner, wonders who was shouting. She was not, so he turns a bit backward, but when he turns around, guess what? He sees the drunkard having some drinks, while at the same time yelling at his wife. Here, the little guy will make the next toast to his wife. However, when he talks about it, the monster in the background ends up hearing them talking. At this moment, upon hearing, it starts roaring loudly and then jumps towards Jiang Kai. Then he just watches the monster opening its mouth, and then with some things starting to appear in its mouth. Now frightened, Jiang Kai wonders what this Yan was doing. Huan ends up saying before that this guy was joining their team just to help, but this was not real. She apologizes for doing this. She just ruined the team. Meanwhile, the monster ends up roaring towards Jiang Kai. However, he opens his arms to defend himself while we see only that drunk sleeping on the ground. But suddenly a shock happens. The three of them stop abruptly. At this moment, our protagonist realizes that there was a chance to fight against this monster, now seeing that we could no longer do anything. We observed in the background, just our new integrant asking for Jiang Kai to step back and retreat, now that it was not the right time to fight against this. And the monster came at full force with its mouth open in the direction of Jiang Kai. But at that moment, we observed the drunkard. However, the drunkard was enchanted with the beer, commenting that in front of him was a beauty, and how such a beauty passed by him without him noticing, and then with his mouth open, he falls face down on her. He ends up kind of hugging her with all his strength, enough that he pushed her a little back. The two behind stayed there, not understanding how this was possible now. The drunkard was on top of the monster, and now he thought that fate unites the two. This beautiful lady would be having a nice date with him. Then he ends up putting his hand on her face and asks what happened to her, or why she had such a big mouth but didn't care because now he would be making good use of it. Meanwhile, we observe her asking him to move since the skill used by Bacha wasn't enough to control our Ryan. So maybe he was the only one who managed to get rid of it. But now, it was a more than perfect moment for us to attack. She who was under Ryan's control. So Jiang Kai takes those small weapons in hand. Now, with those small daggers in hand, he simply throws them all in the direction of Bacha. While Jiang Kai's daggers approached Bacha, we observed our Ryan there, who did not forgive even the hole. He just asks this beautiful lady to prepare, because now they will have a beautiful encounter. Their eating should be right here, but well, he was getting closer and closer to the monster's mouth. However, when he was about to get close to deliver the final touch of the final kiss, an explosion descends, startling Janka and the rest of his group. And well, the explosion ends up frightening everything around. After a beautiful explosion happened, we observed Ryan just waking up to reality, wondering where his wife was. Soon then, he falls to his knees, realizing that his beautiful fiancée, who was to marry him, was perhaps dead. And he blames Jiang Kai for seeing that Jiang Kai blew up his wife. So he ends up crying, saying that she was his wife, what motivated him to live. So there is nothing more to do. He will now be giving up on everything. And well, the end came for him. But the scene cuts to the two commenting on what was happening. Comes Juan, if he was crazy. So she says that this Juan Yu tends to get a little crazy in the head when he drinks some beers. But now she calls her captain and asks him to go with her to get some treasure chests. Bacha's treasure chest. But while she advances to get the treasures, Shanai stands still. He sees that this Ryan was quite strong. Strong, but he was strong when he was drunk. Well, he attacked that monster without even thinking twice. Now he realizes that maybe the drunk class has some advantages in fighting against these monsters, since this ruin doesn't fall under the monster's spell. So saying that, approaching with her beautiful chest. But she looks at Jiang Kai, and Jiang Kai was happy. Now he would be using Ryan as an artifact, like an artifact to deceive Bacha's defense. And there he is making her scream in fear, and he laughs there even loudly. She is left wondering why Jiang Kai was so smiling out of nowhere. This was scaring her. So they advance to another cabin of that monster. In the other cabin of the witches, we observe the beauty leaving the cave. She comes out all happy. She already starts to try to scream, but at this moment, a noise is heard from the side. She turns around, quickly to see who it was. She sees Jiang Kai and Ruan, but Ruan was tied up by one. And now he asks Juan to make his decision. He could choose whatever he wanted, and then he chooses since he just found a new beauty. The kid already falls with his tongue out, but the monster ends up shouting in the direction of our Ran, but this doesn't affect him. Instead of being stunned by the shout, he gets even more in love with her beauty. And guess again, he ends up giving her a tight hug. So there we observe that they will have a night more than passionate Zhang. Kai realizes that his sweetness was enhanced to another level. They can now farm level as much as they want now, with their daggers in hand. He throws those daggers in the direction of the wife of our Ruin the boy. Was already almost giving some nice kisses to them. But well, at this moment, the daggers end up hitting the monster. The monster doesn't even notice, but the explosion then happens and the arrow is shown to us Ryan, who also ended up being thrown upwards after that explosion. The system minutes later appears saying that the other batch was defeated by Jiang Kai. But at this moment, the scene is shown more closely. Ruin here, who here now was falling in the air. Again. The beasts below ended up exploding his wife. He wonders what kind of beings they were to do this to his beauty, but he didn't have time to find out, as he ends up falling next with all the force to the ground. Jiang Kai said that he was a good boy and well managed to make a nice meeting, but had a meeting quite ruined by them. The idea of tying him was quite good, right? But things managed to be faster than last time, but this time they didn't even need to hide behind a bush. They ended up with the monster without needing it. But again, they go to the next witch's house, and guess what? There. He explodes again, his new wife, and again he asks them to stop since this would be his 11th wife. That Jiang Kai exploded, he fell. And in the cabin, we see a sad boy. Since now it was 23 wives that ended up being lost in these explosions of Jiang Kai. He is sad about this, but not for them, and if the two end up being happy, their eyes shone with the treasures, so they continued. Now here, it passed 35 wives that ended up being toasted by Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai didn't care about this. since what mattered in the end were the chests that were worth a lot, that all fell in front of Jiang Kai. But now that he defeated several 35 monsters, he already knows the potential of Ryan, so he could already be hunting more monsters. But after 35 of Ryan's wives ended up being dragged up, our protagonist managed to level up 2 levels. Then at the moment, our boy not here already reached level 14. Now they look in the direction of Huan and realize that Huan was heartbroken to see that 35 wives ended up dying there, so they should be helping him calm his heart. While there, she stayed close to Ruan to keep the boy's heart steady. We see Jiang Kai holding 2 cards in hand, and he was also surprised to see that he managed to still collect 2 cards in those abandoned cabins. Now he could be enhancing his skills. One of these skills that could be enhanced was the technique of praying for rain that, used by someone with a strong mental resistance, could cast an extremely powerful rain. This skill, you are on top of a mountain. You can widen the mountain, almost all of it. So knowing that he couldn't be using this skill, he throws this skill then in her direction. She didn't believe that in front of her was a skill card. And if at the moment she thanks Jiang Kai for giving her a new chance, since now she not only has 1 unique skill, that was the D in action, she now will have 2 here. Maybe from now on, she won't be useless in a battlefield. And again, she thanks Jiang Kai for allowing her to become a person, perhaps stronger. She for thanks. Jiang Kai ends up hitting her head on the ground. A rooster even dirties her head, but she ignores it. Her happiness was more than 1,000. She shouted with the little card up and saw now that it was no longer a waste. Meanwhile, he also has another card. The other card ends up allowing him to use that in a specific skill he wants. But however, when using that, it will automatically disappear from his inventory, so he ends up using it to test things. A blue glow appears there minutes later. He ends up able to awaken this ability. It was the ability to steal. She ends up being an extra ability, making the system appear in front of Shanai. It appears in front of our Shanai, showing his ability. His ability allows him to be more, but this hacker will only be useful when he is inside a casino. In the casino, he can use his ability as much as he wants. So this means that the effect of it was not to stop much. The system agrees that it was not to stop much, but he ends up somewhat irritated with the system. However, he is also pissed off with another thing. This new ability also allows him to steal a bit of the abilities of other people, but only steals half of it. For example, if a person has 100%, he will only steal 50% of the person's power. But at this moment, while he was lying on the ground out of pure disappointment, we see our Rian, who has just woken up. Now that he wakes up, he wonders what is wrong with him. He feels a bit bitter, as if he had lost several wives in the same day. So to recall a lot, she recounts that he ended up losing 35 wives last night and such. He was quite sad about this. However, after recalling all this, the boy vomits. He vomits in the air, understanding that he was just a failure who hindered the Jiang Kai team. He ends up asking Jiang Kai to take him out. That he was just a failure who hindered Janai's team. He ends up asking Janai to remove him from his team. He was just a person who was only getting in the way of his team. But at that moment, Janai extends his hand with a new outfit for him. He comments that this guy wasn't useless last night. No, if it weren't for him, he certainly wouldn't have been able to defeat those lowlifes there. No way. So again, he asks him to stay on his team, because if it weren't for him, they would probably have been defeated by those monsters at that moment. And now he was almost the core of the group, but even so, he asks to be taken off the team. He was just a guy who was getting in the way, but he insists again that he stays, and he also asks for our Ruin to stay as well, as she did a great job the night before. She is surprised and happy. She turns towards our Janai. And here's the scene where she saw Janai, the extremely wealthy guy who handed her an infinite amount of money. They then, understanding Janai's kindness, end up thanking him again as the two's faces lit up, saying that now they will follow Janai to the ends of the earth. He asks them not to do that, since what he said there would go on until death. You should notice that this wasn't at all good. He feels a little, hesitant about it, but for us to know if our protagonist will actually accept them permanently in his team. And our story of this work from here will continue in the exchange of ghost star items. We observe that the stall owner is very happy with the return already of his best customer, and he also could not already be believing this, since in the total of the price that he will be selling there for them, of the loot from the chests and items that he has, will be reaching a very high price. Like now, he will be able to sell all that stuff of his there for 80,000 ghost star coins. But in total, all these coins there in the real world will rise to 8 million. And the cure already of his sister and his big brother, there will be totally covered already. Maybe if cure now, will have no more difficulties. Now also, that does not need to worry about hospital expenses anymore. He can do one thing. One of these things was to buy some new pants or new clothes, and so the kid does there. He buys some equipment that gives an upgrade to his strength. So at the moment, he only buys a leather armor that gives some more points to his defense and also agility. But the effects of his gloves were also identified, which means that those gloves there will be used also together with that critical damage skill that he awakened. There also his damage increased a lot. And so then he leaves that outfit that was by leaving. Then we observe now that he was now more confident within himself. Now with all certainty, he can go out and fight a level 20 explorer easily. But now more confident than ever, we observe from another place. Our ruin there, he approaches Jiang Kai saying that he modified things for him there. So then running with stick in hand, he asks him to take that dagger and look more closely at the modification he made. He then throws that dagger with all his strength in his direction. Our protagonist asks him to stop doing that, because even being just a guy who has a B skill, he will be basically causing a big mess Jiang Kai with this dagger there. So at this moment, we observe that the dagger almost approaches close to our hero, and that is different from his eyes, but Ruin asks for that thing to return to him. That stick that was holding him throws up the dagger that was about to get close to our hero. We observe it turning around, and it pierces the stick, and then stops on Ruin's hand. The reason for making this modification was simple. He noticed that Captain Kai was always needing to get close to his opponents that he defeated, and due to that a type of mistake could occur. The monster is alive. He could get screwed a bit. But with this he can simply call the name of the knife and it will return to his hand. But even if he decides to throw this dagger away, he can be using a charm that is inside it, that can be put into another knife soon. Then he is very happy about this, saying that he no longer needed to get close to his opponents to recover his dagger. Now he has more chance to see it from any monster, but to make things better. Ruin comments that this dagger there, when in the air, it can also cause a little damage to the opponent or the thing you are trying to hit in the air. And again, he thanks him. He did not think that Ruan was such a genius as he was. So then he comments that he only learned all this from some people. However, half of these things were with Jiang Kai. But Jiang Kai said that he swore to God that he had never taught this to anyone. But talking about this, a lightning strikes the background, causing a giant scare. Our protagonist, minutes later, the place starts to rain soon. Then we observe there Jiang Kai turning around to try to understand what was happening. But when he turns around, he ends up finding our new member, who here is happy about the new skill she was doing all this, and she managed to learn a little of this skill. Although it is not so useful, we observe Ruin refuting her, saying that this skill could not be so useless, not since people around here were running from her rain. We discovered that this rain is not even a common rain, because when touching that rain, he realizes that the rain is heavy, which he can modify the movement of his opponent. However, this ability can be so powerful that it can also be sending some extras to another world, or that she discovered that she has the potential to become stronger. We observe her there with her high ego, saying that she managed to learn the best ability in the world. But now that Ruan might be entering the battlefield, their Ruin also has this rain ability. They became much stronger, but at this moment, an extra passes, annoyed, commenting. What was happening with this rain? This rain was interfering with all his plans. They should be taking the equipment to the Huang family. At this moment, Jiang Kai discovers that the Huang family was coming up with another strategy. Again, he asks to wait a minute because he wanted to know more about this crazy strategy of the Huang family. So they start commenting on some things also, that here there is no internet access, so it can't be explained better. But the other gives a brief explanation that the Huang family is taking 200,000 people to a dangerous forest, there to defeat a certain boys defeating boys. He will be able to expand more his territory here in the ghost world. Also, he wonders if he does not know Daster the new news. This new news is basically that everyone here is responsible for the rise and the new fall of the new world. They end up leaving. Seeing that this idiot was interfering with their plans moving forward, we observed that our protagonist was coming up with a plan, since the Huang family at this moment was hunting a stronger boss. There will also be another family that will be after this boss too. So he realizes they discovered that a specific stronger boss of all decided to act, which also means that the land may be in danger. So for this, people will be using all the power they have. If they manage to defeat the boys, they will be gaining many rewards, but to get such equipment, you need to defeat the monsters in the Ghost Star. However, you need to defeat him to also open new territories. Only the monsters of this Ghost Star are divided into high and low levels, and they are known as Commander level, another as King level, and the last one is the Map Boss. But between them, there is the King level boss. To defeat a King level boss requires hundreds or thousands of people to fall into hand against it. So he wonders if the Huang family why change their fighting style. As said before there by our Hu Xin, that also all the people in the world are responsible for the rise and the fall of the monsters, and someone certainly has the right to be fighting against the monster. Monsters will be defeated sooner or later. So here at this moment he wonders if Yuang was not telling the truth. He should be dropping everything here but following the same objective as him, fighting against the monsters to protect his country. And so he would do a test. So we cut to another place at this moment she was wondering, or the Y was doing this frozen island. But since he came here, he wonders why the Y came to this place if he wanted to buy a single piece of cold protection equipment. But before they could start doing anything, he hears someone shouting this, that shouted, ask them not to keep walking around, since they could not be walking in this place before the fight could be starting. But this was his first time in this territory, so he wonders why he could not walk around here. So for this, he ends up explaining that below this frozen island, there is a monster's lair, so they could not be walking around here. And what they were doing here was simply disturbing the life of a certain monster that lives there. And as he says he was disturbing the life of a monster, we see the monster appearing. This appears there. He was a level 22 monster, and the remains of the two extras who were in the background are left open-mouthed, but also happy to see that these newbies here would already be dying so early, since this was a level 22 monster. To defeat it was necessary to have a level 20 team. And also, as everyone knows, these M-Call are quite good in a fight, and you won't be able to easily defeat a guy like this in real life. Soon in the background, we see the two asking Jiang Kai to be careful, since the monster was dangerous. But the monster soon attacked, hitting Jiang Kai completely. However, Jiang Kai quickly used basically his cloak to dodge. We see him behind this monster now. Before, he had thought this monster was something like a powerful monster, but in the end, he realized this monster was just a trash fish. Even so, he jumped behind it and delivered a knee strike to its neck, but he also used a small explosion. This explosion hit the monster squarely. The creature is toasted. Soon in the background, we observe the group of those new extras with their eyes wide open, and they don't understand how it was possible. They managed to defeat the mule easily without even having a strong team. So, if he managed to do that, it means he is one level above level 20. But the leader of this group, who is locked in and sees that he was killed by a mere teenager, but also the monster was killed with just one hit, not even knowing if it was several. And now that he has completely ruined the body of that monster, he realizes he is no longer feeling uglier due to having moved. But now he notices that his strength is 76 points while giving a critical damage shot, or lower. The damage he managed to deal was 15,200 to the monster. This also doesn't count the critical damage bonus he can also give to his opponent. But even if he doesn't want to deal the highest damage he can in his life, these daggers now in front of him will do the work for him. But at the height of a level 20 monster, his damage currently can tank it entirely, which means he can now kill monsters from level 20 and up. However, before he can do anything, he stores his daggers in his system. In the background, we see the two approaching him, so before they could get close, he said that he had taken the card from that muck, which he could use on himself. But now he wonders if the three above can direct him to where Hui's family is. So they introduce themselves as a younger brother, twin brother, elder brother, and they would guide our protagonist to Hui, since they knew of our protagonist's strength. So they should simply guide him to his boss, and from there, they wouldn't need to worry so much about our hero. As they advance, he comments that he didn't want to let those two from his team get involved in personal matters with that Hangwei family. At this moment, he also discovered that those three guys are basically blood-related siblings. However, we also find out that they basically know the location of Hangwei, so he wonders why Hangwei hasn't appeared here until now. Before he can do anything, someone in front appears, called by Jiang Kai, and at this moment, he also wonders if this is the so-called Huang Wei. Well, the reason for meeting this Huang Wei was simple. He just came here to fight alongside his country because maybe with his help he would surely destroy many monsters. However, as soon as he talks about it, we see a ray of light approaching. Yanai gets a scare, but to avoid being caught, he moves back a bit, and we see that Hangwei attacked him now. Behind, he wonders what is happening, why Hangwei was attacking, and also he is just here to make peace with them. He wonders what kind of peace this is since he killed him the first time, which made him go through several psychologists, and he suffered a lot at the hands of those guys trying to recover the sanity he had before. Now he comes with this talk of peace, and he went through many things, and now he just wants revenge. He wants to end perhaps all the damage that happened to his life. But at this moment, he comments that even his family asked him not to mess with Jiang Kai. But this was not something he should follow since now the goal was also to destroy the board of this place, and at the same time, he would be taking judo with that Boos, our protagonist, since he also wants to use the merit of having defeated our protagonist to gain some blackmail from that old man before. At this moment, Jiang Kai can't believe this guy's pathetic motivation, but then he advances towards Jiang Kai to finish him off, since by finishing him off he would gain a lot of fame. So first, he would be taking the military merit that our protagonist managed to take from him, and also it would be a way to punish his sins or not, right? And so he will use the new sword he has to finish him off. He almost catches him, but now he notices some things and thinks of trying to forgive this guy, but he discovers that he doesn't deserve forgiveness. But now he thinks that this Hangwei needs to be defeated. But also, if he wants to know some choices, it was that he chose to try to help this guy to become his team. But now he had no choice but to eliminate this guy again. The group of his, guess what, starts to crack up the face of our MC, so that one is laughing at his face until a little while ago. But then he stops with his eyes wide open. He opens his watch and discovers the new things about our Jiang Kai. One of these things was that this kid had already reached level 14, like too fast. Before he was at a much lower level, he even did something that even his young master hadn't done yet. But at this moment it was late. We then observe that he used those flames of his. The flames go up to Hangwei, but Hangwei only sees some damage happening on him. The damage was only 200, but then suddenly it goes to 2,000. He doesn't understand why a fire like this was so strong. His group, worried about their boss, tries to help him. Well, their attempt to help was just asking if he was okay there in the middle of that fire, but Jiang Kai asks them to relax, since if by any chance his companions didn't want to end up like he's ending up, they shouldn't bother him or stop him. But he asks them not to come at him. But also surprised, he wonders how it was possible that these equipment here could defend against any damage or anything. But it wasn't enough to defend against those attacks from our Hangwei there. But before he says that, if the young master of his might be defeated by our Jiang Kai, he asks his group to finish off our Yanai. Their request was made, and the 3 or 4 there organize in front of Yanai to attack him. Well, now facing those beasts, he still wonders if they really want to mess up his plans since they won't back down. He ends up choosing a perfect plan. So now he will finish them off for having interrupted him by quickly defeating our hangway. To finish off the extras, he throws his dagger in their direction. The daggers then hit each of the extras. The extras, instead of moving, just stay still, only receiving the damage test. We observe that the damage was little, and they mock the face of our Jiang Kai, thinking that this damage would never be enough to end their lives. So he is heading towards them to finish off their lives. He was getting close, but Jiang Kai raises his hand with that solution. Now he asks for his dagger to come back to him, so it is done. He doesn't realize what was happening. That dagger then ends up piercing him from behind. He wonders what that was, or why that thing came back to him. In the end, he ends up being caught by that dagger from Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai increases the fire of that dagger to the maximum level, receiving 2,000 damage automatically, and he only ends up watching the beast being roasted in front of him. But the others in the back are scared to see that dagger circling to hit their opponent. But as seen now, he easily defeated a guy who was level 10. No, better not level 10, but a guy of level 32. The guys are surprised to see that their captain was defeated, but it's not over yet. There were still people alive. Meanwhile, we observe in the background, the extra is now his turn. He asks him to get ready. At this moment, he then throws his dagger to hit him. He guesses it hits him right there, and after he was hit by that dagger of ours, Yanai, we observe a fire growing again in front of him, scaring the rest. The rest wonders what kind of skill was this, and they end up creating theories about our MC. They wonder if he might be some kind of powerful specialist pretending to be weak. Your leader, our hangway, asks them to stop the nonsense and then asks them to attack that guy again and defeat him once and for all, as he was just a mere extra. His order was to be obeyed, and it is being obeyed. Even so, they go after Jiang Kai, approaching, but from behind. We observe Huang Gu opening a smile on his face, as we see that one of the guys there had a specific skill that was to attack assassins. And well, our protagonist no longer had any chance of surviving. What could happen to him here now was to meet his end. But that's what he thought, because minutes later, we see a giant fire happening again, and the two who were there were totally defeated. He, pale and completely shocked by what was happening, is now without reaction and trying to understand who this guy was. And more, Janai only gets closer to him, trying to say that he made things difficult, so maybe the difference in power is that trash down there that only has money and armor to fight. But this was impossible. The level difference was so big, how did they lose like that? Then our protagonist, ignoring his question, advances. He pulls out his sword. He left the past in the past. But now Hangwei disappointed him. But now he wonders if Huangwei was still determined to want to kill our hero. Approaching, they wonder what he would do. Our MC said he wouldn't do anything. But since he wanted to kill our hero, he can't just stand here listening to what he had to say. He also has to be acting to defend himself. Last time, he caused him some trauma, but the trauma was small. However, now, let's cause bigger trauma. He then raises his sword up high, and he only saw a flash of a sword approaching him. Minutes later, in the background, we hear a scream. He was screaming there, and then, after several minutes, we see him looking at his system. But now he was surprised to see that killing explorers gets him more XP than usual. He kills a level 30 guy, and that rank makes him automatically level up to 17. However, because he kind of killed all these people here, he ended up receiving a system punishment. He is now a bloodthirsty assassin. At the moment, he is surprised by this, standing still, looking at the system. He stares at it but stops and thinks that getting a title of bloodthirsty assassin wasn't a bigger title. Maybe it's the highest punishment someone can reach here in Ghost Start. So, having this title, people on the whole map will be able to see you on the map, and well, they will hunt you down. But you have a chance to recover the title you had before just by killing monsters or earning system rewards. But now that he stopped and thought, he also discovered that the system also increased our protagonist's punishment by 2 times. So, We also found out here that if he were killed, people could be stealing 30 times more of his experience. He could also return to level 1. This was bad. And he couldn't go anywhere anymore, places that are crowded with people, and he needed to remove this thing as quickly as possible, so he runs at the moment. Then here we cut to a scene at the Huang family headquarters. In this scene, we see their leader yelling at his subordinate because they didn't protect his son. He was also killed. He made a big deal with him because he needed that guy's son at least to fight against some monsters to get a lot of titles and power in this world. But now that the so-called loser died, what should they be doing here now? He bangs on the table and comments that they needed to kill the King Boys. By killing the King Boys, they will have a military merit quite high, and they will be able to do whatever they want when they manage to do that. And now their goals were to kill the boys, but killing the boys was difficult. However, their people were bloodthirsty to do that, and most likely they would succeed. The story of this work already continues. And now that the search has been made, we observe an hour or half an hour later somewhere on this frozen island, Jiang Kai being interrogated by his group. She wonders why Jiang Kai has an extra title. At the moment, he cannot explain this as it is likely that some groups of extras are already trying to look for him. So then he grabs her hand, saying he needed to do some things, but at this moment, they hear the sound of a trumpet. Well, that was the sound of the beginning of a war. We observe that this war was caused by something. And what Jiang Kai already thinks is that the Huang family has already started a war so early, while wondering what is happening. She asks Jiang Kai to look in another direction, and looking in that direction, they realize that the frozen lake has cracked. From within that frozen lake, we observe a monster coming out. Not just one, but several monsters that were frozen but are now there, ready not to attack just anyone. Yanai's group is already worried, seeing that something is going to happen to them. Now, at the peak of the ice mountain, several higher-level, much stronger monsters decided to appear. What they were seen doing was preparing. They hide because we observe that Jiang Kai's group was not in the mood to fight against these monsters. But at this moment, while they were scared, we observe someone shouting for them to get ready, because now they will be fighting against a fierce boss. Yes, this boss is the king boss. Now then, they could already be fighting against the monsters, because as soon as they manage to defeat these monsters, it is very likely that they will receive many achievements. But these achievements do not even come close to the main achievement, which is to dominate this territory. With this territory, they will achieve the greatest power in the world, so they should be fighting against these monsters, even if the leader tells them not to be so, well, worried, because even if they die here, they will surely defeat this boss. So with that said, the warriors were motivated, and they advance towards the monsters that were in front of them. The monsters also advance. At the moment, we observe that Drunkard from Jiang Kai's group asking them to also prepare to fight against the monsters and that they should take the opportunity to kill the king-level boss. But for now, he doesn't need this thing here. But for now, right, his group is left without understanding anything while the battle begins. The Huang family should be very worried about the monsters, and what he means is that the Huang family won't be bothering him now. He will just stay here watching them fight against this fierce boss. Yes, this was the king-level boss. They could be watching to learn some things, like how to defeat the boss easily, or, I don't know, find its weak point. As soon as they came up with their strategy, we observed the Huang family group advancing towards the boss, but the boss quickly gets up, quickly destroying half of the extras there. Zhang Rasa, while in front of him, appears an extremely strong boss. One of the Huang family guards freezes up, not even moving anymore. So, right, he couldn't stay still. He asks the group not to be afraid because this was a high-level stinky fish, but they were at an advantage. So, he asks everyone to get excited and go after it, but the excited one ends up going straight into the monster's mouth. The stinky fish quickly closes its mouth and swallows the leader of the Huang family group. So, right, no one could save him. He was devoured while the group behind there doesn't understand how the strongest guy in their group was devoured with just one bite. And now they don't know what they should be doing while they were thinking about what he would be doing behind us. we observe our Jiang Kai, right? Is it normal for a fishman like this to be so strong? An explorer in front of this monster was basically nothing, but he discovered one thing. To defeat the boss, it was necessary to kill the boss. Because if the boss doesn't die, the fishmen monsters will keep appearing infinitely. So the key to victory against these fishmen isn't the dozen or thousands of explorers, but an army of fishmen. Meanwhile, we observe the Huang family's group advancing towards the boys because they understood that the boys was their objective. At this moment, another one appears, another commander, but now with a flaming sword. He asks them to finish off the monsters, but he knew that even so, it wouldn't be enough. So he asks his group to help him with some buffs. To maybe kill this boys in front of him, it was necessary to use all his power. So it was said and done. They used all their maximum and total power to end the boy's life. Then an explosion takes over the entire area, and we observe the two with their mouths open. And now it seems that the boys is about to die, but Jiang Kai says no. Things don't seem to be favoring the hunters. Maybe the victory is on the boy's side. And so, he finds the boys using his ability with his eye. His abilities seem to be very strong, but through his ghost eye, he can see that they are at a disadvantage. So the thing our hero kind of suspected happened. Their attacks didn't even scratch his defense, and with their mouths open, they don't understand how it was possible. They used their strongest power and couldn't even scratch the monster's defense. So, right, they attacked the boys, but now the boys wants to do the same. So the boys attacks those hunters from the W family with one blow. All the strongest hunters were knocked down. Some of them were thrown up in the end, others fell. However, the boys still says that they are weak, and he asks for stronger people because the game he wanted to play wasn't even worth it. He didn't even warm up for the main fight. On Jiang Kai's side and the Huang family's side, everyone is open-mouthed to see that the boys killed all 8 superhumans at once. But right, 8 superhumans, the strongest ones, were defeated. But an idiot starts running towards the boys, and Jiang Kai asks for him to come back because he wouldn't even be able to scratch that creature. Maybe he wouldn't even make it. The Huang family's group even got discouraged from everything, but the boy's spear goes towards that unknown guy who appeared. But he also raises his spear and puts it in front of the boys. That spear ends up being stopped. The boys is surprised, but so is Jiang Kai and his group. That guy alone managed to stop the boss's attack, right? Stopping that was almost impossible, but he's sad, right? To see that most of his group sacrificed themselves for that filthy thing to maybe be defeated. He also tells the boss if he thinks humans are something that can be played with at any moment. But in the name of his fallen, his weak creatures, he will be ending this human again. But this was what he was thinking. Because that human charges at him with his spear in hand, and he manages to deliver a blow near his shoulder. That blow was enough to cut it. The blow was powerful. Our protagonist even thought that the blow would be strong enough to break that defense. So right, for this guy to become strong, sacrifices were necessary. And those 8 superhumans were sacrificed so that this J-Fang here could become the strongest to end the life of this boss. But even without this buff, Jiang Fang was an extremely powerful guy. But now Jiang Fang, who alone was almost incomparable to anyone, could kill anything. And so he delivers a few blows to this boys. The blows were fierce. That would certainly kill the boys quickly, like if nothing unexpected happened in this battle, he would win quickly, and victory was certain. But the level 32 elite monster appears. But the scene is cut to the Huang family's group. One of the guys ended up detecting that there were many monsters suddenly appearing, completely surrounding them. He doesn't understand how that was possible, which means that someone stronger just appeared. But the monsters that are being summoned are all level 30 and above. Both, everyone who was there, couldn't believe that this was possible. And now what could happen is that Jing Fang could be focusing more and more on the boys, which means that for sure they will win, but over time. But now, based on the 5 levels, Daom Peixe, who ended up kind of discovering it on the battlefield, they are divided into 5 zones. There's the elite zone, the general zone, the leader zone, and lastly, the boss zone. And after a good amount of time, he ended up placing several people in one zone just to finish off the monsters, but they all ended up dying. However, he wonders how they managed to get into this situation against these stinking fishmen. But if by chance they manage to be entering from behind in the boys' battle for sure, they, Jiang Fan, will surely cut the line and will manage to reach the boys. What would happen is that they would beat the boys, but many people will die in this game. Maybe 200,000 people, maybe more. So he yells there to Jin Fang that he needed 30 minutes so that he could kill the boss. Then he wondered how many creatures, how many fishmen were still alive on the battlefield. He would then check this little thing, but checking, he realizes that there are many, many monsters in front of him. But at this moment, we see something happening. Several daggers go in a specific direction, but these directions were towards the boys. One of those daggers pierces, automatically defeating that creature. Our protagonist, for having killed that, ends up gaining a point there, a point that he could distribute in his system. Behind, the two people from his team see her asking Zhang Kai to run. As out of nowhere, several monsters decided to appear. They should get out of here as quickly as possible, but he said that now he couldn't be leaving because leaving now would be wasting time, as now the battlefield seemed to be a little more balanced at the moment. But if no one stops this group of sea fishmen for sure, this will lead to the failure of this whole battle. Even if here the Huang family is totally his enemy at the moment. He doesn't deny one thing, which is that he wouldn't be so sad to see this Huang family lose this battle. But another comments on what he just did. But then, right now that it's over, he should be kind of proposing a new idea. Even with 200,000 people by his side, they were at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai closes his eyes. Another one ends up taking his job and starts smoking. But our protagonist calls for Huang and also Hao. He tells them both to be quiet, because now he will not be leaving. The two stay behind, wondering what will happen to him if he moves forward. But Jiang Kai moves forward because he needed to finish off these fishmen as quickly as possible. And if by chance they don't want to be fighting together there with him in this battle, they can leave. But Jiang Kai will be fighting alone against these fishmen, leaving the two with their mouths open. Meanwhile, we are cut to the battlefield where the fishmen were having a grotesque victory against the humans. The humans are each ambushed, some even giving up on the battle, unable to do anything more. The strongest one was also standing still. He didn't know what he was doing anymore while he was down. Others comment that if they couldn't kill this boys, they would die. But if they died here, they would be unable to enter the game for a month. He has a family and children to take care of. They don't want to die in any way. This is the only way to get money for them. But the captain said no. They will not run because 10 minutes have already passed. And if by chance they didn't notice, it was that in 10 minutes, monsters would appear again. And here they look in another direction, the direction where the monsters should appear in 10 minutes. At the moment, they begin to create theories about who would be the guy who was doing this cleanup of the monsters from behind, since the one family didn't prepare anyone strong to stay behind killing the monsters. So who would this unknown person be? Then he ends up discovering that there must be an extremely powerful hunter behind the scenes. He must be fighting alone against the group of fishmen. While they talked about this lucky and strong guy who was fighting against the monsters, we are cut to him running. While some monsters followed running, he ends up unintentionally stopping because now he needed fighting with his dagger in hand. He prepares for the battle from now on with his dagger held in hand. He advances towards those fishmen. Quickly, he manages to take down some of them. Here, after killing, he makes his triumphal entrance, saying that these fishmen were nothing. But the scene is cut to another person from his group, who was running, saying that Zhang Kai killed 2 elite monsters twice. So, well, she doesn't have the strength of Zhang Kai. So she screams for help so that Zhang Kai would appear there and help her. No better. Help me here. Right? Since this was the weakest one, it only had the ability to be drunk. So, running towards Zhang Kai with several monsters behind them, we see Zhang Kai passing by the two. Now he asks his group to rest, so they manage to attract a lot of elite monsters to one place. The two still wonder if Zhang Kai could handle all of this. Well, killing 1 or 2 alone is not normal, but now killing all of this was normal. And now advancing, we observe several monsters advancing towards him. So, in fact, he does have some difficulty killing some monsters. But now he will have to find out for himself if he will be able to or not. Well, he didn't even need to resolve this doubt since Jiang Kai was killing these monsters one by one. The two, frightened, saw that our Jiang Kai was a different guy than they were imagining. The explosion ends up happening in the background, catching the attention of the Huang family group, who quickly look in the direction where they saw the monsters. But out of nowhere, each monster was disappearing. Military? No, it shouldn't be. He also just hired military personnel to be here. How did they manage to get here so quickly? Quickly, he mounts his horse and starts running in the direction of that explosion while running towards our Jiang Kai. We cut here to Jiang Fang, who was still fighting against the boss. Finishing the boss's life, we see the boss getting increasingly irritated. The group of extras was just smiling there, saying that his current life was at 65%. What he needed was to quickly finish off this business. Our story continues with Jiang Kai falling on top of the monster with a weapon in hand, easily killing the monster. The captain tries to understand who he was, but he tells him to remember him. He was Kai. But at that moment, he yells to Zuzi and Nuan, who he hadn't seen in a long time, that he would now be fighting the boss with the goal of protecting both of them. But Kai fighting the boss, well, that was something maybe he didn't hear right, maybe it was wrong, but no. He looks forward quickly and locates Kai. But he realizes that Kai is heading toward the boss, and there was also something different about him. At this moment, that difference ends up drawing the attention of the players who were fighting the monsters ahead. That thing ends up catching their attention, and they stop, and some comment that someone was approaching near him. His head started to get a little dizzy. This was the effect of the bloodthirsty assassin. The bloodthirsty assassin was something almost impossible to find. But Captain Kai, what was he really doing? He wonders if he's completely lost his mind. He forgot his stats. As at that moment, he was heading to a place where there were 200,000 people. Those 200,000 people noticed Jiang Kai running in front of them, passing by them. They lose all the will and merit to fight against the monsters. Their objective now was to kill this guy here. By killing this thing, they would gain a lot of experience. At least they needed to kill this guy since, well, they couldn't even kill a single Triton. At this moment, everyone goes after him, asking them to finish off Jiang Kai. But Jiang Kai notices the presence of these hunters. But at this moment, what we see ahead is just an explosion. Our Nuan and our Zai wonder if Jiang Kai was killed by that person so easily. They clearly get worried about them, but that's what they were dreaming, as a single critical hit from him would be enough to finish off these weak players here. He passes by these weak players while they, lying on the ground, wonder what's up with that boy. They were so strong, but why were they dying to a level 10 novice? His friends wonder if Jiang Kai was okay. Nuan is happy to see that Jiang Kai was there, but now stronger than ever. In the background, someone else appears. Well, he shows up with his eyes scratched, saying that Jiang Kai was basically surrounded by 200,000 level 20 and above people, but he got out of there smooth without even a single scratch. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone shouts for his father to be careful since Jiang Kai appeared. But he was the guy who killed Zomi. But now it seems he showed up on the battlefield and is running toward the boss. They get worried, seeing that Jiang Kai would most certainly steal the boss. But also, our military grandpa asked one thing, for Jiang Kai to help protect some people. Not only protect those people, but protect the entire city. But he also said he wouldn't promise to protect an entire city. Now his country was also in danger, so at that moment he needed to gain more territory and resources, and for that, he would be using a little bit of the strength he had left. And at this moment, he asks for that skill of his to be activated here now. He wants to see the only abilities he ended up obtaining before. But at that moment, our system screen appears, showing him that for every explorer in this place who resolves to pay attention to him, he will be able to steal 1% of their total attributes from his enemies. Moreover, his skills would be removed in 30 minutes, but it would be permanent. At this moment, he was running, but at the same time, looking back. At this point, he wonders. The objective of this unique ability which can only steal 0.1% of the attributes of its followers, was not something he expected much from, but he hopes it will be useful. However, he also now knows that he is in a bloodthirsty assassin state. Almost everyone on the battlefield can pay attention to him at this moment. A light emerges from the players around, but the players ask themselves, confused, if there's a sinister assassin nearby. Another player doesn't understand how this is happening. However, the system appears again, saying that he began to steal 0% of the total attributes of the followers who were on this battlefield. Stealing, he feels a bit disappointed, because although each of these people could be losing 1,000th of their powers and attributes to him, he realizes that his own attributes and powers are still very weak. But as he ran across the battlefield, the players pointed in his direction and asked others to look at him. As they looked, he also ended up stealing their powers. While running, he also realized and felt that there were more than 200,000 people around. And even if he could steal only 0% of each of their attributes, that was already enough to make him extremely strong. Strong to the point where he could become a high-ranking hunter. With this gigantic amount of power here, no one would be able to stand against him. As he ran, he noticed auras entering into him, and with every step he grew stronger. Now, everyone here probably realized his power level. While running, someone from afar noticed this guy and warned his father to stay alert since Jiang Kai seemed different. Moreover, he was now already heading toward the BOSS, which was more than bad news. With a surprised face, he asked why, but then looked again as his watch indicated that his attributes were no longer the same as before. At this moment, while running, he had become much stronger than anyone else. His total attributes now seemed to have surpassed Yan Fang's. At this moment, his mouth dropped, unable to understand the true power of our protagonist. But again, he believed Jiang Kai would not defeat the boss. However, as he stood there in shock, the scene shifted to Jiang Kai's location, where he was already in the war chief level Triton area. The monsters were much stronger now, and one of them resolved to appear in front of Jiang Kai. The one who appeared was a shark-toothed Triton, a war chief-level monster with level 51. At that moment, the Triton tried to grab our hero, but Jiang Kai noticed its presence. From afar, we observed the son of that guy, realizing that Jiang Kai wasn't even trying to hide from the strongest Triton they had found. Even though they didn't know if his attributes were real or not, the bite of a shark-toothed Triton was an ability that even a level 60 explorer had to be careful of. Perhaps this place, where he had just arrived, was the farthest he had ever come. At that moment, the shark-toothed Triton opened its mouth, but Jiang Kai didn't take a step back. Jiang Kai began to run, and getting closer than ever to the boss, he prepared once again. But now, he prepared to punch the shark-toothed monster in the mouth. As he did that, everyone was already surprised. They were alarmed to see that Jiang Kai had killed a level 51 monster with a bare hand, without any weapon. They asked themselves what kind of attributes he had, whether it was real or not. But now they doubted whether our Jiang Kai would be able to defeat the boss of this floor or not. Whether he would defeat him or not, I don't know either, because Jiang Kai advances to the next area. Now, Jiang Kai was in the commander-level Fishmen area. While running through the area, one of the commander-level enemies then looked at Jiang Kai, noticing his presence, but could do nothing as two players in front of him were getting in his way. However, she quickly destroyed those two hunters who were hindering her from hunting our hero. After getting rid of those hunters, she opened her mouth and prepared to attack Jiang Kai. At this moment could not do anything. He was immobilized, doing nothing. Nothing he observes. We observe then from the background, perceiving that Jiang Kai ended up kind of being stupid, but he also ended up underestimating the monster. Like this, he may even have any kind of skill, good equipment, but he could not be immune to this type of attack. His attributes were weak also. That boss really understands nothing about this kind of floor. They are on even more against that boss. He was fighting the boss that was fighting advances towards him to attack Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai had a whole Zuru dream, and our Enru gets more than worried about our Jiang Kai, but the other who was his companion even ends up taking a cup of beer with that hand. He puts everything everything inside, activating his grand mode. He was Ranu, a guy who was incomparable at this moment. He jumps towards this boss. Now she will have a more than beautiful encounter with him with our Ryan here. Then he says, so that the captain this time does not kill or also does not seduce his princess. And so then he advances and jumps directly into the monster's mouth. As soon as he jumped close directly into the monster's mouth, he prepares, and that beautiful sweet kiss on the monster's mouth. The monster stops and stays. I don't know. Without understanding anything, she gets shy. The monsters, seeing that the kiss was going quite well, didn't even try to remove our ruin. But yeah, at this moment here, the monster realized that it could no longer continue with the kisses. She then grabs. Ruan grabbing him now in hand. She throws our Ruan with all her strength to the ground, that he fell hard on the ground. But at this moment, fallen hard on the ground, he decides to get up. He says that the meeting of this princess with him was more than expected. He even liked her. As soon as he talks about this, the people in the background open their mouths, seeing that a mere drunk managed to hold and tank one of the punches from the Triton generals. But now that they did this, it's quite likely that they stirred up the Triton's anger. They shouldn't have done something like this. But our Kai simply wonders why Ruan appeared here. He just asked for them to stay back to protect themselves. But the other says for the captain not to stay behind and abandon them. They are from the same team. Since here she asks to look at her rain technique here. She uses it in the middle of all the monsters. But at this moment, she approaches our protagonist. As soon as she approached, she asks him to hurry, because she Juan will be here holding the monsters, but she will not be able to hold the monsters for long, since the level difference between them and the Tritons was very large at this moment. Then we observe her approaching her new husband. Again, he asks his wife to give him a special treatment that way. Again. Well, at this moment, Kai is surprised, then gives a smile, realizing that his group was not just any mere group. Not at this moment. She using again her rain ability at this moment. People comment that this rain woman's ability was useless here since they are fishmen, and one of them wonders if she was going to drown the fish. Then at this moment, Kai asks her to take care of the monsters. As soon as she does this, he ends up disappearing, but she wonders if these extras don't know about physics. At this moment, one asks to look up. Looking, we observe rain falling. But this was not rain. It was not rain falling from the sky. Instead, it was ice rain. But the ice that was falling was not small ice. At this moment, she said that by using the ability of rain made her rain automatically turn into ice, and the ice was falling on the monsters. But well, the ice was strong. However, the same ice was not distinguishing between friends and enemies, but the ice was falling on any of them, on the humans and on death. She, all proud, comments saying that since they are on a totally frozen island, her rain, which would automatically turn into ice, would cause the ice to fall on the people and monsters, and at the moment she didn't even have an attack ability. But now she can punch 200,000 people in one attack alone. At this moment, she also turns in the direction of Kai and sees that Kai was running in the right direction, since here too she used her rain ability, which turned into ice, making the Tritons no longer able to use their stunning attack that would greatly hinder our hero, and so she asks Kai to quickly finish off the monsters. But at this moment, Kai ends up stopping. She screams for him to remember something. They are part of his team, and he wouldn't need to be fighting alone. Looking to the side, we realize that with the help of that sobriety, they were easily killing the monsters. And again, his wife had to die here. Well, a beautiful wife. But as predicted, yes, Huhan and Huog are quite strong, and he ends up apologizing for underestimating them. But now, here, thanks to her help, they manage to attract the attention of the stronger monsters. Now, he can focus on the main objective, which is to attack the weaker monsters so he can reach the boss faster. Taking care of the weaker ones, he advances toward the boss. But at this moment, he advances with an extremely powerful aura which causes fear in everything around him. As he advanced and killed each of the monsters, the group behind him was left speechless, seeing that Jiang Kai easily killed a commander-level Mulok there. They had used all their best equipment, armor and power to deal with one of the monsters, but Jiang Kai alone quickly took down the commander-level Mulok. Now that he has finished with that, he realizes that his stats are basically upgraded to the highest possible level, and there's also something that increased, his critical attack. Now he can advance toward the boss, as not even the boss would be enough to stop his attacks. At this moment, he stops because now, finally, he has managed to reach it. From afar, he had looked at this boss, but he didn't find this thing so pretty. But now that he got a little closer, he realizes that this thing was so ugly. Then, getting closer than ever, he could already be counterattacking the boss. However, in the background, that group is surprised to see that now that boy has really gotten close to the boss. The old group of our hero is happy, realizing that now Jiang Kai could already be finishing off this boss quickly. They shout for him to advance. In the background, our Ruan screams from the bottom of her heart for him to advance. Her request was made, and he advances. But at this moment, as he advances, that boss decides to act, because at this moment, he ends up activating his Basar mode again, which allows his level to increase a lot, and his speed, too. Jiang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to fully withstand this power. Again, this monster attacks our hero, but Jiang Kai makes some jumps here and there. These jumps were enough to dodge any blow from this boss. After dodging a bit here and there, we observed that Jiang Kai recognized his strength. He was fast, but compared to his new power now, for him, this guy here seems slow enough that he could easily dodge, unlike that Huang family before that was having difficulties, but he now doesn't. But at this moment, he wonders why the Huang family chose to fight this boss here. But Jiang Kai will be discovering that maybe later, because now he has to deal with finishing off the life of this boss. As soon as he lands on top of that sword of the boss, we observe the surprised face of the group. The people can't believe they saw him dodge the blows from the strong of this boss. Now what he could do was end the life of the chief. But at this moment, the other one is surprised to see that his agility was greater than that guy who ended up losing to this boy. So, after asking to advance, he advances. But who advances first was the boss. With his trident, he tries to hit our hero. Knowing that with this he wouldn't get our yanai, he attacks our hero with that tail of his, but now he finds it very slow. He dodges his blow. Now that he dodged his blow, we observe him from above. But now he grabs those fire daggers of his. Now with that, brother, we observe him throwing that at the boss. But the boss uses his tail to defend himself. After receiving the full blow from our Jiang Kai, he ends up losing a greater percentage of his life. Currently, the boss's HP was at 25%. People saw that before the boss life was at 35%, but now, with that attack from the Aryan assassin, it ended up dropping a bit more from 35 to 25. What he managed was only to take 10% of his life. Not even Jan Fun managed to do something like that, but to do that, he needed to take 10 minutes. That commander of our Nuon is surprised and wonders what kind of damage that was. However, he made the boss very irritated, which made the boss decide to act. He gets up, but here he gets up with an extremely sinister aura. As soon as he gets up with that extremely powerful aura, our story today already begins with Yanai looking up for seeing that our little creature was in front of him, but he was already totally irritated with Jiang Kai. The others don't believe that Jiang Kai would be facing this thing, something that even John Fang couldn't defeat this monster or make this monster stand up, and on the ground, even John Fang didn't believe that he was there in front of the boss. Now that the boss is standing, he's happy to see that the boss can walk. He barely knew that this thing walked. But this thing makes the boss irritated that then starts to act. Right after he starts to scream towards Jiang Kai to grab him, but this scream doesn't hit him since he dodges the scream. This trick he already used once and tricked him a little once only, but now he wouldn't fall for the same trick a second time. As soon as he says that, we observe the boy who then decided to advance in his direction here with that trident in hand. He tries to hit our protagonist, but what really happens is an explosion in the middle of the ice. The players behind seeing this explosion happening wonder if this bloodthirsty assassin was already dead. Well, dead not so much. But that trident of our boss here ends up being broken in half in the end. After that was broken in half, we observed the boss's reaction. Now that the boss saw he was aiming at the wrong person, we see him more irritated now. The boy may be fighting a little more seriously than usual. Now that he is unarmed, he may perhaps be fighting seriously. A little from the smoke, we observe a shadow. This was the shadow of Jiang Kai. Now he wonders if this boss still knows what it is to fight. The people seeing the boy's weapon being destroyed are surprised, wondering maybe what kind of monster he was. Maybe he's some kind of existence not found in the world that appeared in this world here. Since it also makes sense, he's a guy who easily destroyed a weapon of one of the most powerful bosses in this world here. But meanwhile, Jiang Kai advances towards him. He thought about fighting with everything against him, but he realizes that fighting against him would be a waste of time, so he will end this as quickly as possible. With those daggers in hand, he throws them at his legs, throwing them at his leg, and then an explosion happens there, making one of his legs go limp. He falls to his knees now that laid this boy on the ground. We observe the system showing his HP. His HP is currently at 15%. And if by chance he keeps attacking there, with all certainty, he will have a 100% advantage, so he ends up attacking his other leg. After attacking his second leg, we then observe an explosion happening here that makes the giant boss here totally furious. But also the system shows to our hero that his life was at 15%. Now that it was at 100%. 15%, we observe our protagonist seeing that the boss was totally afraid of Jiang Kai, and now wonders if he should show his true strength to such an arrogant creature like him. And since he also always ends up hating this kind of action and this kind of arrogance, and even more from a fish king like him, then he throws several AT combos towards the BOSS's arm and leg. After hitting him with the two daggers, we then observe a gigantic explosion happening while down below our hero was making that super high exposure. And with this explosion, it was time for the boss to be defeated. Well, being defeated, our Jiang Kai will have all his resources. This is already good for him. But meanwhile, the explosion was happening. We observe in the background the reaction of those two. The two are surprised. Even the boss was there. Falling, meanwhile, our Nuan Arzu, totally in shock, stands still but already looking to the other side. Here we observe her all happy to see that the boss was falling slowly to the ground, and here it not only fell but also face-planted into the ground, but he falls in front of him now. Jiang Kai saw this simply. He kept staring at the boss. Then, after a good while, we observed from afar what really happened with the boss. The boss ended up losing half of his arm. But even having everything completely torn off of him, that creature was still alive, having 0.1% of HP. So we observed the leader of that group over there thinking that he should attack too, but also other people didn't believe that the boss had really been defeated there. He defeated a boss alone and also managed to defeat the boss and get out of there unscathed, without even a single scratch. While they were surprised about that, a leg appears. Another comments about El Jum. What did he say before that Hang Tong was in such a hurry to ask for him and his family to have military help to fight these monsters, but it wasn't even needed. When he got here, they kind of ended up seeing a scene like that. Still, he wonders if there was a reason to intervene in this thing, and here we are introduced to this. This was the vice commander of one of the cities in the eastern zone, Zhang Zong. At this moment, the other one is also surprised to see that he never knew that a turning point would be so great in a battle like this. So actually, what that old man was saying about a new, strong hunter that emerged in the world, maybe it was him. Well, the ice and the hail stopped the boss, and now that the boss was almost dead on the ground, he should be finishing it off soon. But at this moment, we observe the leader of that group from earlier, who asks everyone in his group to listen to what he was going to say. For all the members of the Black Tortoise Guild, to be listening to his command. Everyone who was hunting the muscles was to go there because now everyone has a new goal, and that goal is to hunt and kill that bloodthirsty assassin ahead. Moreover, whoever manages to kill the bloodthirsty assassin first will be rewarded with 50 million St. John's coins. But if you happen to let these assassins kill that boss, not one of you will be receiving a single penny after this battle, making everyone who didn't want to fight stop to think now. Stopping to think, they ask what they'll do if they don't receive this money and how they'll survive the next month with their family. He was right, since he also has a son, so he'll have to give it all he has to hunt down this Jiang Kai now. And also, whoever carried muscles like that had better kill that assassin right here and maybe win that big reward that their own leader says. As soon as one puts the idea into practice, everyone ends up thinking, then thinking again. They then start running toward Jiang Kai, everyone just shouting a single thing. Get that assassin, Sagnario, and skin him. Don't leave him alive. Some still weren't caught by those MCOs because they were ignoring that, but their goal wasn't to catch those creatures. Meanwhile, we observed the entire group advancing in his direction. Beneath him, he only saw various clouds of smoke from people running towards him. Well, while looking, he realizes that the Huang family was incapable of defeating a single boss. Now they come towards him, and he ends up wondering what kind of threat they could be threatening him with. So to kill him, they would have to use everything they had. It was disgusting to see that they were at a total disadvantage. But in the meantime, we observed that Fang there, the one who was defeated, was about to be wiped out. But Jiang Kai appears and ends up helping him. Jiang Kai's goal wasn't even to kill the boss here, since his goal was just to drain the boss's life. The guy in his arms wonders what he was going to do, and he simply said that here he just drained half of the boss's life so that someone else could kill him in his place, since also, looking to the other side, there were many people who had families, and also below, there were 200,000 families who were held hostage for such a low reward like that. So he will be giving that honor to the Huang family so that this guy could finish off the boss. In front of the boss, he is surprised now. Facing the boss, Jiang Kai ends up turning to our John Feng. Now, facing John Feng, he asks one thing from you. That he did with this boss was so that he could be giving this the final blow to finish everything at once, kill the boss. Jiang Fang doesn't believe it, but right, Jiang Kai advances in another direction and asks him to finish the boss quickly, because if he didn't do that for sure, all those people below him would be appearing to cut him off. So he asks him to do it in his place. So then we observe those hunters eyeing that money, while Jiang Fang was slowly approaching that boss. But he was also taking from his own system that spear of his. That spear that he managed to face off a bit. Against this boss, now that he was facing the boss, he could also do one thing. Finish off the boy's life. But he also ends up thanking our Jiang Kai for this opportunity for letting him kill the most powerful boss in the world. Now that he has the spear in hand, he ends up sticking it into the boss's head. But at that moment when he sticks that spear into the boss's head, he gets a little crazier. See as his eyes. Then he ends up getting up slowly, and at the same time ends up shouting loudly, where then we show below the boss's life bar, which ended up reaching 0% after this gigantic scream. Everyone who was advancing towards Jiang Kai ends up suddenly stopping, because there is no reason to keep advancing anymore. Then it appears on the system screen for everyone that the boss was defeated. One of the players ends up saying that it wasn't the bloodthirsty assassin who killed the boss, but who killed the boss. Then another reveals that it was Jiang Fang, one of his companions, who delivered the final blow to the boss and killed him after saying that we observed the boss disappearing, and then after the boss disappeared, we observed the Triton army there, then cracking on the ground. They then end up evacuating, abandoning the battlefield, leaving everyone who was there calmer about the next fight that would be happening. So after the last beast fled the battlefield. Another ends up celebrating, but another wonders if it was really our Fang who killed the final boss. Another ends up saying it wasn't the bloodthirsty assassin. So it means that someone from his own Huang family ended up in the end stealing the boost from our Jiang Kai. The two who sent to get Jiang Kai don't understand what was happening. He wonders if they won this fight. The boss ended up being defeated by Jiang Fang. Then another kind of ends up putting the idea into practice that our Junai ended up giving up on that boss and then handed the boss to our Jae Fang, and Jiang Kai simply agrees that yes, he handed the boss to them. Then the people who were there are happy to see that this bloodthirsty assassin was a nice guy at this moment. Everyone now sees Jiang Kai no longer as an assassin, but sees him more as a hero. Now he was a benefactor to everyone, and now yes, anyone who dares to touch their benefactor, who is our Jiang Kai, they will be declaring war against this person. His two friends in the background are happy to see that his previous move was the best thing that Jiang Kai ended up kind of doing now. Then everyone ends up liking him. Now the commander of those two of our protagonist's friends is happy to see that Jiang Kai grew as a person at this moment. Here, Jiang Kai not only grew as a hero, but also grew as a person. Then our other companion ends up saying that our hero was part of her team, and besides, who trained him to become that way, people seeing how she is, it was herself. But now everyone knows how powerful her captain is. Now they could basically choose who to follow, their captain or our Captain Jiang Kai. Now that, right, she talked about this, they end up stopping to think also. Since, right, with the power of the Huang family, they basically had no choice but to follow no other clan, because this family always threatened them by wanting to pay less money to them. And this time, they almost died. And besides, right, if the boss had been taken before by Jiang Kai, they wouldn't receive any money either for having almost died in this battlefield. Then their commander asks them to stop thinking this kind of thought and follow their order, and he ends up saying that he won't do anything. No, but from now on, they could be following him smoothly because paying him they will. But at this moment, they end up saying that they will be leaving their guild. Meanwhile, several people end up following the same path. The other one ends up saying that his father should get out of here with him already, since there were 20,000 people who gave up on following them. And if this continues, their guild's reputation will drop a lot. And this time he was caught. But officially, Jiang Kai will basically be remembered by him. Sooner or later he will take revenge, but now he can't do that. But next time he will find Jiang Kai. But Jiang Kai next time won't have a next time to whistle at him because he will finish him off. While he was making these threats, he leaves. Meanwhile, elsewhere we see Jiang Fang introducing himself. After introducing himself, he kind of wonders what kind of attributes he had to be able to take on a boss like that. He said it was Jiang Kai, and his attributes are attributes of a unique skill. As soon as he says this, he wonders how it's a unique skill, since right, he had previously seen Jiang Kai use several skills at the same time. Actually, it was like this. He used several skills, but those skills he used ended up disappearing. He almost discovers that Jiang Kai had other hidden powers, but they end up being interrupted by something that starts to happen. The ground starts to tremble, and from within the ground, something begins to emerge. That thing was the tail of that boss, which for some reason still hasn't been defeated. But that thing ends up submerging beneath those ice rocks. At this moment, Jiang Fang creates our Jiang Kai as an ally, but he said it wasn't possible since he has the title of bloodthirsty assassin and also has a punishment mechanism. So right, while he was apologizing, something was approaching him at high speed. That thing, at high speed, ends up quickly and abruptly grabbing our protagonist. Our Jiang Kai ends up being caught by that and dragged back to a totally unknown place. Jiang Fang, seeing this whole situation, screams for Jiang Kai. Meanwhile, as he screamed, we observe from another place that thing grabbing our protagonist and taking him into this darkness, into that cave below. As he is dragged down there into that cave where that thing is, which we have no idea. Our story today continues there with that guy looking down. He explains to her there that his captain Jiang Kai ended up being devoured in there, and he has many bad news to give her since, you know, when someone falls into that well, they end up not being able to come back, as it kind of unleashes the revenge of the chief's death, which leaves her completely surprised. The revenge of death is a special ability that some bosses have after they die. Usually, once a fallen boss successfully avenges themselves on their victor, there's no chance of coming back to life. Furthermore, the explorer who was caught will receive an extremely terrible punishment, being tortured to death just for mere revenge. But despite this, there is one thing. If you die here, it's sort of okay, or bad, because when you come back to the real world, you carry the same traumas, and there you don't want to live anymore. And many of the people who suffered this prefer to, well, leave this life for something better. And now Jiang Kai was inside. She wondered why all this ended up this way. She then cried, asking for this not to be real, but while she was saddened by it, the scene already cuts to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai felt the pain, but at the same time, he ends up deciding to open his eyes, where in front of him, he sees the boss that he had just beaten up not too long ago. The boss was extremely angry with Jiang Kai, even putting its tentacles inside our hero's ears. But we also find out that it was making its tentacles grow from inside his body outward. This thing that was happening to him there hurt a bit, but by great luck, the system appears saying that those attributes he had gained earlier from those people would be disappearing in 20 seconds. The countdown begins. From 18 to 17. He, realizing that if this thing disappears, he will slowly die here, cannot wait and lose the opportunities to escape from this boss. The one thing keeping him alive here is those extremely overpowered attributes he got earlier. Without them, he will surely die. But to end it all, the boss decides to attack our hero with everything it had. At this moment, it would be finishing off our protagonist. But before it could do anything, he ends up shouting for the system to appear. The moment the system appeared, those tentacles that were about to grab our hero easily disappeared. That monster, the boss, also vanished in the blink of an eye. Right after disappearing, he ends up falling to the ground, and the countdown ends at 10. He was also lucky because he used the system's visualization, and that's why he managed to escape from those colors entering his body. But for some reason, the boss still hadn't disappeared. It ends up saying that Jiang Kai should just die already. It then attacks Jiang Kai, and he could be preparing to defend himself, as there are still a few seconds left before his hack runs out. But with so many things to do, he didn't know what to do. In his hand, he only had some gooey daggers. So, thinking about what to do, he simply thought that he had some more overpowered attributes, so he should use them to his advantage. He grabs his daggers and throws them at the boss. He should use that to his advantage. So he does just that. He throws the daggers at the boss and they hit it squarely. While the dagger was about to hit it, something happens, but luckily the countdown reaches 0. He ends up managing to hit the boss first, so the boss is defeated for the second time. Our protagonist, of course, is happy about that, as right afterward, a huge explosion ends up happening. After a long time, we then see the boss's statue disappearing like mist. After that, we observe below, Jiang Kai happy, right? For seeing that everything here is over. But after all this ended, we observed up there our system appearing again, but after presenting some things there, Jiang Kai also explains that this place where he just arrived here at the end was the frozen hall of boys Merc. Now that he saw this, he ends up realizing that maybe he's already in boys' territory. However, for our protagonist to get more R to make him and his team much stronger, the system ends up saying there that he could be exploring everything here and collecting all the items inside the chests. But the hall started to destroy itself around him, and he has only 10 minutes to collect as many treasures as there are here to, in the end, escape from this place. But after saying that this place will be totally destroyed, he turns to the system and asks for it to explain more things. If everything is going to be self-destructed, how could he escape from here? But he gets no answer because our system decided to disappear, and the ceiling started to collapse. So, thinking about it, he starts to think he should begin acting as quickly as possible, but since everything started, he should be collecting as many treasures as possible from here, and then he could be escaping. After all, he can't miss even a single opportunity, as the items here must be worth a lot. They must be worth some gold in the real world, so he should risk everything. Thus, he advances, and in the end, he reaches the gate. He enters, but as soon as he enters that place, he is left speechless when he sees that this was the boy's treasure room, where there was a lot of gold and many good relics for him to use. But on the ground, there were random potions. So seeing those potions, he doesn't have time and starts drinking each one of them. At this moment, He also ended up gaining some attribute points, which he could be using in his system. Curious, the system asks where it should be putting that. To respond, Kai says to add everything to agility at that moment. So, he continues to take those potions, and ahead, he finds a chest. But, right, he could be taking one of these chests, as there were many treasures here, but he also realizes that none of these chests here is inferior to Raynar. But at this moment, he realizes that there are still 7 minutes left for this dungeon to be destroyed. But also, one thing. The chests also have a countdown up there, which will also be self-destructed. This makes Kai quite angry with this system thing, but the countdown starts and he can't stand still like this. So, with his high speed, he starts removing each item that was there from this abyss, but still, he was slow. He needed to be faster. After a few hours, he finally finishes removing the treasures, but having done all that, he is completely exhausted at the moment. But why tears? Since at this moment, he ended up collecting several high-value treasures without any effort at all. But now he needed to totally remove the chests from this abyss. So he removes them, and while doing that, he also realizes that his blood assassin Est has kind of been removed in the end. But now he is happier about that. Meanwhile, he looks to the side. At the moment he looked to the side, he ended up finding a PAP kind of stuck inside a more specific place. This thing allows the adventurer who reaches level 20 to change jobs, but the job is quite good. This thing here could possibly be valuable for Kai, but it was also necessary to reach level 20. But while he was happy with the hacks and attributes he would be gaining from here after he leaves this dungeon, the scene is cut. The next day, snow was falling from the sky, but ahead there was a picture of our protagonist. This was a place where our protagonist could be resting in peace. But after everything that Kai did for them, they could finally be thanking Kai. And this was a way of thanking him. And most likely, when he returns to life, already in the real body of his real life there, he will possibly in the future, from then on, quite sad. But no need to worry, as both will be supporting our hero quite a lot. But since he had a death so horrible, he could not be thinking about it more. This thing they did was already enough to have a rest, even somewhat in peace while crying over the death of our hero. We observe below there someone climbing the mountain, but the last farewell is still missing. They will do this. Only at this moment she realized that someone was climbing that mountain, and the only thing she thought immediately was that it was a monster. So, she grabs a block of snow that looked more like a stone and says that these monsters should disappear completely. They then start to attack below that person, that monster who was climbing that mountain, then throwing several stones. One of them ends up hitting someone in the end, and this one ends up being knocked down in the end by that thing. And in the background, they end up observing the silhouette of a thing falling to the depths of that mountain's end, while our drunk guy grabs one last stone. This was the most powerful one. Then he says for these monsters to disappear completely from his world. The other says that, for some reason, she heard a somewhat familiar voice, but the other says no. That thing that was possibly climbing that mountain was a monster. But after all the beating that our Kai received, he ends up trying to climb that thing again, but now he succeeded. But they had stayed away for a long time, and he missed our ruin, since he never even thought they would be separated for more than a day. So, he asks himself, there why Kai was trying to catch him in a different way, being that he missed him. And for that, there is an answer. He screamed that the two were traitors and was ultimately trying to kill even his captain on top of it, and besides, the two made him climb that mountain twice. Furthermore, he was carrying some very valuable treasures with him, and he almost lost all of that. But in the end, he apologizes and says that wasn't what they wanted to do. Meanwhile, the scene is already cut to the city here, where several famous people are gathered in one place, but these people were talking about Kai. Some people talked about the stolen attribute that Kai ended up conquering in that war, about the muscles, but one responds that to have that much power, he ended up using an ability that in the end discards all the power he had gained. So if that happened, it means that a level 20 child can change some dozens or thousands of times their attributes, which means that maybe they don't need to train anymore in life. But usually, Those who encounter Boy's Revenge basically can't even return to life. But Jiang Kai is not online anymore. But if Jiang Kai is alive, that would be more than a miracle. And if he's been tortured for so long like now, that boy is completely done for. But our old man asks him to relax, because Jiang Kai wasn't as weak as they were saying, since they might be thinking that our protagonist was still dead. But no, Jiang Kai was just surviving that. And not only surviving, but also finding Boy's secret treasure. But for having said that, they end up saying it was impossible since Boy's Revenge has existed for more than 50 years, and only a few people survived it. And these few people in the real world are currently the strongest people in the world, so it was impossible. But also, Jiang Kai has only been in GST for a short time, and he survived for a long time, so he doesn't even have maybe any chance of surviving Boy's Revenge this time. But the old man's intuition said otherwise, that our protagonist was still alive, and they would surprise each and every one of them who were there. As soon as he says this, someone ends up arriving at the door extremely fast. After reaching the door, we observe then that person quickly saying that something was happening. What was happening was related to our Jiang Kai, but well, she only didn't appear there because she didn't want to appear. She shows up saying that Jiang Kai also suddenly decided to sell some things in a shop there, but the products he was selling were extremely good. But he only sold them for an extremely high price. Furthermore, Jiang Kai didn't die in the dungeon, nor did he also discover some important and rare things that no one in the world had discovered yet. The secret in doubt of how much Yuyun Jiang Kai managed was only 400 million gold coins that he got there in this game of selling items from this secret dungeon, which leaves the two there totally in shock, but a few minutes later people noticed there for sale some items. Well, these items were extremely good, but the price of those was very high, some reaching 18 million. However, others ended up buying them very quickly, which surprised each of them, as someone also ended up paying 63 million for one of those rare stones that was being sold there. But to improve, a few other very rare stones appeared in the world, some stones that caught the attention of many rich people, which makes sense, right? Then someone ended up paying 100 million for some stones, which in the end, the result reached 400 million, leaving the two in shock again, not believing what was happening, as it also means being able to sell so many good things at once, meaning that he really found that secret area. Then the old man starts laughing at them. He even said before that Jiang Kai would really find the boss's secret treasure, and that boy didn't disappoint them. But she also ends up calling Commander Wei for a certain reason, as the Huang family suddenly decided to want to speak personally with this commander. He is then surprised to see that the Huang family wanted to have a good chat with him personally there. But a few hours later, at the exchange of items in the sacred Bright City, we see our Jiang Kai sad to see that he ended up selling some items for a very high price. But for Jiang Kai, those prices were still very low, which makes him very sad. But the two people in his team end up making some positive comments to him, saying that it was a good sale, that he got good money. Then leaving the sadness aside, Jiang Kai ends up saying that he saved some good things for the two, and now he is dividing them with the two, which makes the two's eyes shine with confidence in what our protagonist will give them. For this, Jiang Kai ends up giving Huan this Xuan, which was basically a jade. Equipping that along with that rain ability, it could freeze any monster around, and now, combined with her rain ability, this thing will allow her to become almost immortal. But for our Rio Yu, who was basically a drunk, he also received something. This was a shield that, when equipped, temporarily freezes an opponent who is hit. Moreover, it is a control shield, so, right? That alone wasn't enough because our hero also managed to find some eternal pages, and by using this, you can upgrade your skills in the system. Currently, there are 2 ways to upgrade skill levels, but for each profession there is a specific skill book for those skills to evolve. But these kinds of skill books can usually only be obtained after defeating a monster, or if you're lucky, you can find one in any chest. Or, the other way is that he managed to get that one in the Triton Leader's treasure chest, a universal upgrade item that can improve all your level attributes. Eternal pages are like a priceless treasure that has no price, so if you have one in hand, don't sell it. But if you want to sell it, you can sell it for 500,000 gold. But in summary, there's nothing more to do. Whoever has that card in hand now is them, those two. Now they can evolve their system to the maximum possible. So, he shouts for them to now do their best to evolve their system screen to the maximum, getting their best items and making that prettiest status of all. While he was saying this thing in front of them, at that moment, the two were only looking at our hero. They had no eyes for anything else. So the two go towards Jiang Kai and hug their captain. The two thank Jiang Kai for his kindness, for always helping them, for always doing these good deeds with them, right? Because without that, they wouldn't be anything. And what they only wish for our Jiang Kai is a long and good life. Oh, and if by any chance our Jiang Kai really dies, it's very likely that he'll go to heaven for these kindnesses that no human has done for them so far. And at this moment, we then observe from afar the two clinging there to our... The protagonist just asks the two to step aside. Meanwhile, from another place, someone ends up arriving. This person was part of the Huang family. He arrives giving some warnings to our Jiang Kai. One of those warnings was that he didn't need to worry so much because at this moment when he least expected that everything was over, everything resolved, no calm would come, those from the Huang family would be attacking Jiang Kai. Furthermore, a challenge would be happening here. This was the Guild Challenge. And at this moment, he would be using all his power to humiliate our MC. But it would also reach a point where the military would be abandoning Jiang Kai. And at this moment, he would be humiliating Jiang Kai even more, so he understands that he needs to get stronger. However, he still doesn't understand what kind of guild challenge it was that he was talking about. Then, to answer that, she appears, saying that the guild challenge was a competition organized by the military, and its objective was to select the strongest to join a guild. But also, the guild challenge requires a minimum of 21 participants, and additionally, to improve, each of the participants must have different levels, like each one at level 20, or even at higher levels. And so, the guild would be sending some 5 people to at least participate in the event. Their goal is to fight to the death, and in the end, the 3 surviving teams would definitely be the ones winning and getting the best treasures. However, there are many guilds participating this month. Well, the best guild will win, but also will be gaining many good resources. However, Yanai is not participating in this challenge, so why was Huang making those small threats to him? But he just asks to forget about it, as now he has something important to do, which was to see his family. Thus, he logs out at the hospital where Jiang Kai's brother was. We see him there wondering about why Yanai was buying so many health products for him, and he also wonders how he managed to buy that. At this moment, Jiang Kai ignores his question, already knowing about the surgery he had, whether it went well or not. But if it hadn't been done yet, there was no need to worry because he would still be having the surgery and would be able to get the best surgery in the world. And our video today already begins with our hero there sharing the apple with his brother. Then he leaves his room here. He realizes that his older brother has his childhood dream returned back, so now he could be doing some other main things. But while he was walking around, someone ends up appearing, calling for our Jiang Kai. They needed Jiang Kai's help. This is our little redhead at the moment. So he approaches the car, and there, after approaching, he said he didn't have time to go anywhere with them since he had to be picking up his sister at school. Then they inform him that they came all the way from Hanai for a certain reason, and that reason was his sister. At that moment, he said there that an accident happened with his sister, so he gets scared here. And then the scene is already cut to an accident that happened where some cars were overturned. In another place, we then observe him just running towards the accident. Others are worried, but their concern doesn't go so far since, in the background, someone calls for Jiang Kai. The one who called was his sister. As soon as he sees his sister, he approaches her here, and he asks himself if our Yuzin was okay, but she was. However, there was a problem. Her bus ended up overturning, but in the end, a guy there ended up helping her. And then in the background, a person appears. He recognizes Dian Kai. At this moment, Jiang Kai also realizes that he was one of the guys who was there in the other world. He was known as John Fang, and he wonders how he was in this world. At this moment, another one appears and interrupts their chat, saying that the accident involving his sister wasn't an ordinary accident. It was basically an accident planned by certain people. Now he needed to reveal who caused this accident, and the one who caused it was the Huang family. For now, the Huang family was on Jiang Kai's tail, doing everything to make him turn against the Huang family. It was simple. He ended up going against their family. Moreover, they also managed to defeat some of the bosses they were targeting, who were some of the strongest bosses that were supposed to stay just with them, but they also managed to take the credit for the big attack by having defeated that final ice boss. However, they used all that credit he earned to basically subjugate that old man from before, who was on our Jiang Kai's side, but they didn't want Jiang Kai to participate in a guild event, and it would also be almost impossible to defeat Jiang Kai in such a challenge. So we see his face saying that maybe Jiang Kai would take a step back and not dive head first into this guild challenge. And at this moment, he ends up telling our protagonist that everything he did was the most to ensure nothing happened to his sister. And moreover, today's accident was basically a warning for him not to dare to participate in that guild mission. And that's it. If by chance he participates, they will hunt down Jiang Kai's family in this world. Basically, they have a lot of military power, and in this world, they could be attacking the person without the person being able to defend themselves. But there's something there that our protagonist could be doing. One of those things is the following. He could basically be surrendering to the Huang family's intimidations, or another option, joining their army guild. By joining the army basically has the obligation to protect our MC's family. No one else, not even the Huang family, could lay a hand on Jiang Kai's family. So by joining them, they will basically have everything they want, and they also have some pretty good methods of protecting some people in this real world. But here he ends up having a memory of the army itself intimidating our MC. But there was a problem. Those people who intimidated basically didn't intimidate him, but his brother. And now he says that he will not be participating in the army at all, and so they mention some of the important things the army does. If you have a drunkard's ability, in the end, you will be abandoned here by the army. And furthermore, if you also have a very weak ability, the army will also be abandoning you, meaning that your career will depend on your power. If you have a strong power, everyone will want to have you in their own group. But someone weak, everyone throws away. So then he realizes that the Hang family likes challenges, so he thinks that sobriety there allows him to double his drops, his XPs, and all that. And not only that, but he can also fight monsters of the same level, only with the strength he has, but there's a catch. The system can double his strength, which means he has a gigantic advantage, and thus he can create a strategy correctly so that he can kill some monsters. And in the end, he can make a good attack strategy to get out of the situation better than the monsters. And with the move and a new level of profession, the Huang family still doesn't recognize his true strength. So he can use this as an advantage, and this time he won't seek protection. This time he will seek his own death. If by chance they manage to win, let them win. But he will be risking everything. He should also take this opportunity to publicize this as much as he can, since he managed to do better in that guild championship. The army people will be keeping an eye on Jiang Kai, which means that the army itself will basically have to protect the Huang family as much as possible, at least to give him some moral support. And for that, he will also need to defeat the Huang family. Once he defeats the Huang family, it is very likely that the army will pay full attention to him. And with that, perhaps the Huang family's actions will have to use all their public power to try to intimidate Jiang Kai. But not only him, also to intimidate the military army. At this moment, the red-haired one approached our hero and told him to stop and think a little about the opinions he had just given to our hero, if he could basically think maybe more later and then join the army. But at this moment, he calls for him and says that he doesn't need to think too much since he will be participating in the guild challenge. But there's a catch. Jiang Kai's guild only has basically 3 people, but for that, he needed to have 2 more people in his own guild, so he was willing to take Ru and our Nuan, which leaves the redhead completely alarmed. And again, he approaches our hero and asks if Jiang Kai is really going to participate in this fight of H. Hanai. He firmly states that yes, he will, but the red-haired one tells him not to act stupidly and not to make such deals. The Huang family is a giant family, and they basically have enough power to destroy our hero. But our MC tells him not to worry so much since he was very lucid now, and he was also basically planning a counterattack against the Huang family. But he also has a new goal, and this new goal he chose is basically controlling his own destiny. This means that no Huang family will stop Jiang Kai from defeating everyone, and the Huang family guild challenge, unfortunately, he will have to participate in anyway. And also knowing that Jiang Kai wasn't going to give up, we see someone in the background appear, clapping their hands, saying that he had a lot of courage. So, he ended up liking our hero more, which means that now he will be on the side of our protagonist, along with that other Yan Fang, who is now on the side of Wai Kai. Now, this Ruan family is deciding to mess with our hero's family, and he will be giving a warning, which leaves our protagonist and his sister quite happy. The other red-haired ones still can't believe the actions they're taking, but changing their minds would be almost impossible now. So since he will be participating in this event, they will have to prepare. But the red-haired one ends up saying that the two of them alone won't be able to protect just Jiang Kai. Even the commander says not to help Jiang Kai, but since he's feeling confident, he will be then on the side of our Jiang Kai, thus leaving our protagonist quite happy. He then thanks the help of each one of them. Now they are basically on the side of Jiang Kai. If the Hang family wanted to mess with Jiang Kai's family, they are messing with the three there first. So after thanking, Jiang Kai ends up going back home. But the sister of our hero wonders where they were walking around. We observe that the Huang family still basically revealed their true motives to stand out against our MC, so they ended up kind of moving to a better district. Like, before they lived on a very poor street, but now everything has changed, which leaves the sister of our hero confused. In front of them was the house that is worth billions of dollars, but she wonders how they will be paying for it. But our hero ends up solving this problem easily with the VIP card. He ends up opening that big door there, and minutes later he says that this was their new house, leaving his sister totally in shock with the gigantic house. Even the pool was something she wished or dreamed of having, but the best part was her room, which seemed more like a gigantic living room. But at this moment then, he ends up asking if she by any chance liked the new house. She, to say yes, ends up agreeing, also saying that this was a dream house. However, the house was normally good here already with another brother, while there he was motivating her. Here we already cut to another day. In a forest, we already observe our Nuan and our Zul there, wondering who would be their new captain. They were basically sent to a new captain temporarily. In a small moment, the two clearly get discouraged. They didn't want to change captains at the moment, but meanwhile, we observe someone wondering why our Nuan was so down. They could basically be happier. They quickly turn around to see where our Captain Kai came from. He then ends up affirming that he was now their captain. At this moment then, Zhu approaches our hero and wonders if Jiang Kai ended up joining the army. He said not yet, but in the future, maybe he will be entering. But for now, he basically took them temporarily for his own group. The reason is that they will be participating in a guild event where they will be fighting against strong monsters, and so he needed the help of both of them. At this moment then, he ended up saying that a certain Commander Wei basically made a bet with Jiang Kai. This was basically if he would really be able to participate in a certain guild challenge. If he managed to participate, he would have to win. Otherwise, he would be basically bothering him forever. But this time, clearly, he would be winning, and thus shutting up completely this Huang family. So they ask, will our Suzu and our Nuan be participating? Will they be trying to help him? To which both clearly agree, saying that they will be participating since they will basically be gaining a lot from it. But at this moment, Zhou asks our Jiang Kai if he really wants the two of them there to join his team, and for that, he ends up asking if there was no problem. But he affirms that in the military there is basically an evaluation system. If by chance a novice enters the military world, that will basically be a test. His test will last for over a month, where maybe at the end you will be classifying the person. Maybe the person will be rank SSCS or will be Hanier. Maybe if you get Hanier, you will no longer be able to join the military. And in the end, if you don't make it, they will kick your butt and throw you out literally. And for that, he then affirms to our Jiang Kai that his rank classification was C, while our Nuan's was Han. So it means that both were well below average, which means the army will kick them out of the project quickly, so there's nothing more to do. He doesn't need to keep them on his team, and so then he doesn't need to worry Jiang Kai could kick the two out of the team quickly. But he said it was fine, since, it's a team, and he will be working hard on both of them, where he will make them participate in the guild challenge, win. And also, in the end, he will make both return to the army, but they won't return with the rank they have now, and so they will be returning to the army with a higher rank, which leaves the two totally surprised to see that the two here at the moment were basically novices, so there will basically be no support at all to overcome, obstacles or monsters ahead. So at this moment, our Nuan changes the subject. She says that to participate in this event, it was necessary to be at level 15 or higher. But to answer this, someone in the background appears. This person comes towards the two and says that level 15 for him was nothing, since our leader Jiang Kai was currently at level 20, and at the moment he was thinking about changing jobs. Maybe he would even get a better class. While he was approaching, our hero kind of introduced himself to the two. This was our Ruin, her profession is Crowman, and on the other side was our Ryan, whose profession was Drunkard. The two then end up introducing themselves to the group, but after shaking hands for a bit, the two stopped to think about life. Level 20? They couldn't believe that our protagonist was already at level 20. With their mouths open, they end up saying that they are currently at level 9. How did Jiang Kai manage to reach level 20 so quickly? But for him, that was nothing. His goal here now was to get each one of his group to level 20 as well, which once again left the two totally confused. Level 20? That was almost impossible for them. They had spent a lot of time and hadn't even managed to level up a single level. But for that, our Ruan approaches our Nuan and ends up telling her not to worry either, since our Captain Kai would take care of everything. But now that he gathered everyone into a single group, this one ends up asking what the name of the group would be. She ends up saying that maybe a better name would be the God of Fire Squad, and so the name was chosen. Now that the name was chosen, they could rest. For the next day, they would be setting off on a good journey, and so the God of Fire Squad would be heading into the monster territory to collect lots of monsters, and also help the two level up, which makes everyone agree. So they end up going on their way to rest. And so 2 days pass. At the end of one of those days, we observe him walking deep into the monster territories. While walking, our protagonist asks Zhu if perhaps he was afraid or nervous, since he was now basically in the middle of a dangerous monster's nest. But he said he was maybe fine or maybe not fine, since, well, he was maybe afraid because he saw that his martial art ability was still not being used 100%, to which our protagonist responds no, because over the last 2 days, he had been protecting the two quite well, and Zhu basically had no problem defeating any monster. But still, even though he was doing his best, deep down he was still afraid of something. And for that, he needed to make his heart more powerful. By becoming more powerful, he would become stronger as far as he knew. The profession talent of is, basically, the Hertz material that may be providing additional bonuses to his statuses, but also the effects added to his statuses can basically change with the strength of courage and confidence he may have. Zou's confidence and courage are not very strong for now, so he can only basically repel friends who use basically a small power, but he knows how to make that guy strong. That is, increasing his courage. By increasing his courage, he will be able to become increasingly stronger, and then will be taking advantage of this opportunity to improve his strength, since at the moment he has earned quite a few points there, and he wanted to distribute that a lot into his attributes in his system. Then, he calls for his system, which then appears right in front of him. At this moment, he says that he wanted to add also some new skills that he had, and so he then takes basically that card of the flying cards from the ghost hand. Here, after updating this, he realizes that the range of the item, now that he is updating, got a little better, like it increased its range by 10%. As for the penetration of Saint counterattacking his opponent, it increased by 50%, although also the mana consumption increased by 10%. He realizes that this was basically acceptable, so it was fair, but he still has some points left over, so he puts all of that basically into speed. And so after updating, he realizes that his speed skill increased by 100%, which now his attack skill will be increasing a lot as well. To improve, he upgrades another skill of his, which now will allow him to be able to track monsters nearby and from afar easily, and will also allow him to hide much more easily from people. After also gaining some extra statuses, he also realizes there that the system gave him a new skill. His new skill was basically Deception of Saint, which allows our protagonist to give confidence to a person no matter the level of the person. What our hero can really do is influence the person to do what he wants. No matter if the person basically has a very strong mind defense, this skill can break that, which means that now he can be basically having gigantic advantages over his opponents on the battlefield. Although the effects of that are too deceptive, he was also eager to be testing these things on the battlefield. But there's still however, to really know if our hero will be really able to use his new skill in a battlefield.